Good morning, good evening, good night. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, and I'm joined by my partner in crime, Algared. How you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling a lot more like old man Elhurst. That's
You're
what I'll say.
looking a lot more like him. That's the thing. That's the beard's
That's
back.
because I got the goat back.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. It was like I'd lost a half of you or something. It was really strange.
oh, I think the students were feeling that all week. I had students saying, sir, the goat's back. The goat's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
So.
a little tip of the hat of a fun game of mine that I went for today. I thought was a bit funny. So a bit of STAR-R5 in the background there. I thought that was a good tip of the hat about time for 318. We've been waiting for like, too long. It's been delayed by 5 months. I find that really, yeah, it's quite a long time for a bit of a delay. And it's, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm actually kind of happy CIG did it rather than, like, if you think of 5 months, if they'd pushed that out early, like, it would have been disastrous. So I'm kind of glad that they took the time and realized that with games developed, like they know this, I don't have to tell them, but like they don't, it doesn't always flow to dates. It's got to go to where it needs to go.
Yep.
And yeah, I think you realize it more than most of us too, having played the Eva Cardi for as long as you have. So
Yeah, I think people who aren't developers or haven't been involved in the playtesting and stuff often want games to be released or the updates to be on time and to be perfect and running smooth. And Star Citizen is a different setup, isn't it? Because it is that game in development. It's not a released game. It feels like a released game. It often feels smoother and better than most games you pay cash to go, you buy on Steam or elsewhere to play. But it's still in development. It's still the alpha build.
Yeah.
And that means you are going to get those bugs. But it also goes back to what you say time and time again on coding. Coding takes time. And sometimes you put something in, you think it's going to work, and it breaks it, and you got to go back and fix all the little bits and pieces as you go down the line.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of that delay was that back end stuff, wasn't it? It was just under the hood stuff, and that over time
100%.
that's enabled them to add little bits and pieces here and there that we see in game as well. So yeah, I think it's all positive.
No, 100%. So today we actually CIG, we're one of the lucky few that got given the Antares to try it in the PU. So we're going to go in and look at that with you guys. We did want to do like an earlier action video earlier in the week, but we just couldn't get together because, real life stuff happening and stuff. But I did have a really, like, I was literally up when it dropped and I had a really extensive look. I was actually on with Daily Noob, if any of you guys know him. And we were having a look at that when it first dropped on his live stream. We'll probably get him on as a guest sooner or later at some point. But yeah, it's an interesting little ship, so we'll go through that. We've also got, obviously, IFC will hopefully drop at some point. We'll watch that. And we also got 318, as you can kind of tell from the title and stuff like that. So they're also gonna be giving us an Antares and a Vulture to give away too in the next little while, aren't they? Henkin was actually meant to join us today, but he had real life stuff happen, so he's had to pop out. But we'll get back in contact with him and reschedule for him to drop on at another time. Is there anything else you want to add about today, Algared? Real quick.
Nope. It's going to be a nice, pleasant, enjoyable time, just like the last few times we've had. Like.
Love it how you put it like that, but it's never like that. But okay, yeah, sure.
It's
stressful.
I got to admit, at the end of every live stream, I'm buggered. I'm stuffed. I'm absolutely exhausted. And and in other ways, I'm not feeling like it's just it's a weird sense. But I suppose 4 hours of being online under the lights is what what gets that feeling.
Yeah, it's very different. I guess for people that don't kind of do live streaming, get a torch, sit at a meter, not even half a meter away from you, and you kind of get the idea. Like there are lights, and it's not the heat. It's just it's like the deer in headlights. Yeah, it's a bit.
You'll see about 3 hours in. X puts his glasses on, and and basically he's got to do that just because the eyes start to get tired because of the surgeries.
Well, I've ordered some blue light glasses, so I'm hoping I can wear those. I'll look nerdy or whatever. Like I'll look, I don't have glasses here to put on, but like, oh wait, here you go, like some old man glasses. But yeah, At least I can,
Yeah,
you know, put them on and they'll block out the light. And hopefully, you know, I don't have to wear the usual sunnies anymore. So yeah.
Stop trying to impersonate Tom Cruise.
Yes,
Stop
that's
trying
it.
to think he's Top Gun.
That's the normal sunglasses I wear though. You know, Fat Man Aviators. I've got a lot of different colors of them. Got a whole box of them over there. I'll show you one day if you ever come down. All right, real quick while I'm thinking of it too, our mod Lemming is wanting to know if there's any extra commands you guys are wanting for Twitch and YouTube. Right now, he said he did this exclamation Discord command because a few people were trying to do that for the giveaway they had last week. So that is now working apparently. So you guys can test that out for me if you wish. And yeah, he wants to know if there's any other little commands that you guys want that will help you out. I think I'll get rid of that real quickly just before we forget.
Yep. Worthwhile doing that.
All right, what do you want to go into first, Algared? What's taking your fancy?
Oh, let's have a look at the Antares. I haven't had a chance to have a look at the Antares because of work and life and everything else.
All right, cool. Well, I will get that loaded up in the background. Oh, Daily Noob's actually in Twitch chat too, so yeah, as well. So nice to see you, Daily Noob. Hope you're doing well. I did actually have your video come up in my feed, by the way. For the first time ever. I heard you talking about it, hadn't had a chance to see it, and then it actually popped up on my feed. So they are getting out there. People are actually getting to see them, bud. So yeah, good on you.
Well, at least Execute saw it.
I'll give you a bit of feedback, and I'll do it live just to embarrass you. You need a bit more pep in your speaky. You sound a bit bored when you're recording. That is my feedback to you. Because when I talk to you, you're usually really vibrant and yeah, welcome to my video. That's what it sounded like. So there's my feedback for you. But yeah, peppy la pew it up a bit, I think. And
so you need to have a bit more
yes,
modulation in your voice.
Yeah,
you need it's what do we call it?
But it picks up as you watch the video.
I can't even remember.
It's like he hasn't woken up at the start of the video, and as he goes through, he starts to wake up. So it's one of those videos. So yeah,
I imagine it's it's just the way people are. Like you just got to warm to the situation.
Yeah, well, we've had videos like that too that we've recorded, and we're just like, yeah, this ain't working. We better go back and do it. All right, I'm gonna try switching this over. Let's see how we go. While I'm loading.
It's working. It's working.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try and join you in PTU because I haven't updated the latest variant patch. So
fair enough. All right, it's rolled over.
It would take forever.
Okay. The exciting load screen hasn't changed. Actually, that's something I do wonder, actually, if they're going to update the menu screen at all, because we haven't had an update since Horizon, so it's like been like almost a year and a half now, so I reckon they will at some point.
Yeah, they'll do an update. They always do that picture update, load, stuff, yada, yada.
Yeah.
You
know what's going to happen?
I said,
You know what's going to happen though? Because I'm doing this live, it's going to do an infinite loading screen. I'm just willing to bet money on it.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens there. So.
Yeah. Because,
Oh no, there we go. We're in.
No loading screen.
Yeah. So, the Antares. I think the big surprise for me was the fact that they didn't give it a unique skin. So it essentially looks exactly the same as the Scorpius. That was surprising to me. I was expecting like a red skin or something like that because of the quantum dampener. Realistically though, at the moment it is no different from a Mantis or a regular EMP ship. It is exactly the same. And I don't quite know how I feel about there being the second pilot in the back or the second co-pilot to actually use the stuff, because they don't really do much. It is literally like mouse 1 and mouse 2, and that's it.
Do they have command of missiles at all? Does the Antares have missiles?
Yes, it does, but I still believe that's under the control of the pilot. So yeah, as I said, right mouse engages the charge of the MP and then sets it off. And mouse 1 turns the dampener on and off. The coolest part of the ship, as I'll show you, because obviously the turret's been removed, they've kind of like removed the track and they've kind of hollowed it slightly and put some things in there. So you can tell whenever they designed the ship, they knew that this variant was coming, I'm pretty sure. And so that back end is a modular type of thing they can swap out. Thank you, Ace Hambone, for the $10 super chat. Hello, Jensen. Thanks for the streams. You're most welcome. So yeah, basically that's what is taken out. and you basically have this really cool spine. I don't know what else to call it. Like, you know, in sci-fi tropes where you have like a metallic plated spine. So I've just been calling it the spine. But it basically, when it turns on, it does this really cool Mexican wave where on the Mantis, you've obviously got the spherical gyro thing. So they've taken that coolness factor and they couldn't put the gyro in because there probably wasn't enough space. So they did that instead. You gonna say something, Aaron?
No,
Nope.
I was just going to say, yep, it sounds like a cool little visual to add, but
Definitely.
does it really add anything to the ship? And
all right,
and that's your point. It doesn't.
All right, let me get off the ship first, guys. Yeah, I'm getting yelled at. I forgot to turn the bot on. As usual, I've forgotten something. And the funny, ironic thing was, Algared was trying to remind me before the show of all the shit I got to do, and I still forgot.
And we listed the bot and
yeah,
among the things to do. So yeah,
I'm just not organized as per usual. All right, and I even got up early today. All right, here we go.
Yeah, you did. I actually got up late today, so I'm feeling, I'm feeling it. I'm usually sitting there waiting and ready, and today it was
okay
to try and crack the cable.
Yep, there they go. They're coming in. Cool. I was starting to think it wasn't working. Yep, it's working. We're all good. All right, Algared, do you want to take a question? Is the bot running? Yes, it is. There's the first question done. Thank you, Dan Little 2010. All right, do another one, Algared.
Scott. How long do you reckon before 318 is actually playable? Ooh.
So we got an email from Tyler. Would have been about three. No, we got one about 3 hours ago. You're still planning to release 318 today. So that's the latest news we have from Tyler.
Yep. And we were speculating that Star Citizen Live will come out, and after Star Citizen Live, we expect them to launch the game. So we're expecting, and the reason we're saying that is we expect Star Citizen Live is on 318 and what's in 318.
Yeah, and things like the Antares and stuff like that. I think that's pretty much a given. Like, I'll be really surprised if they don't have the Antares in there this week.
Yeah. So that's our guess. That it's no insider information on that as to the actual time. It's just it's coming today, and that's our guess. Aurelis Indomitus has a question.
Yep.
What WB will be with 318 Live? What will be?
What war bond? What war bond?
What war bond?
I think it'll be the Antares and the Vulture is what I would be expecting.
If I was expecting any, I'd expect those two. Yeah.
Yeah, but last chance to get a Vulture at the original price type of thing, which we've seen before.
Yeah. So it literally is. But we know the Vulture's going up when 318 comes. So if you want a Vulture, if you haven't, or you're thinking of getting a Vulture, get in now before that price hike.
I think they don't. It's not it's not in the store at the moment, but it's been common with other ships though to do that type of thing. They go, we'll give you a discounted war bond. So yeah, from the outside, just looks like a normal Scorpius until you kind of really get to the back and you kind of realize this is the hollowing out part I was talking about.
Yeah.
So the whole track's kind of been taken out. You can kind of obviously see that must have been a modular piece, and that's how they've done it. You've got a few little extra lights here, and that's about it. But most of the stuff is up on top. Everything else is exactly the same. Even the skin, which is what blew me. I was like, why didn't you change the skin? Like, that's the only thing they've never really changed. So yeah,
I could see the skin being a deception, because if you got a whole pile of them coming at you, they all look alike. But just that's the only thing I can think of. It's squadron-y type colours rather than.
It's still got a bugged entry, as you just saw there, so it just threw me in. But yeah.
That's because the ground crew just tossed you in. You get in.
Yeah, probably.
If there's that spiny thing you were talking about.
Yeah, all right, engines are on, but yeah, so I'm going to take off in a bit. Yeah, so that's the spine and the EMP on top. There's nothing really groundbreaking about it, as in, looks wise. That's why I think it needs the skin. It really sets it apart. But as Algared said, they probably didn't want it to be differentiated, so you can't tell if it's a Scorpion. But also, when you click on its name, it's going to say Scorpion Antares. So,
and and you don't have a turret sitting on top either. So it's, in a sense, it's a smaller profile.
Yep.
It's got the turret taken out. It's got guts taken out of the back of the ship to make it look different. And yet, they've always said things like EMPs and stuff, chew up power and they have to be.
Well, you can run them.
wide,
You can run them. You can run them both at the same time, surprisingly. So yeah, it's also still, as you can see, got this ridiculously long boost that the Scorpius has. They haven't changed that. It does go a little faster though. About 1302 was max speed when I did this with Daily Noob the other day. So yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if it'd be a good racing ship for those who are racing.
Oh, too big for a racing ship, I think, with the wings.
The wings do make it more hazardous, but the fact that you don't have that turret sitting on top gives you a lower ceiling profile, I suppose. Although the X-wings probably stuff you. So.
I'm just trying to take out somewhere random.
It is a nice looking ship though.
Yeah, I can see why people love it.
It is the one thing with the Scorpius that really makes it stand out. It is just such a lovely looking ship.
Well, it's that iconic X-wing, isn't it? It all hits the feels of when we were kids, 100%, and they knew that.
Yeah, if it was a bit more boxy at the front, it'd scream.
I think that's why it doesn't, though. You know what I mean? Like if they'd done all that, they would have been in a bit of trouble.
Oh well, I was thinking if it was more boxy at the front, it would have been Star Fury from Babylon 5. But it is a nice looking ship. It makes for me, it's a ship that you go, I want it just because it looks good.
Yeah.
It might be a crap ship, but
well, for me, I go back to the Hurricane, and it almost makes me want a variant of the Hurricane. Now they've done a variant of this. But I almost wonder now too if they I fully believe they planned all this stuff in advance for this. Like they knew that X-wing, let's make a variant of it. I'm trying to think of how you could put a droid on this, and what would a droid version be in Star Citizen? Would it be like a drone, like a singular drone, something like that?
And where the back is, where the MP is, that little circle, perfect R2D2.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly where I was going. So yeah, you got to.
The second you're saying that, I was going, oh yeah, there he is, right there.
All right, so you got to power this on. That's new as well. The QD Eon is new. But normally you've just got to. Oh wait, it's always. Yeah, you got to turn these two on. So once they're turned on, right mouse now becomes EMP, and mouse 1 becomes QED. But I always have a lot of trouble turning the QED on when I'm in it on my own. So this is probably going to stuff me around. I'm going to try using this switch.
If you just look there, it looks like you may also have your missiles control. Because you've got missile access to weapons.
So there's the QED active. But it doesn't seem to be doing the spine thing. Weird. Okay. I knew something was going to go wrong. All right.
Well, while you're there, you want to see if you can access the missiles since you're when you go back.
All right. So where am I going? You want to go missiles?
Missiles?
No missiles.
No.
Yeah. No way. Well, it's not.
So no spiny wave mixing.
It's really weird.
You can see those little red lights on though.
Yeah.
Does that work on the other one rather than the dampener?
So you can turn the QD off with a button here.
Yeah.
But it doesn't want to turn on with mouse 1, which is really weird. Yeah, so the controls have even changed since yesterday, which is really strange. Yeah, and whatever they've changed since yesterday, there was a patch this morning, by the way, when I got up. Yeah, it's turned the spine off. So they've broken it. But yeah, if you
is
can see the plates there, they basically do like a Mexican wave. Essentially, the back one, the one that's facing the front of the ship, goes up first, and then it just does that in eccentric order, and so it looks like this ripple effect, and it looks really, really cool. It's the coolest looking thing about this ship, and I'm really disappointed I can't show you, quite honestly, because it was the best thing about it. But yeah,
but even just looking at that, the second I saw it, when you described it originally, I was thinking fins, and all the rest of it, and how it's doing the Mexican wave. And I knew you were talking the plates, but that I can actually see exactly how it would be working just based on what you were saying. So yeah, it's a
Oh wait,
lovely looking.
yeah, I pressed -1 that time, and had, do you hear that noise? Oh,
No, sorry.
I heard a noise and then it stopped. Oh well, no.
What about if you got the dampener on? Does that give you the wave effect?
Well, see how there's like a little red pulsing thing there? Yeah, I know you can't see it, but there's a little tiny red effect, just a little tiny one that turned on when I pressed the mouse. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know
I saw something.
whatever
It's
they've
like a little glow of light at the side, just very faint. I saw, but yeah.
Whatever they've done, they've changed something since the yesterday. So hopefully that gets fixed before release today, because yeah, as I said, it's not doing the ripple effects. But I don't know. I'm going to do a poll, Algared, because one of the things I would like to know, I don't know about you, is do you think it? I'm just going to ask the question right now before I type it. Is, do you think it needs a different skin? So do you think the
The answer to that is every ship needs a different skin. Every ship needs multiple skin.
And I mean that,
fairness.
but I mean that as the default, right?
Yeah.
And the reason I ask this is because, well, it just doesn't seem different enough to me. And I do get the name thing, but yeah, I don't know. Just I don't know. In my head, it just doesn't click correctly. So I've done a poll there on both Twitch and YouTube. Please let me know your thoughts. But yeah, is there anything else you want to see, Algared, of this, or you think we're done?
No, you can, and you can actually just see if you go slightly underneath, you can actually see that kind of red wave light. When
just in between the wings there.
This real little glow coming up underneath.
Yeah. EMP works flawlessly. Like it does the EMP like with absolutely no problem. But yeah, the QED, not so much.
And that's only the dampening device, and it doesn't pull you out of. It's not pulling you out of.
No, it's not.
It's
not a snare. It's just a dampener.
It's just stopping you enter.
I think so. So yesterday, those controls on that little screen, they were not there. It was all mouse controlled, and it worked really intermittently. And I think whatever they've done that has turned that control on, that it hasn't been synced up with the spine. So I think at some point they'll sync that up. But yeah, that's what's missing. So once they turn the animations with the spine on, I think this thing's essentially ready for release. But the other thing that's just weird. There's not enough to do back here, to be honest with you. It needs something else. Even if it had a camera or something, so you could at least look behind you, that would have been like, because like again, you could do this, right? You can look around, but you can't directly look back. It would have been nice to have like a rear view camera, and to be honest, there is space there for it. Like below, you could have literally just had a little box in there or something like that, and it's just looking backwards. But you know, I don't know. There's just something compared to the old Scorpius that you like. You know that thing that you and I have where with the Scorpius, the pilot just doesn't seem to give a shit about the turret gunner. He gives even less shits now about the co-pilot, you know. So it's deeper down that rabbit hole.
I could see if they're keen, if they're doing the role for we're trying to lock them down. That's about the only time he cares about what the gunner's doing, because the gunner's got the control of those devices. But if you're just going for pew.
Yesterday, really quick, when I got out, the dampener would stay on. So that's something else that's changed just since yesterday. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, so I was just saying that, it's just reinforcing what you were saying about the pilot of this not having to fix, because if you're just going pew, now you've got all the guns, so you're the only one who's doing anything. The only thing that matters is if you're trying to lock someone down, and then you've got to make sure, okay, get close enough for my gunner to be able to zap it, and then the gunner goes bang, okay, I've done my job.
So, if you had to guess price, Algared, where do you think this is going to land? Knowing the Scorpius is 240.
I think they'll go 250 because
I
put the QED is more expensive, so
it's definitely going to be more expensive because they want Scorpius owners to upgrade. At that price point, the jumps have been relative to $20, so my brain goes to 260, but I would agree with you. 250 to 260 seems pretty on par.
And I was just going 250 because it's a nice round figure. And
well, it's kind of scary because at 260 that makes this the same price as an MSR. And the thing is, it actually now breaks our rule of don't buy ships under $250 because I can't recommend this at that price.
No,
so it's getting harder and harder just to give you guys a blanket rule because there's now this massive overlap because you've got something as cheap as the Corsair, and then and then you've got other ships. So yeah, if it's basically it's gonna have to change back into sell your fighters, I think.
As a general rule, general rule is sell your fighters.
Yeah.
I know it sounds horrid, but when you're looking at the value of ships, and we're talking, when you're going for bang for buck, and you're trying to consolidate and work out what to do. That's the avenue you take. It's sell the melt the cheap stuff so you can get the more expensive stuff. I get those gameplay you want.
I do think this is a very good ship for the now, though. Like it really speaks to this current patch with the piracy and stuff like that. But if you are not really after a fighter and you've got a Scorpius, then this might be an upgrade path for you. It does give you a bit of, I don't know what you call it, technical combat or something like that. Like it gives you an extra edge in combat. But I'd hope it has a bit, like I'd like it to get EMP missiles or something like that, or at least an option for them, down the road. Right now, for me, it doesn't grab me. It's definitely a bit interesting. I just like a bit more depth to my ships. And again, I'm more also, I have to say, probably like you, Algared, a bit more of an industrial player. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I've never really been much of a fighter jock, and and I know there'd be people who say, that's why you guys say sell your fighters all the time. And and I suppose in a sense there is, but then we apply that, the reason we started that 250 rule as a thing was because we were saying, well, there are ships that, the starter industry ships fall into that same category. They're ships we would say don't, if you're looking at consolidating, then they're generally not the ship we'd say keep. We'd say melt them and get the bigger ship because often that bigger ship gives you the grind to get that bigger ship is going to be so much more than what it is for the smaller ship, and you can do so much more in them.
Hey, Mr. Nuberfire. Nuberfire's in Twitch chat. How you doing, buddy? So it was 57% of people on Twitch said yes, and it was 67. It just changed to 67 on YouTube. So it's still over half. People think that it needs a custom skin for the Antares, and I'm inclined to agree. I don't know what it was. It just doesn't. Even if it was like black and blue rather than grey and blue, it just needs a slight differentiation, and it just doesn't quite have it. But it does have that utility combat feel to it, and so if I was doing combat, it is a fighter that I would possibly look at myself.
Now, the pilot doesn't have any control of that device.
No, none whatsoever. So but it's just. Sorry, do you still get control of the gun turret and the Scorpius? I think you do from memory, but like, so it is kind of a downgrade if you don't have the Scorpius. But yeah, I don't know. Someone will remind me in chat. You still got control of the turret when there's no gunner in it, don't you? From memory, but I could be wrong. I haven't flown the Scorpius in a while, so I only retain it if I keep using it, and that's why Algared and I remember so much about this game. We're always constantly chewing through it. So if it's something that we haven't used in a while, we forget it. That's just how it works, unfortunately. All right, I'm gonna log out of this real quick. Just back over. There we go. All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed that kind of our first impressions. Algared hasn't actually had a chance to fly it, as he said, but that's probably his first look as well there. I think that the takeaway is our usual takeaway. We're getting a bit like broken records at this point, Algared. but yeah, like it is a ship that I think we definitely need more kind of e-warfare in that vein. But the thing I'd chuck back to you, Algared, and I think you would agree with me, is I think there are bigger ships to come, and I think they're going to be start to be the sweet spot. You know, especially because they've said they're going to put EMPs in capital ships. You know, but like the question I chuck it out to you, if say there was a Connie variant that had like that would be appealing to me. You know, like all men on turret plus you got a QED, like holy crap burger. That would be amazing.
Take out the and would I want the turret to be that the EMP to be controlled by a different player than the pilot? Probably, but then you also want, maybe the engineer does it.
Yeah.
So you got someone who's actually doing the engineering and fixing things, because you run your EMP, that's going to break things. So your engineer's got to be there managing it and managing the power output, so you're not screwing everything else up. And
so
that could be good gameplay.
So
there was also someone in chat, Sketch Therapy said you can't use the turret.
And that's what I was about to say. Lemming said exactly the same thing. So that really does put them on par with each other. Thank you for guys letting us know that. So I think it comes down to if you have the Scorpius, are you more of a utility? So if you're not the best PvPer, but you are playing with a group of other people and they could use that utility, absolutely, that's an option. Like if you've already got the Scorpius, I think that is that they're the people that are interested in the ship. If you are budget savvy, for me, it wouldn't be where I go personally. Again, because we're very budget conscious here. We're always trying to get you guys to get your dollar to go further. So, and again, remember, everything we say here is generalized advice, right? So, if you came in here and you told me I am the ultimate combat pilot, then we would talk about it, And again, I think at this point, Algared, we've kind of proven that with Fix My Fleet, we do tailor very specifically when we do that. So yeah,
I know people often don't believe it because they watch Fix My Fleet and it's always, where's your Crucible? Where's your Endeavour? but those ships are just because of their price point. They're just ships will always recommend. But yeah, we do actually try to tailor it specifically for the individual.
General Desperados in chat. Jen, are you off to work today? I'm just curious. Let me know if you're off to work today. Otherwise, you could have joined us today if you want. You slack ass. Yeah. But it's entirely up to you. But I'm assuming you're about to go off to work. No, and
if you're not going off to work, feel free to jump in.
Yeah.
And we'll put you on the voice in the void.
Hey, Noobifier. Oh, so good. There's two noobs in chat, so they're both getting talked to, or think they're both. So there's Daily Noob and Noobifier, so they're both responding to me. I like that.
I think it's just easily Daily Noob is just daily.
Yeah, we'll have to differentiate now. There's too many noobs.
And Noobifier being the first is noob. So, yeah.
Oh, Jen's working right now. So you work just as hard on stream as you do off stream, Jen. Good to know.
Oh,
good to know. God,
that's hard.
He doesn't do any work at all, does he? He's totally slack.
Yeah, it's only 6:30 in the morning for him.
Yes.
Yeah. Why should anyone be working now?
Oh, that almost writes itself. The cult Daily Noob saying, Noobifier, we should start a cult. The cult of the noob. Oof. It's like cult of the lamb. Cult of the noob. Yes. All right. Let's take some questions, Algared, and we'll move on while we wait for our ISC now at this point. Yeah.
Or the drop.
Yes.
Okay, so let's have a look. We had Dan Little. We did that one. We've done that one. We've done Aurelius Indomitus. And so we're back to Dan Little. And what is your favorite set of light, medium, and heavy armor?
Oh, those red ones for sure.
Yeah, execute these red ones.
Yeah, I and I got so sick of losing them, like, because you obviously got a pool of credits that I play. We've got over the years for the shows and stuff. So I brought 5 sets of them, Algared. That's how annoyed I was getting at losing them. So now I've got 5 sets of the same armor, which is really bad of me. But I really like the look of that armor. It speaks to me. The heavy armor, the green military one, the heavy suit. They made a black and red version of that, and it's mostly black. It's the only one of the armors that comes with an undersuit, believe it or not. And yeah, so it's mostly black with a little bit of red. That's my color scheme. So you'll see that a lot with my red everywhere. So yeah, I got black. Not that you can see my room, but I got a black and red mat. I got a black and red mouse pad. The Gallic Solar's black and red. My bowls are black and red for my my plates and bowls. So I didn't realize it until just one day I asked what my colors were, and I went, oh, shit, it's black and red. And it was everywhere. So
didn't you when you got those that headset with the plug-in cord, didn't you get a red cord?
No, I ended up getting a blue one because they didn't have red, so I went Inforunners blue. So if I can't get red, I
You
go blue.
complained. I think you complained that
That's what
there
it
was
was.
no red.
Yeah, I think the closest was pink at the time. And I'm like, no, I'm just gonna get the blue one. So yeah.
But
yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't have a favorite. I 9 times out of 10 because I'm sick and tired of
You wear the
of
admiral
dying or
suit.
losing them.
You wear the admiral suit a lot. I see you walking around using the admiral suit. Admiral Algared. He walks around in that quite a bit. I've seen that a few times.
In armor, I just wear.
Oh, it's not
another
armor. It's clothing, but you do wear
clothing.
Like I'll see you working around Hurston in
the big great coat.
Yeah, or you'll be
fancy
working.
does.
Yeah, but you'll be working around in the admiral suit. I've seen you do that a few times. And I tell you, your avatar looks a lot more like you than mine does look like me. Put it that way. I normally play as a female, so you play looking like yourself though.
Yeah, well, you know, I play as me. I try. I do. In most games, if I'm doing it, if you've got character control, I do always try to do a me look. Call it. I don't know.
Well, until they get the beards in, Algared, I can't do the space hobo look. So yeah.
Yeah. And I can't do a proper old man Hurston look. So
yeah. All right. Who's the next one?
All right, next question.
The cause. Can the pilot use the EMP and dampen it in the Antares? No, we kind of did answer that, but no, you can't.
We did ask that, and it's been answered. So
yeah.
And that was a good question, and it has been answered. But yeah, like I think that does make it slightly different. The question I'd have about the Antares, which is probably relevant, is which would you say is the better EMP dampener ship? Because we've now got 3 or 4 of them. We've got the Warlock, which is just an EMP. We've got the Hawk, which is has an EMP.
Yep.
We've got the Blue, which has got a dampener. We've got the trying to think.
See you, Jen.
The not the Razor, the Raven that's got some EMPs, I think. We've got the Mantis with the Quantum. And then we've got the Scorpius with both. Is that right?
Yep. I think the only other, I don't know if you said it because I was doing 2 things at once. You know what I'm like. Did you say the Sentinel? Because the Sentinel's going to lose the EMP. Yep.
I didn't say the Sentinel.
Yep. So the Sentinel's got it currently, but it's going to go to EMP missiles. The other, I think the other one I'll chuck in there just because the missiles is the Defender, because the Defender's got EMP missiles as well. So I think that's kind of EMP. I think we can kind of count those, but you tell me if you don't want to count those, that's fine.
So if you're, I don't mind counting them because but I think there's something that most ships will be able to equip, but they come with them standard.
Yep. But they're really strong though, aren't they? Like, because if you've got to line up and charge at the same time an EMP, as opposed to you take the EMP to them and it hits them and then detonates, if that missile hits, that's way stronger than, you know, so it's a hit and miss. So it's like a risk versus reward gameplay, because if they can dodge the missile, you get nothing. But if you hit them, you are far more likely to disable them. So
I wouldn't be surprised if it does more damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't even reckon it's damage. I think it's just it's probably smaller, but because it's right on them, more damage, as you said, is in more likely to disable. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now
that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah. Cool. We're on the same page. It's just that I worded it differently in my head. So yeah. But yeah. So at the end of the day, I think the missiles are going to be the stronger beast, and that really changes the Defender for me in a lot of ways. Sentinel Defender, I think we're waiting for them to bear fruit, in short, because they've got gameplay that is missing. Like, I still don't quite understand how the 2 seats are going to work in the battle anymore. Like, it was originally pitched as a sniper ship, and because they've now got rid of the tachyon beam stuff, how does that work now? So, yeah, I think that's the ship they're going to have to come back to. Anyway.
And it's a frustration, because then you've got the ships like if you look at the Defender, the way the Defender was as a sniper ship with those tachyon beams, that's very much like, as I think back, it's very much like the Abomination from Crusader, the Ares and
it's like, what the hell is he talking about? The Abomination. You know, that'd be a good name for it, actually. A variant. The Abomination. Ares Abomination. Yeah, I like that.
The area of
Made by
abomination.
Old Man Hurston in collaboration with Hurston. Crusader was that's the abomination.
But with their big weapon, which is a sniper weapon, that they were kind of parallel, and they're not. But the other thing with the Defender is that second gunner was, shield generation, and he'd have been controlling that EMP and the EMP missiles. And in a sense, it's a bit like the Antares. So you got the Defender kind of being a crossover between the Antares and the Crusader ships. So there's at least 2 ships that have that. But yeah.
I think I've just made the abomination in my head. It's a size 7 tractor beam on the Ares that's been jerry hacked onto it, and it's like, have you ever seen this guy Stitches from? Oh, I'm showing my age here, but from World of Warcraft, we've got Stitches. Do you know who he is at all? And he throws the hook and he pulls people in. Reminds me, and he's an abomination. That's what came into my head was Stitches when you said abomination.
Yeah.
So yeah, he just grabs people and pulls them with the Ares, but he's got no guns. He's just like, Stitches want to play. He just grabs people. So
Does he throw the I know that's World of Warcraft. I was thinking one of the other games, but yeah. But yeah, so
all right, we've really tangented on that question, but yeah.
But based on what we were saying in terms of the ships that have the QED or the dampener, the Antares probably is the best one at the moment in terms of because it's got both of them together.
Yeah, and the other thing is you get combat. Look at the Mantis, right? You've got no combat at all. That thing, it's like so undergunned. And I think it is really obvious now to me, like because in the files, they found an EMP Mantis, right? So if you lower the QED requirements and it drops to an EMP, you've got more power, right? So in my brain, it's an upgunned. So we're going to essentially getting a combat version of the Mantis. I think that's what we've got coming. Now, I could be completely wrong, but it is in the files. So the way my brain works, as I said, you lower the power requirements of the QED just to an EMP. Therefore, you've got more power for guns. So,
and while that makes perfect sense, and I agree with that, my mind goes, but then this new ship, the Antares, it's not as big as the Mantis, so it's got less power available anyway.
I think you'll be surprised, Algared. Size-wise, it's bigger. I think it might be bigger, and it's at a higher price point, and I think it's got larger components as well. But don't quote me on that. I think it does. My thinking though was if they do make an EMP Mantis, right, is technically that's lower power requirements and cheaper than EMP. So I wouldn't expect to be 150. I'd expect that to be like 140, 130. So if they bring it out and it's more expensive, why would you give away do you know what I mean? And when it goes down to an EMP and guns, it starts to compete with the Warlock. So like this thing's got to it's got to outgun the Warlock, but it costs a lot more, and you've got the Cutlass in between there as well. So it might it's clearly very quickly an EMP Mantis is not a good value proposition as well. So yeah. Oh, there you go. So Nubify's clarified for you. He said Mantis is a single small and Scorpius is dual medium. So there's a big difference in components.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, that's a big difference. So massive difference, quite honestly. So yeah, I thought that's how it would be.
That's the complete opposite of what I was expecting as well. Because the Mantis feels like a bigger volume ship.
Yep.
Mainly because you got the walk around interior, whereas I suppose fighters, just because you're just in the cockpit of a gunner seat, they always feel smaller.
Yep. So
thanks, Nubify.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, next question. Yeah, go for it.
Is Pulsar Prime.
Hey, Costa, nice
what
to see
does
you, man.
Pilot?
He's a content creator. Sorry, that's what I was just saying. All right, yep, cool.
Okay, well, thank you.
We saw him. We actually saw him at the Content Creator Summit. He was there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the names blur into one after a while. I'm hopeless with my students, let alone people I see once online.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Does the co-pilot have access to the power triangle in the Antares?
Good question. Don't have an answer for you. That was one thing I didn't check. But you didn't have access to the missiles. I would assume based on other ones that you probably do, but I can load it back up if you really, really desperately want an answer. Yeah, I guess I can do that in the background, Algared, while we take questions. I
Yep.
will go have a quick
Yep.
look. Why not? Not going to hurt.
At 6:13,
Hmm.
Void Dude asked, "What time is it down under?" And it's currently 6:45
Yeah, right now.
a.m.
Oh, Void Dude was actually
Uh,
on with Space Tomato this week, and I dropped in, but they didn't see me because he was using Restream. So when I said hello, all my highlighted messages were gone. But yeah, they were having a good old time. Voidy and Space, they had a great time. So yeah, Space is telling me this week that he wants to do a lot more streams with other content creators. So we might have to get you in there at some point, Algared, and you can go around with Space and do some shenanigans. You'll have to give him the
I'll have to
890
do that
jump
sometime.
tour, the tour of Hurston. I think that'd be kind of funny. Drag Space around.
Old man Hurston showing the joys of a beautiful landscape of Hurston. When you get past, I got to admit, when you get past those rubbish piles and you get into the savannah area where we've got, it appears you've got all those eucalypts. To me, it's like, oh.
Okay, so Lemming just checked. He's obviously he says you can access the Antares, but you cannot adjust it. So you can go to the screen, but you can't move it. Is what he's saying there. So that'll answer that question for you. All right.
That saves you having to go into the background.
Now we're getting people arguing in Twitch chat about the size of components. So I don't know. We'll see. But I think the agreement we can come to is it would logically dictate that the Scorpius has bigger components than the Mantis, which was my point, right? So at the end of the day, like one of the things that you'll remember if you think back, guys, John Crew said a lot of the ships are based on the size of their components. That's their price. So you would have to assume $150 versus $240. The $240 has got some bigger components, at least somewhere along the line. So I think we'll no fighting. Stop fighting. Kids, go to the corner. Stop fighting. Anyway, sorry.
I don't like when the children fight.
Yeah, where's Badges when we need him? But anyway. All right. Can old man Hurston say half sack is much cooler than you?
No. Let's see if I can get this. Now. Half sack is trying to say that he's much cooler than you. Well, that is a matter of opinion, and you just got to make sure you're doing things right and looking after everybody. There you go. Actually, no. Half-Sack, have you signed your workers' contract yet with Hurston Dynamics? Now, if you have, I would definitely say you're much cooler than Execute. There you
go. Keisha's asking in Twitch chat, is it Christmas today? Yeah, so the last news we had, which was about 3 hours ago from Tyler Wilkin, is that 318 is still planned for today. Next question is by Jose Algared, who says, will either of you be buying the Antares? Now, I know I'm not, but Algared has a...
I struggle with
we need Batgirl here.
I struggle with an intervention.
We need Batgirl here for
no, because with Batgirl, it's not an option.
But
rehabilitation is not an option.
So are you going to upgrade one that you've got, or you? If I was to educate you, what I'd say? I'd say just pick up a CCU.
I would like to think I'll just buy a CCU. The problem is when you buy a CCU, you hang on to it because you don't know if you're going to use it. But then if you want to fly it, you need to actually have the ship. So, will I buy one? I don't know.
Knowing you, Algared, I actually think you'd be better with the Antares than the Scorpius. It's more into your style. Like me, you're more into the utility than you're into the actual combat. So that's where my mind goes.
My problem with it is the fact that for both of them, you need for both of them, you really need a gunner. You need a second crewman to actually get the use of it. And if I'm going for an extra gunner, for me, well, I suppose you're right because the Scorpius.
I'd fall back to
have a Hurricane.
Exactly. So if you've got the Hurricane and a Scorpius, I'd turn this in the Antares and then lose the Scorpius.
And that way you've got you've still got the dual play with the Hurricane.
Yep.
Which for want of another thing, I still think it craps all over the Scorpius in terms of usability, not necessarily looks. But the Antares has that gameplay that no other ship has.
I have to interject. Half Sack just said all signed, and I'm one of those pesky uwu girls.
No. If you're with uwu, you're not. being a good Hurston worker, you know, that's the United Workers Union. They're the guys who toss people out of ships, and yeah, you don't want to hang out with those guys. They're nasty. Yeah. Okay.
Lemming does ask a bit of a question. He's not doing it directly at us, but he actually says, my big question is, can you eventually slave the EMP to the pilot? And my hope would be, with the way the complexity of the MFDs work, I would hope eventually almost any function could be mapped to elsewhere. And they've said that in the past, haven't they, Algared, that they eventually want you to be able to have that level of functionality. So I think a lot of the stuff we see right now, like with the pilot and stuff, I think that is temporary. I think you will eventually be able to solo that ship. Whether that comes with restrictions and whatever, because I don't see that as power creep. I really don't, because you're essentially giving up. Because let's be honest, there's going to be a benefit to having two people, and there's a negative, because you obviously need two people. That's 50% more people. But the other thing is, it allows you to concentrate on more things. You get an advantage. Like I said, if they had a camera facing backwards on that thing, you could all of a sudden, like, you could literally break and time, EMPs. There's a whole bunch of stuff you could do in that would change how you use that ship. You could bait people into things, a whole bunch of shit.
And the second you're able to look backwards, if you've got missile control, that means you're firing missiles backwards, which is huge. Now, talking solo ships, I was doing a little bit of Googling during the week.
Yep.
And I went back and had a look at the question and answer on one of our favorite ships, the Crucible. And in the Q&A, they specifically said one of the reasons for the rotating restaurant setup in the Crucible was that it was actually designed as to be able to be used solo. It's an 8-man ship, but they actually said solo gameplay.
That kind of scares me.
that scared the crap out of me. And they did also say it's got lots of access points, so you can, because you want to be able to get in and out quickly. So that means lots of places for pirates to get in, but it's a ship that they made with an intention of being able to be used solo.
I did have a video that I was half tempted to play, right? But me and Algared have gone through this thing where every video we've played in the last while on this stream has got us demonetized for the stream. So, like that song we played a couple of weeks ago, it completely claimed the whole channel. So the whole episode. So we were just like, well, we're trying to, promote the guy, and he claims the whole video. So I'm not being. I don't want.
In fairness to him, it wasn't him, was it?
It was some representative. Yeah, some service that he'd sign up to that was automatically doing it on him. But Piggles actually linked me a video called "How to Kit a Carrack for Free." So one step above the $95 one. And yeah, I'll link it to you, Algared. And I might even link it in chat actually. But yeah.
Good morning.
Is that where you board someone else's carrack and shoot them?
Yeah, I haven't watched this video at all, but I'm assuming that's what it is. I'm assuming it's something like you steal someone else's thing. But it literally is, there you go. There's a video I linked it to you called "How to Get a Carrack for Free." I'm assuming, having not watched it, that it is stealing one. So I was thinking at the start, wow, I get it for free. But that, knowing Piggles, that's probably why it's like that. You're probably right. So yeah, I'll watch that, and then I'll, if it is legit, as in like how to get one for free to keep, so to speak, I'll probably do a community post on it. But yeah.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Zach Knox, it is good morning for us, not evening. So but thank you for the greeting to both Execute and I
wouldn't call it good. It's too early for good.
Yeah, well, it's the polite thing to say.
Yeah. So Star Jump Grim also did a new show this week on the Kraken. And I thought he was lying all the way through the episode. I was like, this guy's full of shit. He's got his stats wrong. I actually had to go check up a few things. So he'd actually really done his homework. And I actually had to go check a few things. And he was right. There were some things that I had really wrong about the Privateer, especially. And it actually has changed my mind on the Privateer quite a bit. Because I thought it had 5 shops total. Turns out it's got 10.
Yeah.
And that is a shitload more than I actually thought it had. So
Yeah.
I don't know how I got to 5, but yeah,
I
I've
don't know how you
obviously
got to 5 either.
yeah.
I don't know how you got to 5 either because
Yeah.
it's nine little ones and then the specialist one, which is kind of a secure place. So
yeah. So now now I've watched Star Jump's thing. I'm kind of like shit. Might have to get that privateer out of buyback. So yeah, I might be upgrading the Kraken to a privateer. I don't know. Yeah, it's changed my mind on it quite a bit because we've not, you know, we've kind of talked people out of getting a privateer because it wasn't worth the $350. But now with 10 shops, like that really changes it for me. So I've obviously remembered something wrong there, and yeah, that's bad of me.
I always look at it in terms of depending on what someone's want. If they're after the shop type setup, if they're after being merchants, then the privateer is better. But if you're just after a carrier and you're thinking, oh well, the privateer is not bad because it gives me the ability to supply, you know, my friends or whatever with shops and stuff. But disadvantage is the shops take up your cargo space and your fuel space. So that's refuel, you know, that's the ability to refuel and repair and rearm fighters and the ships that land on you is diminished.
Yeah.
And that's always...
Yeah, so I was just going to say, my kind of recommendation now with the Kraken is the normal Kraken is the more combat orientated one, and if you look at the Kraken versus the Idris, the Kraken is now kind of like between that and the privateer, and then the next step towards industry is the privateer, because obviously if you're moving more into shops, you're moving more into the selling of goods and stuff like that, so you're instantly moving more towards industry. So that's kind of, I think, my takeaway now is when we are doing the fix my fleets, if someone is very industry based, I'm going to go privateer, and if they're wanting support cover, kind of like a military cover but still industrial, that's the Kraken, and then, you know, more towards cargo again is more towards combat again is. So we've now got 3 options essentially. It really changed what I thought about it, Grim. I'm not going to lie, I totally got the stats wrong on that, and I was like, holy shit, I really fucked up here. But I haven't looked at the Kraken stuff in a really long time. So yeah, I think Algared would kind of agree with, well, I don't know. Algared tends to cover the big ships and I tend to cover more of the small ones. And yeah, that's just how it is because most people are dealing with the smaller ships.
I got to be honest, when you said, oh, I thought it had 5 shops. Where'd you get 5 shops from? You know, I've always had more. Even from day one, it had 10. And my frustration was the Banu Merchantman was originally like 1 or 2, and you're going, the Banu Merchantman is the trading race's key ship.
Yeah.
And a UEE ship that's come along with more shops on it. Come on, what's going on here? You know, it didn't, to me, it logically didn't make sense. So I was always glad that the Banu Merchantman increased its shops. But
yeah,
one thing I could think of for the privateer is that if we get to the point where we can choose the shops it in, I could imagine having a shop that buys resources, buys the ore, buys the, you know, so you could actually say, yeah, I want to be buying this. And so you could have people dropping off stuff and you just set it at a low price and then you go and either refine it or go sell it. So
for me, Algared, the option I'd really want is a customization between the two. So if you only wanted 5 shops, you could only, you know, so you could still retain a lot of cargo. Because that's the sweet spot. Halfway between the two, like even if you could just have 1 shop and then all cargo would be amazing, right? Because then you could just, you could actually sell what you've got. You only need, and if you've only got 1 type of cargo, you could just keep loading it into the shop and selling it. You know what I mean? So yeah, for me, for me, the sweet spot is somewhere between the two. And yeah, I think that's
that is
dream.
what you would get if you get full variant control. And yeah, I would. That is
well, because you might want to keep your Dragonfly Bay. And by the way, I do have to remind you that, and this is not just you that I'm reminding, is it's not just Dragonflies. It takes all manner of small vehicles. It says in the thing. So that might not just be Dragonflies. Like that. What if it is? Well, what's a small vehicle to you? So I would say Cyclone is technically small. You know. So does that?
Yeah.
I wonder how big they are. So we'll have to wait and see how that works. And you got to remember, it's 2 shops worth of stuff.
I wondered whether it was all the snub ships, all the ships that were originally snub ships. So
Merlins,
85X's, Merlin,
100%. Yeah.
Archimedes, even the C8X. You know, those ships were all originally back in the day billed as being snub ships. So if they all are ships that work in that hangar, like there's just so much versatility. But again, we're going to have to wait because.
Well, I don't think it'll be the last capital ships we see. I am fully expecting, and I don't know if, you know, we could do a poll on this too, right? If you want. But I would expect when all is said and done, there is at least one capital for every single manufacturer. So right now we've got 2 from Aegis. Wait, is he just is? Oh God, I'm having a brain fart. It is Aegis, isn't it? It is. It is. So we've got 2 from Aegis, and we've got 1 from Drake. That's still what, 5 or 6 different manufacturers. So you got Anvil. I'm not going to list them all. You know, Argo. You can go through all of them, and you can quickly tell if you have them at different sizes. Like we know there's no battle. What's the one? The one so battle. What's the one we're missing? As in the size?
The battleship?
Yeah, it's like halfway between.
Cruiser?
Yeah, battle cruiser. That's it. It's halfway between those two. So that'll, you know, $2,500 price point, somewhere in there. You know, we're missing a whole different class of those, but you know, and it can go down as small as the Polaris. And I almost think that you could have one between the Polaris and the Aegis, quite honestly. But you get the point really quickly, is if you start to move into utility, combat, and a few other things, there is room there for another five or so ships. Or whatever, you know, one per manufacturer type of thing, you know?
Well, you even look, at the moment we've got the Origin one, we've got in-game, we've got the, you know, so that's really the only capital we've got in-game, but the Banu Merchantman is a capital ship, effectively, so that's the Banu. So, you know, you've got... So there's lots.
Yeah, no, you're right. I would agree with you. The Merchantman is one from... So just there in chat on our screen, Algared. Greycat, so Feathers says Greycat Capital. I think the thing I would add to that is more likely the profound manufacturers or the bigger ones. So not to burst Algared's bubble, but I wouldn't expect to see a Kruger capital ship as an example.
No, I wouldn't expect to see a Kruger capital ship.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see smaller ships from them.
Yeah, so actually, I'll chuck this one back in.
And even more weapons from them.
The Endeavour, I reckon, might be the capital from MISC, as an example.
Yeah, well, that's right. And even though RSI built the Bengal and they built other ships, I think the ship we'll have is the Orion.
That's really true. I didn't think of it like that. The Bengal is technically a capital ship, so RSI's got one as well. Yeah, you're totally right.
Well, they've also got the Orion.
Yeah,
as well. And that'll be the player-owned one, and the Bengal's kind of the one that we fight over.
100%. Yeah, 100%. But you get where I'm going though. Like I think there's room there for some bigger capital ships from other manufacturers, and it really does make your mind start to wander, because right now, let's be honest, there's a real besides the Kraken's a bit supporty, but they've still got a combat element. All the big ones have some kind of combat element, and they're all very carrier based. Like they all, you know, even the Javelin's got a medium pad and stuff like that. So I wonder where we could go with things like that. I do think, you know, we've got the bigger carrier in the Kraken, and the Liberator's the small one, so there's still a medium there. So maybe something like Argo or Crusader is a smaller capital ship that is a carrier, you know, so you can start to see the utility pretty quickly. You know, and you've got to lean into their manufacturing roles. But one thing that we're starting to see, you'll have to agree, there's been some ships that really break the mold in the last 2 years. Like the one that's obvious to you and me is the Cutter really broke the mold. But then, you know, so you'll get a thing that everything has been like right down the line with this, and then it just curveballs really hard. You know, like that ship is completely anti-Drake, as in like Drake's thing is no armor, upgunned. That thing is undergunned and up armored, which is the opposite of everything they do. So I like that though. I like that they're breaking out of these shackles of law, so to speak, and they're mixing it up a little bit. And I wonder, you know, what happens if you get well, that came out last week too, by the way, so we could talk about that. Really good tangent. MISC Fury was dropped. Just random throwaway line. Mr. Noobify, if you're still watching, you did miss that in your summary, by the way, which really blew, but most people missed it. At around about the 29-minute mark, I think it is in the ISC live that they did last week, he's just talking about what people are working on, and he just goes, oh, and such is working on the MISC Fury, and then just goes on. And like, if you aren't listening for it, you'll completely miss it. And so again, if like Fury to me is like the word Ares. It sounds like a combat ship, and if you're making a combat ship from Misk, that is another curveball because they're the high tech industrial. So you know, and I spent a bit of time looking up the word Fury. The only thing I could actually see that going to is an industry ship is that there was an example of how a Fury can be like the Fury of the Storm, of a gathering storm. So I could see it as a gathering vehicle, but it doesn't quite click for me as a. Did you see that as a gathering vehicle? But I just don't see the Fury working as well.
I could see it as being a maybe a refinery type ship where you're gathering all the resources to refine them into stuff.
I actually thought salvage vehicle. Gathering, collecting salvage was where my mind went, and Fury kind of does work. You've got the Vulture, the Reclaimer, and a Fury, but I think it's got to be a fighter because remember a couple of years ago, there was a leak about a Misk fighter, and it got shelved.
And Misk do have a combat ship because the Freelancer Misk is a military version,
and that's one of their oldest ships too. So it's not outside their warehouse completely. But I spent a bit of time during the week looking at the Misk ships, and I have to think. You correct me. This is my opinion, so feel free to destroy me. I think it's going to be Razor-like. That's the aesthetics that I go towards. So a fighter that kind of looks a bit like the Razor. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? If you had speculation.
I think if you look at the Misk ships and you look at their military focused ships, you've got the Razor, which is kind of their interceptor. There is that kind of stealthy one, which is interception, and then you've got the Freelancer Misk, and that's it. They're the only combat-y type ships. So I'd like to think of a fighter would be more Razor-esque if it's a fighter, because the Misk is the Freelancer's not a fighter. It's a hauler that's been revamped.
They could do something. They could do something really interesting.
They could do a meld between them.
Yeah, so you kind of got like an armored Razor is where my brain's starting to go now that you've kind of put that thought in my head. That could be really interesting. So
I'd like it to be somewhere in between. So a bigger version of a Razor, but I'd expect if it's an actual fighter to have more of those Razor-esque lines. But if it's more, they're in to have more Freelancer lines.
The other thing that I start to think of is what if it's more towards EMP, it's, the QED, the E-warfare type of thing, and the Fury starts to, that Storm thing I was talking to come back in.
That ties in with the Fury. And if you're doing something like that, I would expect it to be more Freelancer-ish than Razor-ish.
So I'm just going to stop you right there. So I've thought about this all week, and talking with you for 5 minutes is totally this is why Algared and I and all that we talk in a group, because it just pulls things out you would not normally see. So yeah, I hope you understand why we do things in a group now, because it bears fruit every single time. But yeah, so
you just tossed out everything you thought of.
Yeah. Well, it does. As soon as you run shit through someone else's head, it bears fruit. So Algared's just changed my mind twice over in 5 minutes. So like that's why we do the things why we do it in a group like this, because it just
execute off. You often joke that it never happened.
No.
You often joke that it does, but it is a constant thing. You often change my mind, and vice versa as we're talking and discussing things.
Well, yeah. Even so, I was talking this week with Loken and Paul, and I said to Loken, I said, eventually you'll understand what I mean by this. But I've had every single Inforunner has changed my mind on something at some point. And that's just the benefit of the group mentality. So, and he's fairly new to us still, but me and Paul had a big discussion with this speaker about his YouTube channel. So, and Space weighed in on that as well. So yeah, so we're just helping him out with that, obviously being the new member in the group, but yeah, but that's the benefit of working together, or helping each other out. And, it's born a lot of fruit over the years. Even people that are not inside the Inforunners group, like I've worked with Grim in the past, and working with Daily Noob, and most of the content creators we get out there and work with, they're really quite friendly. There's very few that are adversarial, and I think I could probably count 2 or 3 on my hand, and that's it. So most of this community is top notch. So yeah,
it is one of the things I do like about the Star Citizen community. and maybe it's just because I avoid where it's a bit acidic.
Yeah.
But
I definitely get out
it
and
does
about a bit
seem to
more than
be
out and
yeah,
about a bit more
maybe,
than you. But yeah, I got the time to.
yeah.
So yeah.
But it does feel a very welcoming and
Yeah.
friendly and open community. And certainly when you're in game, the number of times someone says, "Oh, has anyone got a, I'm thinking of getting a ship. Anyone got a ship I can look at?" And 9 times out of 10, someone says, "Yeah, whereabouts are you?" And if they're within a jump, "Yeah, look, I'll come over and reserve a ship for you, and you can take it for a spin." So
ISC is out, by the
um,
way, Algared, so we can move on to that very shortly.
yep,
Design Brief
all right.
Engineer, Journey to 4.0. So it's another, oh, I hope this is not one of the experiment ones, because that's what it feels like. And boy, that was terrible. Right, we'll see what happens there.
Well, I do know that from the live show that we did later, the big the hour-long show, after that first episode, Disco had a lot of feedback that was saying we don't like that, and he
Yeah,
said, "Yeah, I'm taking that feedback on board." So
yeah,
hopefully,
yeah.
um, anyway, another
Quelso,
question.
real quick before we move on, Quelso Prime in Twitch said, "I see a fighter that looks like a Razor. I'll end up racing it instead of fighting it with it." Man, that could be really cool. A fighter that has going back to something like the Zion Scout, So we have a fighter variant and a racing variant. They've actually have talked about that in the past, haven't they, Algared? There's a 3D model you can get of the Zion Scout, and it's like black and yellow. That's a racing variant.
Yep.
So after all these years, I think eventually when they come back around to the Scout, we will actually get a racing variant of that. But
In fact, I think that ship comes from the story on the Murray Cup,
yes.
and the Zion guy actually flew, if I remember, flew his kind of scout ship. It was kind of there. Which this interestingly ties in with the next question from Mood235, which is Warbond on racing ship, perhaps.
I think if we don't get war bonds, we'll definitely get a sale on some. I think that is, especially with the one I got a few Algared, the Emerald Merlin. I think with St. Patrick's Day around the corner. So yeah, I got one of those off Algared recently. So yeah, he's great for things like that. Hey Algared, got one of those for me? Yay, go bang!
Well, sometimes I've got them. Sometimes I don't.
So yeah,
but yeah, I would love to see Warbond on racing ships. There is a great racing event coming up soon, which is dear to my heart, the Crux Cup. So I would love to see racing ships on a Warbond and being detailed. I'd love to see specific racing skins, more of those, with the decals, more like the AMD skin and and things like that. I'd love to see those.
They did.
They
did fix some of those. You know how a lot of the ships had the white doors and stuff. Like I was in the Mustang the other day, and they'd fixed the door on it. So they've done some quality of life passes as well on some of that stuff.
And it was one of the things I liked about the G12. The G12 racing vehicle had decals on it, and it looked like a racer. It felt like a racer. It's about the only thing I liked about it. But yeah.
Kazam in Twitch is a good point as well. The Vulture will also be on sale. I wouldn't be surprised if the Reclaimer is in it as well, being a very big salvage patch. My biggest concern right now, and this is going to sound so entitled, I think is the word I'll use, but I hate the fact that elevator is still stuffing up at this very late stage. I think someone needs to go back. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's put in any issue council problems in, but that they need to go back and look at the Reclaimer because that thing is going to be really popular. And if the lift is still not working, because me and Daily Noob have, it was the first person, because I've been going out for weeks trying to get a full crew in a Reclaimer and get it working. And it's probably a week and a half ago now, Daily Noob and I went out and we actually managed to get all 120 just on the top layer of it filled. And got that back to port and sold it off, and we got about 900,000 for probably an hour's work. But that can take 330, but you just can't. The elevator doesn't work, so you can't take things down to the cargo bay. You just can't move around properly because the elevator is stuffed, and so they really need to get that elevator working. And if they don't get it working before live, they're going to see a myriad of complaints, which basically means it won't get fixed to like the 319 Invictus patch. So yeah,
then raises the question: are people putting in the reports on it? And if the reports aren't coming in, then it's something that can be missed or not being seen as an issue. So If you do have a reclaimer and you're flying your reclaimer and you're noticing the lifts are bugging out or doing weird stuff, put in an issue report, guys, because that helps get them fixed. I can remember the back elevator on a reclaimer always used retaliator, reclaimer always used to screw up.
It's the first time we've had that, Algared, where we've stuffed up the name but got it correct and then corrected ourselves back. Like we swap up the names all the time, but that's the first time I've seen him do it correct and then correct himself.
There's so many that muck us up, but the front elevator on the reclaimer used to always kill you. That little one. You get in it and it'd kill you. It doesn't kill you anymore.
Yeah, and I think
that one doesn't kill you.
I think
how you get into a ship without issue. But yeah,
when they come back to that, I think it's really obvious now that that's going to be expanded out to like a 4-person lift. And there's actually, when you go up in the elevator and turn and face the elevator to the right, there is space for them to make that wider. And I think that's what we'll see. We'll see a wider, like kind of 4-person lift, because you need at least a 3. Well, I'd say 4-person, but it definitely needs to be a bigger lift. I think that's kind of proven that ship is so big and long it needs a second one.
Considering the size of a ship, that little personal lift at the front of a ship feels like almost you're in a tube. It's constricting.
If any company needed Zion tech, it would be that lift. I would put in some kind of Zion, Aegis has done collaborations before, especially with MISC, so they could actually say, hey, we borrowed some tech from MISC and we've got a MISC elevator, and they could have a Zion elevator. Well, that's how I would do it, so you don't have to have that ridiculously long thing that comes down.
So they could have anvil stealing from that, but that also is an anvil capital ship, isn't it? Because it's got the capital component.
Aegis, but yes, close enough.
It is Aegis.
Yeah. The thing that's really weird about the reclaimer and all that, like, I don't want to go into my Drake Cutter conspiracy thing, but it's the one ship besides the Vulcan that is not military based, and that is really interesting to me, and why I find it so appealing from a majority military manufacturer. And when I first saw it, I don't think I would have picked it as Aegis, but it does fit the Aegis aesthetics. It really does. Like it's got that black, heavy obsidian type of feel to it, and the monstrosity look to it. The only other manufacturer I could see that actually being would be like RSI, with the similar to the Orion.
I question whether when they were designing the reclaimer, they went, which company has the best Nostromo vibe, and that was the company that got the reclaimer, rather than going, yes, this ship, we're going to build a salvage ship that's for this company. It was more,
All right, do you want to go on to ISC, Algared? I think people are waiting. We're getting yelled at in chat. ISC!
Okay, let's go to ISC.
All right.
Gee whizzers, guys.
I've got to switch it over for you, Algared, so you can see and hear what's going on. Give me a moment.
And put the...
Oh, yes. I've got to turn that filter off. Yes. We're remembering to do things now. So we're turning this filter off for you guys that we have on normally that blocks a lot of our background noise, but that's why it's been blocking stuff on ISC. So hopefully this week, it doesn't do that. All right, here we go.
At CitizenCon 2952, we debuted a new recurring initiative called Journey to 4.0, where we stepped a bit away from our traditional weekly behind-the-scenes format of Inside Star Citizen to tell stories at various points of progression leading up to the next major milestone in our continuing development after 318. And one of those more different within that batch were called Design Brief Investigations, where we looked at the earliest phases of a feature that only existed at that time in the text and crude diagrams of a planning document. And no, before you ask, don't ask to see the planning documents. It's all just fidelities and bespokes all over the place anyway.
Wait.
I'm kidding.
They're saying they can't see the video. I clicked the wrong button. I haven't seen that. My apologies, guys. Sorry about that. And Algared's not on this camera, so if I flick this and flick this, he should be there. Cool.
You remember to put the mute, cancel the noise suppression. So
let me double check that it's That's the thing. I forgot one thing and remembered another. All right, there we go. Sorry for that. I'll restart the video. How about that? That'll make it so everyone can see. All right, here we go.
At CitizenCon 2952, we debuted a new recurring initiative called Journey to 4.0, where we stepped a bit away from our traditional weekly behind-the-scenes format of Inside Star Citizen to tell stories at various points of progression leading up to the next major milestone in our continuing development after 3.18. And one of those more different within that batch were called Design Brief Investigations, where we looked at the earliest phases of a feature that only existed at that time in the text and crude diagrams of a planning document. And no, before you ask, don't ask to see the planning documents. It's all just fidelities and bespokes all over the place anyway. I'm kidding. Mostly. So on this next journey to 4.0, we're diving into another design brief that's been discussed, debated, kicked around, pitched, and repitched over the years internally, imagined and theory crafted for just as long by the community, and has finally now been signed off by the multitude of game directors to become the next stage in the resource management system. So, without further ado, we present to you Design Brief Engineer, the next fundamental component of true multi-crew gameplay.
This could be sick.
Oh,
It really could.
And one more thing, fair warning before the comments come in. Since this next step in the resource management, now called engineer gameplay system, exists mostly in design stage at this moment, we did let Will, Dave, and Alex on the ISC capture team get creative in visualizing the stuff that's being discussed and that's still being built out by the developers at the moment. So what you're about to hear is still very much work in progress, but what you're about to see at times is the content of crazy people, and you should judge them because they're...
Someone needs to clip that, what you're about to see, and then throw it back at Disco. Anyway.
exactly like me. Sorry.
Oh, at least he admits it. There we go.
Look, it's like every game. All of us, we all have those big dreams. That's
We do.
what he's saying there, isn't it?
I reckon Space Tomato's gonna have kittens over this one.
Well, like most people will have kittens over this one.
Agreed. All right, here we go. Ooh, Carrick.
It's a Carrick. Give look awesome, though.
Finally, gameplay for the Carrick. Is that what they're trying to tell us? Because that's what I'm hearing, and I haven't even heard a word.
Gameplay for the Reclaimer even.
True.
More gameplay.
A lot of fluff so far. 1 minute of pretty
What is
video.
your role as an engineer? You, as the engineer, are responsible for the resource management of your ship, the priorities of the items, and you are also responsible for countering any dangers that you might encounter throughout your flight. A big part of your job as an engineer is dealing with dangers that affect the mechanical parts of your ship and are different to the ones you would face as a pilot. There are 3 types of dangers that you will face as an engineer. One being something that you already know, which is overheating. The second being wear and tear. And the third one being malfunctions. So overheating is not only items running too hot, but it also is item running too cold. And the way that you can counter that is either actively or passively, where passively is something that we already do with the cooler on your ship, and actively being something like you standing in front of the item and using your fire extinguisher to bring down the temperature of the item. And if it's too cold, you can use a flamethrower or blowtorch. So wear and tear is a danger you might have already heard us talk about.
Did you notice they were already in game? So they actually have effects for a flamethrower and they have effects for an extinguisher in game. I don't know if you noticed that, but that was in game.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just say this is something that we haven't seen before. Anyway, I'll keep going.
About in the past. It's just something that the longer your item runs, the less efficient it will be at some point. So a general maintenance will be required to keep them up and running. And then there is the new one, which we call malfunctions, which we'll talk about later in more detail. But the way that you react as the engineer there is unique to each malfunction. All 3 dangers contribute to the health of the item and have an impact on each other. So since the first 2 are quite easy to grasp, let's dive a bit deeper into the malfunctions. Different items in different situations cause different errors. And while I can't talk about all of them today, here are some currently in development. There's disconnect, where you either don't have a relay right now in the place, or you don't have the item right now at the item port. Then there is power drop, where the required amount of power doesn't reach the item. Then there is misfire, where wear and tear impacts the functionality of your item. Then there is cloggage, where resources are prevented from reaching your item. There's also power surge, where high energy reaches your item and will negatively affect the function of the item. And then there is leakage, which is similar to cloggage, where resources won't reach your item, but the cause is a little bit different. Then we have
Did you like that?
That was terrible.
unresponsive, where you as the engineer try to communicate
We literally now have toilet humor anyway.
certain changes
Yep.
on the item, and
And it
they
was
will not
pixelated.
reach the
Yes.
item. There is bugged, where we have the most experience with being creative, so be surprised for what comes your way. And then lastly, we have destroyed, where you just lost your item. Bug can also be caused by hacking or being tuned incorrectly.
They did talk about what was it, like sabotage as well back in the day. So that I
Yep.
assume that would lead to one of those outcomes as well.
But bugs is an interesting one as well, because that
Mm.
means you could bring a bug back by accident and you get an infestation on your ship, and then
Well, I think when they
screwing up your
when-
components. So
when they say bugs, I think that's more along the lines of hacking. So you could actually put a bug in that would over time that would deteriorate.
yeah,
Or-
I thought when
or-
he said bugs, it looked like there was something, a little critter or something in there.
I
but
think
they
that
were just
was
saying-
I think that was them thinking. You got to think more digital than analog. Their version of bug, like as if Algared, do you really think they can have eyes on the components? Like I'm just. But that was just them trying to be funny. That's what that was. But yeah.
Why do we introduce malfunctions? The reason is quite simple. It's something that you know from your real life. Like after a while, certain things start to malfunction.
There you
so
go.
you better pay attention to.
I'd also probably say different levels of quality. Like you know how we've got a higher quality Origin ship as opposed to a Drake. It'll be the same thing.
Yeah.
Like we've got that in other things as well. So certain manufacturers will be known for better quality components than others. So I would say,
Yeah.
that could be a thing.
And it goes into things like racing. Like one of the things
Mhm.
people do in racing at the moment, they strip off components. They
Yep.
take off everything that's not needed. So shields often go, a cooler goes, and things like that.
Yep.
And if you take off one cooler, then that may give you a slight weight advantage. But then the fact that you're missing a component means that that one component you got left is really taking off a strain. So
Mm.
risk versus reward
Well,
is going to be at play there. So yeah.
so someone's just reminding me in chat about something they said that they triggered my mind. It's something you and I have talked about in the past. Like, I would expect Origin to be like BMW in the real world, right?
Yep.
Where it never ever breaks down, but when it does, costs an absolute fortune. But then you get something
Yep.
that's cheaper like Drake, where it breaks way more frequently, but it's super cheap to repair. So you've got a strength and weakness there to both of them,
Yep.
right? And then everything in between. So
Yeah.
you can see very quickly there are pros and cons to both approaches, because if you go buy a Drake ship and then put a really expensive component in it, but the ship makes it break quicker, you know what I mean?
Is it an advantage for you?
Yeah.
And having a really good ship that can take poorer components, but they don't burn out as quick. Does that does that work?
Yeah, so can you go yeah, exactly. Does it work as Yeah, that's a really interesting question actually. Can you take really shitty components, put it in an Origin ship, and it somehow just makes them run better? I don't know, that's a good one. I never thought of it like that.
But then the other side is, does that determine the quality of your engineer? Like,
Yeah.
will your engineer in a Drake ship become really good because he's constantly fixing things?
Yep.
Or are they so,
Mm.
it's just general maintenance? Whereas in, say, an Origin ship, the maintenance you've got actually could be a better engineer because you're dealing with more high tech or stuff. And so
and you bring that back
Yeah.
around to what we've got right now. So right now, everyone goes like, the XL1, that military A drive, but then
Yep.
we with those different types,
Yep.
plus the different wear and tear, plus the different ships, you can start to see it gets very complicated really quickly. And I think half of engineering's gameplay is going to be going, it's that connecting good dots thing again, isn't it? Like you're going to be
Yep.
right, I'm in this ship with this thing, this is the best outcome, this is, and those components, like picking those components for what you're doing, I fully see ships going into a port and kind of doing that little ship refit, because it's like, oh, well, we were doing an
Yep.
exploring mission, now we're doing a cargo run.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
So now we need
Yeah.
now we need these components rather than that component. And if you get
Yeah.
your components wrong, man, that's going to have a major impact. And
Yep.
it really pushes that group gameplay, because as a pilot, you're doing pilot stuff.
Yeah.
If you need to do repair, you've actually got to stop
Mm.
and then go do that. Whereas if you've got a crew member, they're going to be doing, that repair and maintenance while the ship's still going. And that's,
Yeah.
and in combat, that'll be a huge thing as well. So, you've blown a relay, you've blown a cooler.
I think
Will they be able to replace those components as well?
Yeah, I think the big takeaway, Dawn Sealer kind of said it in chat himself earlier. He kind of said, this is huge because basically it's real non-combat gameplay. It is a really big move to the combat support, essentially. And I'm stealing his words and changing them slightly, but I agree with him. It is a really big step to those people that want to do combat, so to speak, but don't want to do combat. It's the it's the medical nurse. I don't know what else to call it. Do you know what I mean? Like it's the nursing for ships. Yeah.
I was going to say it's your healer in your MMOs. It's and as we've always said, medical and medical is humans, repair is ships. It's the same thing. One's just doing the ship, the avatar, the big ship, and one's doing the person.
I'm curious to see if we get any ladies out there doing the grease monkey roll. That'd be kind of interesting in the engine room. That typical one. I'm thinking of the chick from Firefly. Her name has just totally eluded me. But you know who I'm talking about. Haley, that's it. Yeah. So Haley from Firefly, someone like that. I think that would be really funny. So yeah. Yep. All right, let's keep going.
Those malfunctions and know how to react to those. So your job as an engineer is preventing those malfunctioning from actually happening, or preventing the dangers that they create on your ship. And if you don't react in time, you might end up with cascading of errors that will in the end lead to the failure of
Okay. I don't laugh very much, but that actually, I'll pay that one. That was actually really well done. But that is something I've been really interested in for a really long time, is cascade failures. I think that could be really, really cool, like almost like spinning plate mentality. And if you know, there'll be some point, like take that ship like the Hammerhead. I actually reckon at some point, if it gets that bad, the hammer, you go, all right, ton of guys, get out. I need help. Like it's cascading, and they all jump out and start helping to stop it from going full. I love the analogy of that in my head is awesome. Like almost like trying to stop a fire spreading, but in relay terms.
At times cutting relays, breaking the chain, so you're actually taking it offline, literally.
Yep.
Just so you can actually contain that error.
Like turning off half the turrets just so you can get the hell out of there or something like that. So yeah, like those key choices, like you see in the Star Trek episode or something like that, where they're, right, we've got a full power to the deflector shield or something like that. That weird thing that you do that you not normally would do, but it gets you. Yeah, well, the engineer that knows that little trick that he can pull off, and if they can get that into this, oh boy, are they on a winner. So if you just happen to know how that component works and it's got some quirky thing that'll just allow you to do something, you go to that nebula and it allows you to go into the nebula that you couldn't normally go into, or all those little cool little quirky things. If they can somehow, juicy. Yes, I'm up for that.
It's got the Star Trek, Scotty moments where he's doing that. It's got the Star Wars, Chewie, hit it with a hammer, get it working, because it's got that having to fix things on the fly while you're doing stuff. And if they get that, it's going to do something that I don't think any other games really ever done. Not in a multiplayer gameplay, so.
Yeah.
Um,
It's been a hot minute since
as
I
you
watched since I watched Firefly. Sorry, you got to remember I got a lot of going upstairs. So yeah, yeah, we're watching ISC, by the way, for people that are asking. Yeah, so we're just commenting on that. All right, let's get going.
Your ship. It allows us to have the engineer being as important on bigger ships like the pilot or the gunner. We want to make sure that there's plenty of things to do for you as an engineer. Your job as the engineer is also understanding the items, and that means you have to understand the different states an item can be in. States are basically stages for the items inside your ship, where each item has its individual stages or states it can be in, where, for example, you can have items that have a boot up phase. Then they have that is followed by an ignition phase, where you have to ignite something so that it is going into the idle state, where it is basically waiting to go into the active state, where it starts to produce the resources that you actually need. Then from that active state, it will probably, or some items might go into the primed state, where you have to fire something out. Example is here an EMP. That can then go into a cooldown state, where you basically have to wait for the item to cool down again and then to be restarted or turned off. This adds a new level of complexity to you as the engineer, where you not only have to pay attention to the dangers, the malfunctions when they appear or where they appear. It's also important on which item they appear and in which state the item currently is.
So that is really interesting, Algared, because if you bring that back to manufacturers, you could have a particular manufacturer that has a quirk that in a particular phase, it's got a higher chance of failure, as an example. So you could almost have two on paper that look exactly the same.
Yeah,
but
you could have two quantum drives that are exactly the same, and yet one
ship does one thing, and in another ship it does another as well. That's so. Yeah, I'm loving this complexity. It is great.
Yeah,
it's like chess too, simple but hard to master. Yeah, which is a great.
It also ties in. Does that mean, because of what he was saying there in terms of managing the systems and the states they're in?
Yeah.
Does that mean that your Antares cockpit dude or backseat driver is actually your engineer? He's effectively an engineer managing that power control and
so if you run that right through and kind of put it in from the now to the future, he's probably also managing the shields and doing all that usual co-pilot type of stuff, all those type of managers. So there will be more things to do.
Hopefully that means he's going to have a lot more to go down the track, and he's going to be doing a lot more power management.
But in a single seat fighter, most of the engineering is done on components, and you can't access components while you're inside a ship on a single on a fighter. And I said single seat, but you know what I mean, like a So
and that's the downside with the Antares as well. Whereas, but
but he might be your navigator, so he might be able to plan a jump route while you're still flying, and you can just turn to it and go. You know, there's lots of little things in there that you'll have down the track. So again, it's really hard to always go, this is the now, this is the later. But I do think in given time, the Antares, as an example that we've used earlier today, will bear more fruit for what the secondary people are doing, so to speak. And just here alone in this engineering stuff, you can already see how the Hammerhead alone, and we shit on the Hammerhead a lot for not having a lot to do in it, but man, that engineering has really come up now.
Going to be run off his feet.
Yeah,
He's going to be run off.
And I wouldn't be
two or three engineers in every ship.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of those turret people are like second engineers that drop out to assist with things when the shit hits the fan. You know, especially considering the length of that ship, you'd probably have one up the front and one at the midsection, and they kind of they drop out and take care of those midsections, so he's not running from the back of the ship all the time and things like that. So I'm interested to see, knowing that the Hammerhead, what was the other ship? It was the Hammerhead that was a test bed, and I think it was the Hull A that they said were the two test beds for resource management. Don't quote me on that. I'm sure someone on chat will speak up and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the Hull A and the Hammerhead. So looking at those two, it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes. You know, you've got internal components on the hull A, so it's not like a single seat fighter. But I would have liked to have seen as a test bed one where you've got to get out and do stuff as well. But because it's so different, it's it's a different step because you're outside. I think that might be later on, because obviously most ships have internal components, and that's the main engineering gameplay. We're getting outside and doing an EVA. That sounds like a tier 2, tier 3, or whatever I know that we don't use tiers anymore, but you get where I'm going, right? It's kicking the bucket down the road.
I could see that being, if I were picking a ship to use that for, I could see that being the Gladius, just because the Gladius has always been their single-seater test bed for everything. Like the one they did the HUDs on first, the one they did missiles, the one they did, so I could see that being the ship they go to when they're doing that, just because they've done so much more, so.
Yeah, it is. This is a very good ISC so far. So yeah, let's see where it goes. All right.
Because depending on the state the item currently is where the malfunction happens, it might end up you having to switch the item to a different state to be able to fix the malfunction or counter the malfunction, or even turn off the item completely because the current state requires you to restart the item completely.
Oh, wow. So that just got even more complex very quickly. So if you've got to have it in a particular state to fix it. So imagine if it had to be in the prime state. So you actually have to turn the EMP on, as the example he gave, and actually fix it while it's charged or something. Oh, that's really interesting. So again, as I said, it's a very knowledge-based profession. You would actually have to know the state that is in to fix it. And in some cases, how to get that component to that state.
How do you get to that?
Like if it's broken, how do I turn it back on? How do I... like how do you fix that or get it into that? Oh, wow. Okay. So that just got really complicated.
It's like when your computer's dead, you've got to put it into safety mode. How do I get to that point so I can actually repair this thing? Is
there a special tool? Is there a special tool that I have to use? Like, how you use in modern day, like a wrench or a hammer. Is there a particular tool I've got to use? Because tools is a thing, and he hasn't mentioned it. I wonder if he's going to mention it, because that could be a thing. Like, all right, let's see where we go.
Yeah.
And yes, for some things, it is as simple as turning them off and on again.
Jig off a cable.
All of this we do to make the engineering gameplay more engaging. We still want to allow players to maintain their ships on their own, but especially for bigger ships, we really want to introduce meaningful interactions so that you decide to have several engineers on your ship. And for that, we introduced the 3 types of heads that you...
Yeah, so real quickly, people are mentioning things in chat, Algared, like the different med guns, the multi-tool attachments and stuff like that. But we've also known that they've done other tools like, different tractor beams and stuff like that. But I'm imagining down the line that they will actually have... because we've seen things like where they've been... You pull out the... what are they called, Algared? You know how they've all got like 3 little small components? I'm having a brain fart on what they're called, but yeah, you pull them out, you adjust them and put them back in. I'm having a total brain fart on what they're called, but you know what I'm talking about.
I can't remember as well. I had it on the tip of my tongue, but I lost it. So
yeah, and again, like how they're using the flamethrower there, and that they don't have those tools in game yet. So I'm expecting down the line, akin to a very basic like a screwdriver, a hammer, and stuff like that. I fully expect engineering will get some form of tools just based on what they said there. Because how do you fix something? Well, is it all digital? Is it just changing parameters and it's like I want more power into here, I want less power? Okay, there's the basics. But if something's physically broken, we know there's a repair bench in the carrot, for example. What do you use on them? It's got to be tools. It has to be tools. Yep. What you might hook something up to analyze it, but you have to physically fix it at some point. There has to be a physical, and like a PC, right? That's how I look at it, right? You build a PC physically. Parts can physically break, but then you also have software. So I think it's hardware and software. Yeah. I'll put it that way. Sorry, Algared, to cut you off.
Yeah. Well, you can see they're already looking at tools in this episode.
Yes,
because we've seen a fire extinguisher and we've seen the coolant stream.
Yep.
So that's obviously a device on your handheld tool or an extra tool.
Yep.
That you will use. And they're just 2 very simple things at the very first level. Oh, it's overheating, cool it off. Oh, it's burning, or it's too cold, heat it up. That's a bare minimum, and yet their tools and an engineer will will have in his arsenal.
That would
So-
be my question if I was to sit down with this gentleman. That would be the very first question I ask: is do you guys have tools planned for engineers? Like, is it like, are you going to let's use tools on components? And you don't have to tell us what they are. Just I think that's where it's going, and that sounds really cool to me. You know, so we can get that grease monkey feel. I don't know. You guys let me know in chat. You reckon we're going to get tools?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Well,
Alright.
I think we're going to get the spanners and stuff because it fits with things like the Carrack
Yep. 100%.
engineering room and even a reclaimer and every other ship. So yeah.
Yep. All right.
Can wear as an engineer. The three basic engineering types are tuner, mechanic, and manager.
Ooh. Okay. So mechanic sounds like the physical. Tuner sounds like the software, and the manager sounds like someone that is
A chief engineer.
yeah, like he's
I can do it
he's telling other people what to do. So he'd be like telling the other two groups what to do. I don't know if you feel that way, but that's what came across like for me. He's the manager.
He's Scotty.
Yeah, he knows all the basics, but he's not. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's Scotty.
I would say he knows everything. He's the guy who knows
Jack of all trades. Yeah.
the jack of all trades, but he's he could be the master of all trades. Whereas your engineer may be really good at engineering, but he may not be good at tuning. Your tuner may be really good at tuning, but not good. But the chief engineer, he's going to be he's the guy who can do it all.
So tuner to me goes more digital because it seems like it's the software. Where when the one that really gives away is the mechanical, because if it's mechanical, it basically means it's hardware. So there's two types of engineering: hardware and software. Is the way I would look at it. But they've just renamed it to their own thing.
Yep.
No, but I'm wondering if he's about to explain them. So let's see if he explains them.
So the tuner is the person that is responsible for your strategic decisions. The tuner is responsible for setting up the items in advance depending on what you want to achieve with your ship. So if you want to go exploring, you ask the tuner to bring the items into a state that they are less prone to wear and tear, that they sustain longer, that they can or are more energy efficient or resource efficient. The tuner defines item groups, base resource consumptions, responsibilities or roles on your ship, as well as setting new min and...
Notice how she's using a pad? I think it's all software based, like as I said, but look, let's keep going.
max.
And that was also just the power management aspect as well.
Yeah.
So they're doing all of that type of stuff.
Performances for all the ship items you have. So overall, the tuner is a very proactive role where we want to reward players.
The other thing is, she talked about like setting up different tunings for different things, as we talked about putting different components in. So it shows we're a little bit along the right lines there too.
Who plan their crew activities in advance. We did plan the tuner to be more relevant in advance of your adventures, but I'm sure players will figure out ways to make use of the tuner in various scenarios. The next hat you wear as an engineer is the mechanic. The mechanic plays into your fantasy of what you imagine when you think about sci-fi and the role as an engineer. It's
Kaylee.
like, in Star Trek terms, the person running around or crawling through the Jeffries tubes to fix any item, or in Star Wars terms, Chewbacca handing you the Hydro Spanner to fix up the Millennium Falcon. You are responsible for fixing fuses, figuring...
I remembered what it was. Subcomponents. It just came to me. I was trying to remember what it was.
I was trying to remember it before as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The details of the malfunctions are. You are analyzing the situation on site. So you're going through all the rooms, finding the item that you were just called out on that needs maintenance, needs repair. Depending on the item or the situation, you as the mechanic have to react individually to it, which can be a minigame-like character where you have to fix something that is unique to the malfunction that you are facing. The manager uses the engineering screen to analyze your state of the ship, and they dispatch mechanics or the tuner where need arises, and can even assist with fixing certain malfunctions. They manage the resource consumption via the
I'm starting to realize we probably should watch these episodes as a whole before we comment, because we're getting it right almost every single time. Anyway, all right, let's keep going.
Resets the tuner, prepared or manually controlling the resource distribution, and they work together with the bridge crew to ensure a successful operation of your ship. I'm really happy that I'm actually sitting here and explaining you all the things that I just described to you, because the entire process that we had to run through was daunting, to say the least, because we are touching so many bases with so many teams. So it's a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions, a lot of different opinions of what the engineer should be. And now we have it written down, we have it nailed down. We know what we want, we have defined goals, what the gameplay actually should be about, and everyone agrees. So that allows us now to move forward fast and deliver the feature that we all have been waiting for. You, me, everyone, like Jared. It's something that we are...
Sorry, did you say something, Algared?
No, that was Jared saying me.
Oh.
Really looking forward to how it will play out, how you as a player will interact with the entire system, what you like, where you will bring your ships that you own and what you can make out of them, how different they will actually feel to what they are right now in terms of stock versus you have the perfectly tuned ship for your demands. And this might come sooner than you think. This is the good news about it, because it all ties in with all the resource network work or resource management work that we have been doing so far. We are really excited to work on it right now. So it is in active development, and I don't want to do any promises when you will see it, but we are doing our very best that you will be able to try it out sooner than later.
No dates. But it's really cool. So, what did we learn here this week? Well, we learned that the hopes and dreams of multi-crew players everywhere are taking their next major step forward right now as resource management evolves into engineer gameplay. That the design spoken about here today is currently in active development and will continue throughout the remainder of this year. And that we would normally have to wait months and months to share a story until we had the visuals for it. But I work with some talented, if kind of strange people who stepped up to make this week's episode possible now. And don't worry, you know we're going to be back to show you how engineer gameplay is actually progressing later this year. Engineering's the thing that brought me into the project, and I'm as excited as ever about what's being shared here. And as for Alpha 318, I'm being told, yes, there's a message in my ear. I'm being told that it's today. Has it happened yet? It's going to happen. But which one is it? You can't tell me because there's nothing in my ear, and we recorded this on Wednesday. We like to have fun. Check the website and socials for details. And thanks for watching the latest in our journey to 4.0. We'll be back with more Inside Star Citizen next week. So until then, I'm Jared Huckabee, and I don't have an outro for these J24 specials. Leave one in the comments. That'll be good.
All right. Wow, that was quite a good ISC.
Well, let's see. How long did it take us to go through that 17-minute episode?
I honestly, like half an hour to an hour, probably.
And that probably tells you what we thought of that.
Yeah. Jokes aside, though, you could tell he was very excited about that disco, because that is his thing. But
yeah, but we were excited about it. That's why it took us an hour to go through it.
Yeah.
So because every so often we, you know.
No almond butter. This is pre-recorded, man. We don't do live shows. It's pre-recorded.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Questions?
Oh, Badges is in chat. Badges, you can join us if you want, man. I got a camera set up for you. Camera 1 if you want to join. Tell that to you, man. Right. Yeah, questions. I'm going to be honest with you, Algared. Can I, you know, I had 2 cups of tea when I woke up. Yeah, I need to go to the bathroom.
You
So,
now need that break. Okay.
so if you want to do a question without me, and if I'll get my response when I get back, I'll be as quick as I can. All right.
All right, I'll go for a couple and then see what we get you to give your thoughts. Okay, so Weepy Sleeper, when do you think we'll see the AI Spirit in some ISCs on the progress? Oh, when they're done, when they're ready, when they're getting close, when they're in active development. It's like asking, when are we going to see Banner Merchantman stuff? And you might say, oh yeah, we saw that recently, but you got to remember Banner Merchantman was like 2014, 2013. So when it was sold, so it depends when it's on the work. It depends when they're doing it. Damir Begonja says, your guess on the so-called mixed fury. I think we did talk about that earlier, so I'm going to say that done. You know, X thinks would like it to be a fightery. I think it's going to be somewhere between Freelancer and that mist side, depending on the size and where they go with it. Is it going to be an EMP? Is it going to be a quantum interdictor type ship? In which case, I'd be more like a Freelancer. Is it going to be more a straight up fighter? In which case, I think it would be more like a Razor, but I think we already answered that question. Okay, so X.
Yo.
First question for you. When do you think we'll see anything on the AI? So on the A1 Spirit in some ISCs in the future?
IAE. I think the spirits will be AIE.
Yeah, I said when they're done, you know, when they're ready, and I said, look, it's when they're working on it, like the Banner Merchantman, that type of stuff. So yeah.
If you, sorry, my chair's being funny. If you look back at what they're doing, ship releases tend to come with patches, don't they? Right, and patches tend to come with sales, right? So, long story short, most patches, especially the bigger ones, they tend to drop on the dates of like CitizenCon, AIE, Invictus, and stuff like that. So, and knowing how popular they're going to be, like they were pretty popular at CitizenCon when they dropped. I would not be surprised if they don't drop on a significant patch.
And they're still popular.
Yeah. So again, 9 times out of 10, I would say, like 318 dropping like today is a kind of more of a rarity, isn't it? You know, that because it was delayed. Right, but it had originally been planned for AIE end of the year, as we normally get. So again, just generalistically, the safer bet is at a sale.
Yep.
So yeah.
The next question. Yep. And I said we've more or less answered this, but it was your guess on the so-called Miss Fury.
Yeah, as I said, I think there's only real 2 camps that it falls into in my mind. I'm just turning that filter back on, by the way, Algared. Is a fighter or some kind of industrial gatherer, and if you go to the fighter, when you say Fury, I think it goes a little bit beyond the combat. I think it might be e-warfare, which makes it sound I don't know, I just think that leans a little bit into industry a little bit.
And I think depending on how it goes, that's going to depend the look or feel of a ship.
Yeah. You'd have to
a straight up fighter. It'll be more like you initially think Razor. If it's more e-warfare, you'd expect it to be more spacious. So
the way my brain goes, they've only got one combat ship, which is the MISC, right? And that is a missile gunboat, and it is a combat, right? But it is way outside the norm of combat. Like it's a missile gunboat, right? Is that the Fury? Is it like the Shrike? Is its Fury like the Fury of missiles? You know, the flurry of missiles type of thing. I don't know, right? But I think we could. I lean way more towards combat than I lean towards just based on the name. And again, every time a ship comes out, 9 times out of 10, all we have is one little thing to go on. So let's look back at the Ares. As soon as you and I heard Ares, you just look it up. It is the god of war, and it's like that's combat. You look up Fury, and it is way more tailored towards combat. So my brain goes to combat, but we'll see.
Yep. 100%. You know, Fury. You know, you have Furious Storms. You have Furious Combat. You know, so I could see e-warfare with those bubbles, but yeah. So
someone in Drowsy in Twitch chat said maybe it's a vehicle. Yeah, it 100% could be a vehicle as well. It could be a combat vehicle, but at this point, you're getting into if, buts, and maybes. So generally we take the name and go, where does that steer you? And I think I'd say 90 to 10%. So 90% combat and maybe 10% industrial. Like that's the odds I'd put on it, you know, or 80-20 maybe. But yeah, definitely for me leans more towards the combat. But the thing that's bringing it back is being MISC. But again, we have seen a lot of curveballs recently, and that's why what actually led into us to talking about this was the curveballs. So
yeah. Well, even when you look at the, again, as we were talking, you know, I just think that the Furies, you think of a storm, and when you look at the EMPs and the quantum dampeners, they kind of look like a storm. So it could be a reference to that type of thing as a combat vehicle, but it's.
I'll throw this out.
Speculate.
I'll throw this out there. My brain went to a really weird connection. Super weird. And I don't know why it has, but I'm just going to throw this out there. We were talking about the Mantis EMP before.
Yep.
And the MISC Fury. They're very similar if you think about what they could be. So what if it's some kind of MISC RSI collaboration hybrid? I don't know. I'll chuck that out there as total conspiracy tinfoil hat. But but it makes sense all of a sudden, doesn't it? Because like, yeah, so maybe it was originally a Mantis EMP, and just in the files it's still called Mantis EMP, but maybe I don't know, just weird afterthought. Weird. I'm connecting weird dots. Yeah.
And that's what we do. It's kind of, it is speculation, but it's based on trying to work out based on what we hear, what we think within the realms of normalcy, without going off of the fairies.
That's actually not a terrible idea. What Lemmings just suggested in. So he's one of our mods. He said I could see a Zion inspired MISC hover vehicle, an EMP vehicle. I think we've only got one of those currently. So yeah, I could totally see that as well. So yeah, there's nothing that is like. I think I'm trying to.
Sure.
I'm just trying to say. I'm not. I just want to say it's quite wide open, right? So
it is.
So don't take anything off the table. Just you have to try and put limits on it. This is really hard when we're speculating. This is an algorithm. You try to put limits, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm going. The Fury points you towards combat, right? So try to think in of combat, but the word Fury also implies storm, and that's why we keep coming back to the EMP and things like that. So you can put certain limits, and when you put limits, it makes it more, especially when you're through multiple people's heads, it focuses it almost like a lens, doesn't it, Algared, when we do that speculation? So, sorry.
Although I will say I wouldn't want to see a Gravlev vehicle with an EMP.
He's right, Lemmy. He's just defeated your whole argument in one go. I'm sorry for that, Lemmy, but that would be hilarious. You guys are stuffed. Oh shit, so am I.
It would have been awesome. It would have been great. But the Gravlev cuts its power. Boom.
Yeah. Actually, so Scott's bringing up a thing as well. Is a MISC bomber. I've heard that a few times as well. So like something that's between the A1 and the A2. I've heard that a few times as well. You know, the fury of dropping bombs and stuff. That is totally up there as well. I honestly, as I said, combat is quite a wide field, right? But with the fury and the gathering storm part, like I keep coming back to the EMP. Missiles could be a thing as well. So yeah, don't rule anything out. I'm just interested to see where it goes. I've heard a lot of people talk about flurry and furry as well, but yeah, okay, you're dreaming. Big furry. Can you see that, a big furry ship flying through like actually? You know what's that? The movie with Jim Carrey where they have the furry dog car, but imagine that as a ship.
Yep. I actually did see a meme with someone doing the Miss Furry, and it was basically a freelancer done up like that dog car.
Yeah.
So yeah. Sebastian says, what is the Fury? Pure speculation on our part.
Yeah.
But we know it's in there. It was mentioned in ISC last week.
Yeah.
That's about all we really know about it.
So if someone's working on it, by the way, that probably means it's going straight to flight ready. So I think if I was going to call it, I would say AIE again. You know, or Citizen Con. Yeah.
If it's a combat ship, Invictus.
Well,
close, but if it's a combat ship and it's an active development.
How They don't mention how far along it is, though.
No.
So you are correct.
No.
I will totally give you that. I will give you that. But we don't know how far along it is.
And there have been ships that have done in the past that have come out of the blue and we've gone, where did that come from?
Yeah.
So it is possible.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that, though. Invictus or AOA, I would say this year, more than likely, though.
Yeah. But it'll be one of those big events. But yeah.
I also think, though, that if it is in development and it's flight ready, it's more than likely going to be smaller than larger.
Yeah. And that would push more to the straight combat ship rather than a multi-crew larger ship.
Actually, someone, just real quick before we move on, someone said an EMP missile type ship. That could be a thing too. So it actually fires EMP missiles. So you get the flurry of missiles and the storm stuff. Yeah, I could see that. So it's almost like a because they do the missile gunboat for the the Misery, the Miss. I could see that. Yep. That's unique. EMP missile gunboat or fighter. Yeah, I could see that. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
The cause of the question.
Yep.
Any news on the BMM? Shouldn't it be almost finished?
Yeah, so I actually was watching a Montoya video the other day, and he still thinks it's in development. And no, they've put a peg in it. So they've stopped working on it, and they've moved on because there's no shops. They don't want to put it in the game until shops are working. So the whole thing's on hold, and they've essentially moved on to the Polaris. That's why we saw that ISC that showed off the Polaris a while back, because they've basically moved on. Because they realized, well, you can put this in the game as a giant cargo ship, but you can't do anything with the shop, so half the ship doesn't work. So they don't want to kind of do that anymore. They learnt that hard lesson with the Reclaimer, and I think that's why there's been such a big kind of disappointment pill for the last couple of years, because we've all been waiting for the Reclaimer to become functional. So
there's so many ships they used to bring in, and they just put in, if it was in game and it could be run as a cargo ship, but put it in game because you can use it.
And ironically,
when you lose that ability of a ship, hang on.
Yeah.
I just had to kill the AC.
Oh, it's so good.
It was starting to kick in and make the loud noise which everyone would hear. So
okay, all good. I was just gonna say, but ironically, the cargo itself is still pretty minimalistic. So if they'd brought in a cargo refactor with the banner merchantman, I would have been fine with the shops not working. I don't know about you, Algared, but yeah.
Well, certainly with the cargo refactor with the Reclaimer, you see how that's an advantage. With the BMM cargo refactor and having to shuffle your cargo around, I could see that working as well. But I also understand, we've got shops in game at the moment. We've got the coffee shops and the food shops, but we don't have the stalls, and we don't have the ability to players to actually manage those. And that's working out that's, I imagine, is the thing that they haven't worked out, and the stuff that needs to be sorted out for the BMM. So hence the peg.
Sorry, I've just got to type to someone in chat.
Yep. Well, while you do that,
he said something very, very wrong.
That's okay. I'll do the
Sorry,
next question.
I've just got to do this because it's going to change the way he thinks. Go ahead. Go for the next question.
All right. So Space Tech has a question. They say, do you think anyone will be using Antares in the near future instead of just bringing a Sentinel and Mantis Cuddy Blue? Bishop seems dead on arrival to me.
So the big thing is being able to defend yourself. You can't do that in a Mantis, really. You've got the guns are so small, you can't really do anything. So that for me is the big difference. You've got a concentrated person that's working on the EMP and then you've got a full-on combat pilot. So there is definitely a room. You got to remember how we've been talking about overlap and treading on each other. You want these ships that bridge gaps, right? So if you've got the Mantis here and you've got a Scorpius here, right, or any other combat ship here for that matter, that's what the Antares does. It is finally starting to bridge those gaps, and you're going to see that more and more and more. Like another example is the Vulture and the Reclaimer. What do you reckon is going to happen when this middle one comes along? It's going to tread on the Reclaimer, and it's going to tread on that. But they also tread on it. That's a part of the thing.
The other thing with the Mantis is the QED. It's actually pulling you out of
that is correct. That's correct. Yeah.
The Blue's actually stopping you. The Blue's the one that's more like the Antares, but the Blue doesn't have an EMP.
That's really
Antares
That's really important,
Got both
Algared, what you've said there, because the Mantis is still the only ship that can pull you out. The only one. So really, if anything, if you really want to break this down, yes, it does tread on the Mantis a little bit, but bloody oath it treads on the Blue. Like you know, like, so what's the Blue got now? It's got essentially the cargo and the bounty hunting, and it doesn't have an EMP. So you're basically, you know, you've got, it's heavily skewed towards bounty hunting. Man, I can honestly see this ship working with a Blue for bounty hunting, can't you? So, you know, or in a bounty...
If you can make someone power down, you know...
I can also see with a Polaris, believe it or not, because the Polaris with the... So for me, the Polaris is the biggest ship, I think well, I won't say the biggest, but one of the... I consider it in bounty hunting because it has the brig, right? And if you can take... a Scorpius out of the hangar, you fly out, you dampen whoever you've caught up with, and the Polaris is there just as an overbearing, okay, I surrender, you know, and then, you know, you take them back into the Polaris. And you got to remember, the Polaris does have a small dock on it. It does not have a big capital docking on it. And I think a lot of that, like my brain has come back to this a few times. Why does it have a small ship docking point? So you can dock with it. And guess where it's right next to the dock? The brig. That's what I think it's for. I think it's to dock and pull people off and go, right, you're in the brig now. We're going to take your ship and put it in the hangar. You're under arrest. Take them back to where they're going to go. So I actually fully see the Polaris being... And again, you know how the torpedoes are that big deterrent? That you rock up with size... I think what size... I always forget the size of the torpedoes and that thing. Size 10.
I think it's size 5s, isn't it?
Oh, God,
no. Size 10's on the Polaris.
Man, I'm not going to argue because I honestly don't remember. Right.
Well, I'm juggling numbers myself.
You're missing the point, though. The point is, though, there is a massive deterrent, and you take that deterrent, you pull them over with a gun, essentially, and you arrest them and take them off to where you want to take them.
And the other thing that ties with that is the actual purpose behind why the Polaris was built. The Polaris is built as a corvette, but it's also built with the militias in mind. So the planetary defense forces, the guys who are doing the policing of their local system. So it's the flagship. The idea is the flagship of the local police force.
Yep.
So that fits perfectly in.
What's that line? The tip of the spear is the one I remember from the concept. So yeah.
But it really does fit as being that mobile police station. So the brig and all those things you were just saying tie perfectly in with what you using for.
So
but the other thing with the
sorry, real quick. So people are correcting me in chat about the Cutlass Blue. Yes, the Cutlass Blue still does have a turret, but you've got to be honest. You break down the maneuverability of an Antares versus a Cutlass Blue. The Antares is going to beat it, like on a movement basis. If you had 2 people in a Cutlass and 2 people in an Antares, I would expect the Antares to win, just based on the maneuverability of the Scorpius. Wouldn't you, Algared? Like not talking about skill or anything like that, but like if the pilots were equal, I'd expect the Antares to win.
The simple fact that the Antares can actually cause you to shut down.
Yep.
That they can EMP you. The fact that they can also stop you going to warp. You know, so you stop them going into jump, then you shut them down. When that mechanic stuff comes in, you're going to have to go through.
Well, the dampener is taken out of it because the Blue's got the dampener as well, right? So the MP I'll give you, but I'm literally talking just on a fighting gun basis. I'd expect
But the second you shut them down, their systems are going to have to go through that startup process and pulling in with that big mothership. Yeah, the logic thing that the logic would say, yeah, okay, you've got me, I surrender.
So Waffles doesn't agree with this. Waffles thinks the Cutlass will beat the Antares. Well, all right, we'll see where it goes. But you definitely have, probably a bit more health in a Cutlass. But I think the maneuverability in a Scorpius, I'd expect a $150 ship, $250, $260 ship. You do the math.
And I think it'll come down to components on them as well. Which one has the better components? Which one has the better weapons? And all of that stuff.
Yeah, you got to go, and you got skill of the pilot too. You can have a more skillful pilot in the Cutlass Blue, and it'll wipe the floor with the Antares. So yeah, there's too many factors there. But like again, all things equal, I'd expect the Antares.
Yeah, I can remember back in Arena Commander days when the Hornet was the the ship of choice, was the meta, and there were people who would go out in Auroras, and own the field because they were just so much better pilots and so good at their ship and knew their ship, and they'd just dominate.
Yep.
And Aurora would dominate over everything else in Arena Commander back in the day, in a good pilot. And it'll be the same, it's not going to be any different. Good pilots and good crew are going to dominate.
I never said C8X, or did I say C8X? I never said C8X.
I
I said Centaurs. Someone's putting words in my mouth in chat saying C8X beats Cutlass. He's trying to get me in trouble. Yeah.
No,
Scott, I'm watching you. I'm watching you, Scott.
All right. We've done that one. All right. Alexander Dooley says, what if they slave the missiles to the second seat and the QT jammer on the pilot seat?
Again, if those MFDs come in like they've talked about in the past, and you can customize everything to your heart's desire, yeah, absolutely. And I think what Algared's hitting at with the missiles, Algared, you correct me if I'm wrong here, is kind of like how it works in the Corsair at the moment with that guy underneath. That's
yeah.
So they still fire forward, but then they do a reverse turn and head back. So that could be huge. Absolutely.
Yeah. Especially if you can look backwards and target them and do that, and that's big.
Yeah,
John Cornell.
But just real quick, I just would add, I really, really think they need to add a camera, like a turret camera to that, so that you can look backwards properly. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Or have the pilot be a backward-facing seat, like a rear gunner on the old bomber.
Hey, now that's an interesting idea. Yeah, that could be really cool. Well, even if it just comes up on the MFD. A backwards facing. Oh wow, that's so cool though, Algared. That would have been really cool to see, where just for the Antares he sits backwards. Yeah, that's a really cool idea. I like that.
Like the and you see that with ships like or planes like the old Dauntless.
Goes back to Star Wars too with the the one where that's it, Snowspeeder, where they tie up the cables. Yeah, go ahead. So, yeah.
Yep. Okay, John Currell has a question. Kind of a hot take, but there is no reason to buy a fighter when most all industry ships come with a fighter loaner for AC.
No, that's not a hot take at all. We've been saying this for years. What is wrong with you? That is not a hot take. You are late to the party, sir. Yeah.
We for years have been known as sort your fighters. That's been the mantra of Inforunners. But that's generally the idea. Most industry ships, if they're not out now, if the big industry ships not out now, they've generally got loaner ships which actually do that thing. In Arena Commander, you've generally got all the fighters anyway because they're not usable in Arena Commander. But yeah, so it's in the end of the day, it's whatever floats your boat. But if you're after bang for buck, we always recommend going the larger ships just because there'll be so much hard. Not because they're necessarily better, but because if you're after that gameplay, the grinding game to get them is going to be so much more than it is to get the smaller ship. That was one of the things that Inforunners first batted into my head. I haven't followed it, but it was one of the
That is so true. But you agree with the premise of it, though. I think.
Absolutely. The fact
well, you don't have you don't have a budget. Let's just say you don't have a budget conscious fleet, right? But for those that do, like there's very different people out there. There's people out there like look at me and Algared ourselves. We came at this from two different viewpoints. I didn't have a lot of money. Algared is an older guy with expendable income, so he comes out from the top end of the town. I came out from the bottom end of town, and we meet somewhere in the middle, and that's why this works fundamentally, because even if when we do fix my fleets, they tend to be more for people that have spent more money, don't they, Algared? And we always get questions like, why don't you do smaller fleets? Because smaller fleets don't need help. They have less moving parts. It's just that simple, and we still do have people that come along and they'll have 3 or 4 ships, and we'll still help them plan out to where they want to go. Like there was a guy that I talked to, I think he only had 5 ships. He'd been in the game 6 months, and he was going, I want to buy this, I want to buy that, I want to buy that. And he just was asking questions and planning on where he wanted to go. And I helped him out. It's not a fix my fleet episode. Maybe that's something different, like plan my fleet. I've got no doubt, man, there's a whole nother can of worms right there. But We could do a show like
Yeah.
that, couldn't we, Algared? You know, where we take a new player and go, what do you want to do? They literally have no ships whatsoever, and plan it all out. If they, but again, I think the other part of that area is probably why we don't do that is we don't really want to encourage that. Like, I think we're at that point now where there's enough ships in the game where I think you and I came back to, like, our real recommendation now is get one ship, like a starter pack. And if you want to go further, one ship that you really like, and then you know, we've got recommendations for that up to about we usually go to about a cutter, and then after that it kind of forks off. So it's basically sorry, I've said cutter, I meant cutlass. So cutter, Avenger, cutlass, and then you know, if you want to go up after that, we'll tailor it. But we don't recommend big fleets anymore. And we said all the time, like, there was one guy that we did fix my fleet on. He'd been in the game for 2 months and spent $5,000. I was like, what the is wrong with you? Like, he'd spent almost as much money as I had spent in 10 years. He'd done that in 2 weeks. So, you know, there are people with expendable outcome, and it's just the way it goes. All right, go, Algared.
Okay, so Jock Crop, thank you for the £5. Do you think the ISC will finally make those people talking about soloing large cap ships think it twice? I hope so. It really does.
I come back to the what I've talked to you about before with AI. Can you see now the AI faking that shit? And I can totally see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see. Yeah. I could see AI doing the mechanic stuff easily. I could see, you know, especially if your manager's saying this needs fixing. I can easily see an AI being told by the manager, go fix that, and going and fixing it. Will they be as quick as a player? Probably not, but they'll fix it.
Again, as I said, using the rating system, I think the rating system is the way they're going to control a lot of the AI, and I think that's why it's in the game. I do fundamentally think we actually could get to a place where yes, you could technically go out and solo a ship and have everything AI, but my question becomes to is how on rails does it feel? And the only thing I come back to is that randomness of, you know, so if a 3-star rated engineer is somewhere between 3 to 5 minutes to do X job, the randomness literally becomes just how quickly that AI can fix it, right? So if it goes right, it just rolls the dice and it's somewhere between the 3 to 5 minutes. So it's going to still probably feel the same from the solo person's perspective. Come on, everything's better with friends.
Yeah.
Everything. And anyone that's here right now, I'm going to do a poll, and I already know what the outcome's going to be, right? Everyone here is going to say the best thing about this game is the friends they've made along the way. That, like, it sounds cliche, but cliche is a cliche for a reason, because they're true. And at the end of the day, you know, that's what it is.
You see that at Bar Citizens when you talk to people at Bar Citizens. That's the thing that
100%.
has brought them in, kept them in. I've got to disagree with you, Waffles. Waffles talks about the Nomad being the best ship, and he says that we hate it, and it's true, we do hate it, or dislike it. But when it first came out, it was the best data pack they'd ever released.
I think financially we hate it. I think in-game it's a really good buy. I think it's a bit over $1 million, I think it is. It's good for its price in-game. The reason we hate it is because everything we talk about here is financially based generally, and at its price point, it's fucking garbage.
Yeah.
It's
sitting right between the Avenger and the Cutlass, and it's not. And when you go to to the Nomad, for that little bit extra, you've got a Cutlass that does so much more.
And the whole laser thing, and it's why? And the only thing you get is it carries a rock. That's it. I will take the whole A any day. Yeah. So it's kind of like what the Corsair did for me, right? So you've got you know, as Algared said, the Avenger and the Cutlass that are two generalists, and then the other side of that is the whole A, and this thing lands right in the middle of all three of those, but it's a jack of all trades, master of none. This ship, so essentially this ship should have come first, because the people would have brought that, and then it went into the niche role. So that's the problem with it. It just came out in a shitty time. It does need to exist. I totally get that, and it's good for someone that wants to fall between the two. But generally speaking, like, you're better off to go into your niches sooner rather than later. And for me, I just think they're so close, as you said, Algared. I'd be going to the Cutlass or the Avenger, because both, one will be cheaper, one will be more expensive. So can you totally leapfrog the Nomad? Absolutely.
And the Cutlass gives you more gameplay loops. It gives you the same ability, and and you can carry twice as many vehicles and
Yeah.
a multi-cruise ship and all the rest of it.
Just for this experience, because I don't have them off the top of my head, but could someone in chat drop the prices in game of the Avenger, the Nomad, and the Cutlass? Because I think that'll quickly show you very quickly what I'm talking about there. Because I think you'll find that there's not much in between the three of them in game. So if someone can drop those three, it'll show you very quick.
When the Nomad first came out, that starter pack they did when it first came out, it was the best package they'd ever sold.
Yep.
And that made it a ship to buy.
Yeah.
And you could buy it and
but they know
that pack.
But they knew that, didn't they? They went right. This ship is garbage, so we'll do it like this, so it sells more. Because that's what, that told us straight away it was a bad ship because they had to sweeten the deal.
They sweetened it, giving you 20,000 UEC when you bought the pack. That 20,000 UEC is only ever reserved for multi-ship packs.
Yeah.
That's the first ship that's ever been a solo ship with it. They gave it a skin.
Yeah.
They put so many little sweeteners into it to make that pack worthwhile and make people want to buy it. That was ringing bells in my head saying this ship is not worth it, money-wise.
Yeah, so real quick, the Avenger is about 830, the Nomad's 940, and the Cutlass is like 1.3. So the Nomad is a lot closer than I actually thought. I was thinking it would be, right in the middle between the two. But now I know it's even closer to that. Yeah, it really does make it a better in-game buy. It does. And if someone wants to drop me another one, the Hull A. How much is Hull A in-game? Because that comes into it as well. Because that's where it sits between all three of those. And if that Hull A is anywhere remotely near that, again, you got to compare real world dollars to in-game dollars. And if all of a sudden that Hull A jumps to like 1.3 mil or something, it instantly makes it a better buy because it's roughly the same in real world dollars. Again, this is what we keep coming back to. Like, it's a part of stretching your dollars further type of thing. Yep. And it just comes back again and again. And we've seen it, like, this is real quick example, Algared, I'm just picking one randomly, Reclaimer versus the Hammerhead.
Yep.
$12 million for a Hammerhead, $15 million for a Reclaimer. What the fuck? And yet, like, out of game, the Hammerhead is almost twice the price of the Reclaimer. It's $725. Well, it's not. Yep. It's $75 short of twice, but you get my whole point. $725 versus $400 is a big difference.
Yeah, and we might say, like, I think I've often said, you really want a Hammerhead in a capital ship because its job is anti-fighter, anti-missile. Put itself in harm's way to protect the capital ship. But would I recommend anyone buy one standalone? No. Never. Buy two Reclaimers instead because you'll get they'll make you more money and you'll be able to buy one cheaper and quicker.
All right, so they're saying Hull A is not for sale in game. Oh no, Hull A is 1.375. So that puts it basically at the same price as a Cutlass, right? And don't quote me, but I believe it's $90 for a Hull A off the top of my head. I could be wrong. It's been a bit.
From memory, that's right.
Yeah.
From memory, that's right.
So again, $10 cheaper. It's price-wise, it's halfway between the Nomad. So that is a good value ship. But the reason why it's underrated is it's not combat. When you go into the niches, and the niches is not combat, it's not in the now.
Yeah.
The price goes down.
And I could see Waffles was singing the praises of it, and what it's got. And yeah, he's right. But when you're looking real money value, that's where we say no. And that's why we always jump on it and can it.
So yeah, I think we'll leave it there though, Algared. Yeah, the Nomad's an in-game for us. As you said, it was a really good package. Package doesn't exist anymore, so it's not one that we can recommend to purchase. So if you think we're hating on something, right, we are never hating on the actual ship itself. We're hating of the value of it. I think that is the takeaway.
All right, I've got to correct you there. We've only ever hated on one ship.
Oh yeah.
We've only ever hated on one ship, and it's not the Abomination. It is the Steel.
Yeah. No, I may
dislike the Ares, but the Abomination. But that's personal preference. But Steel, totally different.
There were people calling on saying the Ares is as bad as the Steel. I don't think that's correct. And you might not like the Ares personally, but I actually can see that there is a place for it, right? Just like I can see there's a place for the Steel, but this is where Algared and I will agree. The problem with the Steel is the price. It's not the ship itself, right? Like when that first came out, we were going, oh, somewhere between the red and blue, didn't we? We're like, yeah, that like the blue looks like more value. But what drew that price up was to sweeten the deal, so to speak, on that ship, they filled it full of I believe it was military A components. So if you look at the standard Cutlass, it's like level C, civilian, industrial type thing, and they upped everything to military. So that's why the price skyrocketed. Yep. But they shouldn't have done that, because it basically people looked at it and went, this is fucking ridiculous. And it is ridiculous. And that's why it's considered the worst ship in the game. And again, Algared will tell you this, if you were earning the ship in game, it is not bad, right? It is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with the steel. But the price is what we're talking about. We're always talking price here, right? And I think that's the thing I'm trying to get people to take away, Algared, is like people hear these things like, I hate the all origin ships. No, I do not hate all origin ships. I hate the price of all origin ships. That's completely different, right? And you got to remember, like, so when you take things away, we're trying to give you guys the bang for buck and that stuff like that. We're just trying to make your dollar go further, because let's be honest, everyone wants a good saving, and we all want, you know, the best ship. We want value. That's what we want. And gameplay falls into that. And so when I look at Origin ships, I want them to do more. You know, you pay more for them, and I don't see luxury as getting more. It's just a different texture to me. So it's, and if you know anything about how textures are made, and I'm sure Grim, if he's still in chat, will agree with me, clean textures are actually a lot easier to do than dirty textures. So fundamentally, it's less work that they're charging you for. So anyway.
Almond Butter, you're wrong.
What did he say?
Almond Butter in chat says the Ares will one day rise again. No, that's the Phoenix. The Phoenix rose again. So the RSI Phoenix, not the Ares, not the. I'm just being.
Yeah, you're being cynical. But yes, I think the Ares will see a turnaround. I was talking to someone about this during the week, and I can't remember who it was, but I was saying, like, you know that rocket launcher that kind of charges up and fires, but it's not the railgun. That's how I see. That's how I see the Ion working. It's just that, again, they didn't want to take the time to kind of copy that code over to the Ares, but that's what I see the Ion being. It's like you hold it down and it charges up, and then you fire, and I think that's what it'll be.
I always saw the Ares as that sniper ship.
Yep.
It sits at the back. It's not going into big combat, and it's you know, you're lining someone up and then bang, and you hit them and they're dead.
Yeah.
And it's great for taking out small fighters. I never saw it as a David versus a Goliath, you know, solo ship. A wasp swarm maybe of those taking on a capital ship. Yeah. But not a David versus Goliath. To me, I never saw it. But yeah.
I think it will get there eventually. You know. And to be honest with you, now I've actually had time to think it through, and I'm just connecting a dot from what I was saying earlier. What if that's what they do with the Defender? Charged rail guns or something akin to that effect, and then that all of a sudden makes the Ares Ion and the Defender similar things. I could actually see that. Well, and because you're flying, it gives the guy that's in the pilot seat, they have like a camera that can like zoom in and sniper. You know, and they aim while you're flying. Oh, this thing writes itself. I could see it happening.
And like that's. I think that I was alluding to something similar when I was talking the Antares and the Defender earlier with the way the pilot would work and the co-pilot would work, but also the Ares and the Defender, because they were both seen as sniper ships, and the sniper capability on both those ships was nerfed to buggery.
Yeah.
And so I think they will come back. I do you know, I jokingly in many ways talk about the area ships being the abomination, and that's just a personal preference of I don't think they should have been Crusader. I think they should have been another company, just because it for me, Crusader going into those combat ships and the bomber type thing just went away from everything they'd previously said about that company.
Sadly, that's just dollar signs, isn't it? That's the marketing team getting involved there. Sorry. Yeah.
So that's my reason why it's an abomination. Nothing to do with the ship and the way it runs, just because.
Yeah, if they'd made it Kruger, I think it's the one you've talked about a few times, and I totally agree with you. Yeah.
Look, any other company would have been fine. Kruger to me makes more sense, just because of the way they did the P52 and 72. But yeah,
We've
any
seen a
ship.
few opportunities like that now too, like the Grey Cap miner with the Cygnus miner as the land miner. I think that's such a missed opportunity. I think the Ares is another one with Kruger. There's been a couple like that now. I'm just realizing too, like we were talking about before about overlap, you know, like ships kind of treading on each other. I think just like the real world is the more smaller down you go, because you're able to build more and more things, the more overlap there is. So if you look at all the starters, they are very similar. And then as we go up to the next level and get up to the fighters and stuff, that's why you're seeing overlap as like things like the Defender to the Ares and the, you know, the Antares coming in and standing between the Mantis and the Cutlass Blue and the Scorpius and stuff like that. You're going to get more and more standing because there's just more ships down that end. As you go up, and if you go all the way up to the top, like a Kraken and Idris do stand on each other because there's combat, but combat's quite a varied thing. So there's less, because there's less ships up there, there's less standing on each other. And I think you'll find that if you want a more unique ship, there's another reason to go big, Algared. That's all I'm going to say.
And then you look at the, just to push your idea more, you look at the Idris and the Kraken as being crossing over each other. But then the second you go Idris Privateer,
exactly,
that breaks. But then you go Privateer BMM, and you've got that crossover again. So
yep,
you just see that type of thing all the time where they
100%. They want to they you know. The way I look at it, Algared, and I think you'd kind of agree with me here, there's a big thing in this game with player choice. You'll hear me say it a lot. And that's what the ships come back to. It's just more player choice. You know,
and the more ships there are, the more choice there is.
And once the alien ships come out, it's like, oh, do I feel like a Banu ship that does mining? Absolutely. Let's go grab the Banu miner instead of the RSI miner or whatever. You know, it'll all come down to player choice at the end of the day. And that's the great thing about this game. It's going to be really flexible. And today I'm going to be an engineer, and tomorrow I'm going to be a captain of a javelin. You can pick and choose what you want to do, and that's the best thing. The depth of this game, even just today, the complexity of engineering, you multiply that out. This is gonna be a game with so much gameplay. You get sick of doing mining. I feel like a bit of action today. I'm gonna go do some combat, and then the next day you do something else, and you'll find your niche. And I think that's the appeal, Algared, to me and you, isn't it? Is instead of going like, you know, when you get sick of one game, you go play another one. You won't have to do that. You could just change what you're doing and stay in the same game.
Pivot profession and pivot. And I'm sick of doing Stanton. Okay, I'm gonna move to Pyro for 2 weeks.
That's it.
And live there, and take my ship and do stuff in Pyro for a while, and just I'm sick of that. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna join the terrorists and go to Terra. You know, I'm gonna go to Sol. That's gonna be the beauty of Star Citizen.
And you know how we were talking earlier about solo gameplay and stuff like that, and people actually being able to do big capital ship solo, and I said you could still do that if you want. The other thing at the end of the day that I've got to pull out is the campaign. You know, that's what Squadron 42 is for. If you want that single player campaign and the ability to replay it over and over, that's really what it's for. Sorry, that is really what the solo stuff is for. And if you want solo, you're going to get people like John, our friend John. He's going to go out in his prospector, and he's just going to do that over and over and over. That you know, if that's your jam.
And he's still upgraded. He's still got those big ships now as well, but he still loves that prospector, you know. But I can see even doing Squadron 42 multiple times because of the different story arcs and the way the story can go. So anyway,
the way
I'll point out,
just real quick,
I'll just let
where my brain goes with a lot of that solo gameplay in capital ships is I think that most of the time you're going to have to be the captain that is telling the AI what to do. That's what I think it comes back to. But go ahead, Algared.
I was going to say, and we've even got the Crucible that, as I was rereading the Q&A, said it's designed with solo gameplay in mind. It doesn't mean it's a solo ship, but you can do it solo. But we're at 8:38. We are 2 hours behind on questions. So if you've got a question, we will get to it. We'll aim at getting to it. Don't put it in a third or fourth time, because we do try to get them, but we try to do them in order. And on that point, Walzar Prime says, have you tried the M50 with the latest changes?
No, but Daily Noob was trying it, and I think in the end it was the Razor that was better when I was playing that with him. I had to go on the Razor, he had to go on the M50, and the Razor was better at the racing at the moment. And then he went and tried the Arrow, and the Arrow's even better again. So, yeah.
In terms of a Crux Cup, the way the ships are done in their classes is by their speed and performance. And so the Herald is its own class because it's the fastest. The P-72s and the Razors were in their own class, and then there were the other racing ships. With the changes, the M50 has been pushed up into the bracket above because its performance is as good.
How many brackets? Just 3?
There are three brackets for the A-Crux, the actual racing ships.
So there you go.
The first one was the Herald. The second one was the P-50, P-72, 52, I think, and the Razor. And all the other racing ships were down below, and the M50 has been moved up to the top bracket, to the second bracket, to the one with the P-52, 72.
So, Jungle Bower, my comments were based on release, not on now. So I just want to point that out. He's saying soloing any cap ship is like soloing a Hurricane because you can't use the turret. But yeah, eventually you'll be able to get someone that sits in the back turret or even flies as an AI, you know, and you again, you'll have to tell them where to go, but it is possible. All right.
Yep. All right. Next question is from Feathers, and Feathers says, with soft death, how soon do you think we'll get repair so we can get ships up and running again? I get the impression soft death is basically the components are destroyed, but the ship hasn't blown up yet.
I think that'll, for now, 100% agree with you. I think down the road it'll get more complex. So you might have just one component that breaks and the whole ship goes soft death.
Yep. Or your engines are dead and blown, and so you're dead in the water, but you may still have power.
Cascade failure, and it blows up half the ship or the whole ship. You just don't know. Right? It's gonna. That's the cool thing about this. The complexity. You don't know what the outcome's going to be. It's what breaks first. You know. And right now we can target components, but let's be honest, it's not really a thing because we don't have that time yet. But once that time to kill really goes out, oh boy, that's going to change, because that engineer's going to be running around trying to fix all the shit while it's breaking like crazy madman. But if you can catch him out, like if you're making him run from one side of the ship to the other, like if you're that clever that you could do that, he's going to be needing food. He's going to be running out of energy. Like you can see where this goes pretty quickly. The complex level really goes up. So
yeah. I was going to say something, but I've lost the thought. But it was related to that. But
okay, I'm sorry.
That's life. That's okay. It's life. It happens. Soft death. Soft death. I just remembered it because when they were talking about soft death originally, they said the ship could die and the crew could still be alive, or the crew might be dead.
Yep.
So depending on, and that ties in with that cascade fan. It blows up half a ship. The crew,
you could have
dead. It blows up half a ship. This crew's still alive.
You could have a component explode on the wall and kill just the people in that corridor, but the people on the other side of the ship are totally fine. Yep.
And then you've got the situation with the captured Vandal ship, the X1 or whatever they called it.
Yep.
Which is the reason why we've got the captured Vandal site, is that they had their reactor die and blow up, and it incapacitated the crew, and then the Marines were able to board and capture the ship without the Vandal destroying it, which is what they usually do.
Anti-grav generators going out, so you've got, does it decompress a part of the ship? Like, it's all going to be random. And the other part that I'll bring in is people will learn super weaknesses of certain ships, like that the designers didn't intend. Like if I target this part, but the way I curve and I sit at the back, it makes me hit this very particular part of the ship, and it makes the whole ship, there will be changes they have to make to the ships because they didn't see it coming. Right? Like, so if I can target, if I target that front right turret and I trail behind the Starfire and shoot at this exactly the point, it makes all the bullets trail into exactly the right point, and it makes the refinery explode, and it takes out all the fuel tanks and the ship and stuff. That'll happen, and I guarantee you along the line, they're going to have to be ships that they move the components or something like that, because it's just a super huge weakness. That'll happen.
It's like War Thunder. You know,
Yeah.
you get it. You could be in a Tiger tank, but you hit one point, you hit the driver's visor or something like that. Bang, ship blows up. You know, it's gone.
I was
It's
watching.
that type of thing.
I was watching Henkin play the other day, I think it was, or was it? No, it was McGilly. I was watching McGilly, and someone shot a flak round that was designed for anti-aircraft. Wouldn't normally do anything to a tank, but it hit the visor, went in,
Yep.
split, and actually ricocheted and killed all the crew.
Yeah,
So it was just funny as.
Yeah, the tank itself is actually
Yeah.
not damaged. You've just shot through. You know, I shoot that visor. Yeah, others you shoot the turret ring. Yep, bang. Or you know the couple of.
So that's
it would just do damage.
That's a good example of another game that you can look at that can pull stuff into Star Citizen. So again, looking at the tanks, extrapolating that out, you can now put that into all the ships and see all the outcomes that you could get like that. But then it goes to another level because in that game you're just trying to kill each other, you know, and the time to kill is much larger. You've got way more, like that's generally just you driving the tank, yeah? So you've got, you know, the cruise stuff and all that. So again, extrapolate stuff out. You can see why we get so excited about this game because it's pulling all these different games in and just snowballs.
Yep. All right, next question. Shinobi Trip. Do you think having an aimed directional EMP turret on the bigger ships would be more fun than the current EMP?
That's a cool idea, yeah. So you focus it and put it into
blast it.
Yeah, that'd be really cool, actually. Yeah.
Put it into a beam or something like that. And that aspect of gameplay that you're suggesting doesn't seem that much different from the EMP missiles or
give you a cool beam weapon to have too, because like beam weapons have a weird direction at the moment. The only one that we know that's really going in is the one on the Idris K, I think, at the moment, and we might get one on the Banner Man because we know that was a part of their lore. But that would be really cool to see this. Like I'm envisioning like the tractor beam and how it's blue, but like a big red one or something like that, and they try shit, and you're trying to avoid it because if it hits you, it's gonna kind of shut you down.
Any component or thing that gets hit by it goes.
You'd have like an EMP beam actually, like it's a beam, and if it actually, but you'd have to make it so it turns really slowly. But like if you could turn it onto another capital ship and it kind of goes through the ship and disables certain components. If you could target, and it like eats through the shield and then kind of like ignores armor or something, and you could target and they're just going to turn you aggressively and go, no, thank you, like.
Or the idea of you being able to cut down or cut out the thrusters on a ship. You target a thruster, boom, it's gone, and it now.
Do you know where I go visual effects wise? Like a pulse cannon, so you can see pulse waves that kind of like, if you've ever seen them in sci-fi, they have those pulse cannons. That would look really cool. So it's like almost more like it's sound based. So it's like like a thudder. That good, and you could hear it in the hole going through your ears and stuff. And hit a certain crew member, and you see them dead, and their ears are bursted out. I don't know. I'm going to gory details now, but you get my point.
Yep. Sketch Therapy has a question: will the Scorpius paints fit on the Antares?
The concierge one does fit on the Antares, the Scorpion one, and then both looking so damn identical, I would not be surprised.
So we hope. Will the Scorpius? Just the one I just did. So that was Sketch Therapy asking on both channels. Thank you for watching both channels. Sketch. Carlos on Twitch says, hi, now that PES is implemented and probably also taken to Squadron 42, do you think there is anything except Vulcan and general development of the game to prevent it from release?
Server meshing is not needed for Squadron 42, essentially. And again, them actually even working on server meshing shows you that they're further along with Squadron 42. I would say based on, and again, this is not knowing inside details or anything like that, but knowing that the schedule for the end of last year was that all the levels were complete, right? We're in that polishing phase now. And again, we're taking a game that is bigger than most games, right? That they want to have 3 episodes of. I think it was it 600 to 700 pages long, Algared, of dialogue, which was, I think they said 70 hours. So that puts it 3.5 times bigger than most games today.
A Lawmaster thing where Dave Haddock held up a script and was like,
yeah.
He said, "This was the script for Wing Commander.
Yep.
This is the script for Squadron 42."
But generally speaking, the longest campaign games we see these days are about 20 hours long. So the last thing we kind of heard was it was 70 hours long. So it's 70 hours. That's a fairly long game. You know, you look at polishing obviously differs between games because they generally work it out till the bugs are gone. Knowing that this game has a very high expectation level, I expect it to be one of the most bug-free games I've ever seen. So they will take the time to make sure that first what is it, first experiences, you get one chance to make a first impression. So they will make sure it is working damn fine because they know it's going to hit their bottom line. If it does not, they can't do a Cyberpunk. They can't do a Dark Tide. They can't do any of those games that you've seen over COVID that have failed. And the reason why so many of COVID has failed is because the money people go, you've got 4 years, but they never took into account the slowdown that COVID was going to have, right? So they're just like, you've got 4 years, too bad. Game's got to go out now. I want my money back, right? And that's why we've seen a pool of really bad games in the last X number of years because of that.
And whether you like it or not, COVID had that impact. It slowed things down.
Yep. We probably, let's be honest, Squadron 42 was probably coming this year if it hadn't been for COVID.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and I would say, you know, this year, you know, next year, or, you know, I think next year probably is the thing because CitizenCon is Manchester this year, so I expect it to be probably LA next year.
Yeah.
My guess. And I always think that, you know, with all the stars that are in Squadron, when they do the launch, having it in LA and doing a big red carpet type event would make sense. But
I think
has CIG said they're doing that? No. Yeah. Have they indicated they're doing that? No. Have they indicated they want to do that? Not to my knowledge. But to me, and I think we've talked about it in the past, it just makes logical sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of going the other way now. Time's gone by. I think they want to do release with all the people that made it, and that. So I think that they might,
and that would go Manchester if they.
So I'm almost expecting this year the announcement of that it'll come out next year, and the announcement or maybe a demo or that vertical slice or something like that. We could still see that this year, all in lead up at a whole year of hype building up to next year at Manchester, where we all know it's coming, so they'll let us know in advance. So we've got a year to, you know, all the people want to get there for the big one, so to speak, which is what you and I have talked about for a while. And it makes more sense to me because if they want everyone to be there, say they wanted to bring everyone, LA is the studio that would have to fly over, you know. The Manchester people, sorry, the Montreal people are new, so they didn't really work on Squadron 42, so they don't bring them over, right? So that it's just a few people in Texas and a few people in A that they have to fly over, rather than flying them all over the other way, so it works out cheaper. So I think that's where they're going.
I could see both, but I see the red carpet thing as being an opportunity to get the.
Well, it's head versus heart, Algared, and I think at the end of the day, that's the difference between a publisher model and the way this is funded. And I'm going to go back to the heart model. And I can see Chris and Sandy going, yeah, I want to do this with the people that made it, you know. But the marketing people probably fought them on it and went, no, you should do it in LA. It's way better for the release of the game. But I think at the end of the day, this whole game's really been done on word of mouth. They really haven't done a lot of advertising. And I think at the end of the day, the game will speak for itself. And
I could see,
we'll see.
And I could see the stars who are in, who have enjoyed the experience and worked with Chris in the past, John Rhys Davies, Mark Hamill. I could see them moving, going to that.
Climb over. Yep. Henry Cavill lives in Britain and stuff anyway. Yep. So they could just fly them over. Again, it's cheaper just to fly them over. Yep. And again, you offer someone a free chip, they usually take it, you know what I mean? So if they put them up for a week in England and they get a bit of a holiday and come over and work and
And if I'm being realistic and I want to think of who do I, you know, where do I want it? I suppose I can see LA being a good venue for that big red carpet thing because it's a movie central thing. But if I'm as a backer and I'm looking at the expense to put the event on in LA and bring everyone across, or put it in Manchester and bring people across, I'm going to say go with which one is cheaper.
Yeah.
Don't waste my money. Don't waste our money going to one over the other. Go, you know, I want a quality event when you release it. I want it to be awesome, but I also want value for money in terms of what we do.
All right.
So, yeah.
Next question.
Anyway, next question. Colossus 72. Hi. Now up. That's the one we just did.
Yep.
Doc Frost 42. What's the quantum dampening range? Bubbly.
When I actually tested on the first day, nothing worked. It didn't EMP. It didn't do the dampening stuff. I would assume the default is that they've just copied over the Mantis code. So yeah, or the Cutlass Blue. So yeah, I can't tell you that because it just doesn't. It didn't work when I tested it at the time. So yeah.
Okay. Super Kobe. Without stirring the pot, how do you all feel about the live release for 3.18 coming today? Oh, awesome.
Yep. About time. That's why the episode is called About Time.
Yep.
Bit of a StarCraft reference there, but yeah.
Drop Yogurt. Off topic. Favorite Lego set.
Ooh, I really enjoyed the Ghostbusters car that I built last year. That was a lot of fun. The best fun I've had of the ones I've built. But I do have the DeLorean there waiting to build with my brother once. So his son is very immune compromised. So once the COVID kind of backs off away, we're waiting to build that together. So yeah, I think I don't know. The Ghostbusters car just really spoke to me. So yeah, I'm hoping the DeLorean does the same thing because I prefer Back to the Future over. Yeah, when it's
the DeLorean did look sick.
Yeah,
but...
yeah, and it's also why I buy a lot of Star Wars Lego too because I buy things from my childhood, so there's nostalgia berries when you build stuff like that. And the Ghostbusters car's got some cool little gimmicks in it, like how it's the one from Afterlife, so it's how the drone drops out the back, and it's got the seat and the way it drives along, and all the little things on the top work and stuff like that. So it's a big set for the value, where it cost me the same amount of money to buy Optimus Prime, but Optimus Prime just had half the pieces the Ghostbusters car did. So again, it's that value proposition. Same with the ships. It's the same with Lego. You get certain sets that are just not worth the money, and the Ghostbusters car was a really good value set for what I got. Oh, yeah. I bought a Vespa for my mum in Lego. She spent a week building it. She enjoyed that a lot. So a little blue Vespa, little scooter, and she's now got the bug. I think she's gonna go buy more Lego. She's like, yeah, it was really therapeutic, and she'd been stressing out like crazy, and so I brought her one and do this, and she left it for a little bit, and then she started doing it. It's like, oh, now I see why you brought this for me. Anyway.
Yep. Scott. What kind of career gameplay are you two most interested in?
Everything. I think that is really the appeal of this game. Like we said before, you get sick of one thing, you can move on to something else. It really is a game. The only other game that I know that's been called a forever game is Eco. But that's where I see this going. It'll be one of those games where you can just stay there. It's like what they call it, Second Life, but actually able to pull it off.
Yep. I probably the medical or engineering. They're the things that I've always liked. That why the Crucible originally was one of the ships. When I saw it, I wanted it. When I first started, I thought, these are just ships they've got, but they're not player-owned ships because they're not available yet. But yeah, that type of gameplay, the group gameplay appeal. That's why my very first ship was the
Connie.
Connie.
Same here. So I went from the 300i Bounty Hunter pack, which sounds really funny to say that out loud, but on Kickstarter it was called the Bounty Hunter pack, and it came with a 300i, and then I went straight from that to the Connie Andromeda, and it was that 4-player teamwork thing, and that multi-crew, as we now call it. That's what drew me in. Yep. And it's still you take that to any gameplay, and I'm in. Working with other people is my jam. And anyone that knows me close enough, the games I play, a lot of the stuff I play is co-op games. So I play a lot of like things like Darktide, Vermintide, any of those 4-player co-ops, I am in. Deep Rock Galactic, anything like that. I love team stuff. I love Ark Survival Evolved, Eco, anything where you interacting with other players, I am in. That's me. Yeah.
I was the Connie, and what was just a Connie back then for the same reason, for multiplayer gameplay. And then I went an Aurora for when I'm playing by myself, and the only reason I did that is because the paraphernalia said their parts are interchangeable. Of course, oh right, okay, so I can strip parts. I didn't realize at that time that was just marketing speak. That was just the in-game marketing speak.
Yeah.
If I'd known otherwise, I'd have probably picked up one of the other fighters as my first, and then yeah. But anyway, that was me. Miss Fury, if already answered, move on. With the ISC name drop on Miss Fury, what game loop do you think it's tailored to? Yeah, I think we've moved on. And yes, it could be a ground vehicle. That was North End Trooper.
Yep.
Cos, there's another question. To upgrade or not to upgrade? That is the question. Scorpius to an Andromeda?
I think we'll cover it real quick. If you're more into utility combat, like that engineer type thing, yes. If you are full combat, stay with the Scorpius. I think that kind of covers it. Yeah,
yeah, and I think it depends on your. Yeah, I think it goes back to what we said earlier. Like, if you're after that combat gameplay with a gunner, we both think the Hurricane is a better ship.
Yep.
Just because it just
so to add that in, so add that into what I said. Then, if you already have a Hurricane, then maybe upgrade the Scorpius. Yep.
Yeah, which is what you said earlier.
Yep.
Upgrade the Scorpius to the Antares would be the option.
Yep.
And that would make more sense just on that gameplay aspect, because we've both found that the Scorpius, while it's similar to the Hurricane, the gameplay just ends up being different, doesn't it?
You're just tailoring it to your own needs. You got to ask yourself what you're into and go that way, because it depends what other ships you got. So it's not 100%. Too difficult. Just
So if you might struggle with that question, but yeah, it's a question: do you upgrade or not? Scott Black, if PTU is running fine, why surge in intimating it's going to be a rough patch?
Because there's many moving parts. They've got to roll it out it's a very back end patch. So you can imagine right now they're in the PTU environment. They've got to roll that out to multiple servers at the same time. Yep. Different servers, different hardware requirements, different backends, different things that can go wrong. So you might be on a server that's totally like the PU and silky smooth. Different servers in Australia to Europe and America, the different levels of computers. That alone, like I can tell you right now, the servers for Amazon in Australia are newer than the ones in America and Europe. So generally, that's why a lot of people come to play on the Australian servers, because our servers run better simply because they're newer. That's it.
And I think as the servers get older, that may even raise up where, as they're running, we might find back causes breaks they didn't encounter in PTU.
They get new computers in America, and all of a sudden, a part of, you go to East Coast in America, and it's better than West Coast America because they got, exactly, 100%.
Yep. But even just as I think you alluded to, you bring it across, and stuff that was working fine in PTU might break just because there's other factors that have come into play, or someone does something that hasn't been encountered yet, and that's part of design and things. But it's coming today.
Next question from Matthew says, are you guys excited to see what they do with the Lynx? Is Algared getting his swimsuit out for the hot tub?
Well, no. Algared's never getting a swimsuit out for the hot tub. Algared would rip the hot tub.
If you've seen Algared's trunks, they're the ones from the early 1900s. They're like the really long, almost mankini looking things with the blue and white stripes. That's
no, they're not. But I do realistically need to, almost wear a full suit type thing because I go in the sun.
Yeah.
I need SPF 500.
So I don't know. The Lynx, exploration style vehicle for VMP. I have always, when we've talked about this part, my brain always goes to like a glass top, kind of like a glass top boat, but the opposite of a glass bottom boat. It's a glass top boat. So I find it very flashy, probably some struts. I don't know how they're going to go there, but like I look at like a tourist vehicle. So if you look at my brain very first went to, the tour buses at Universal Studio. If you've ever seen the videos there, they have, multiple seats lined up in the back. So it's like a mini tour bus, but like one of the red buses in Britain, you know, the double-decker buses, so you sit up on the top and you could see out and stuff like that. So that's where my brain goes. It's something like that, so it's very visually appealing. You can be taken through and soak in the environment. So that's what I see.
My brain goes limo.
Oh, okay. You've gone the other way. Okay, yeah.
Because the links is with the Phoenix. The Phoenix is that luxury ship. So
Right.
it's the limo that goes for the luxury passengers. So picking up the idea you've got of taking them around.
Okay.
But it's a limo version. It's not a racer.
I've always seen, but the Ursa is technically an exploratory vehicle, and once what you're doing with VIP gameplay is it's touring, right? So it is a form of exploration. So when I ride that back to the links, that's why I go to touring. So it's unlike the Ursa that's explorer, it's got a bit of everything, bit of combat, bit of cargo, whatever. I lean way more into touring, and so I take that touring with the VIP and the luxury. So maybe there's less seats. So maybe it is somewhere between a limo and what I'm saying with a touring vehicle. So maybe they've got some, you know, wine and stuff along the sides. You could be 100% correct, but I still think if it was a limo, it'd be a glass top limo. You know, where they stand outside the sunroof in movies and stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm like. It has to be more open because you have to be able to see out of it, right? Because it's that touring nature of it. So again, if it's VIP, it might have a driver up the front and then a bit more luxury out the back. Yeah, I could see that as well, Algared. You are on the money there, but I still think it's got to have that see outness. It's got to have a lot of windows in it, type of thing.
The other aspect they could go, and I'm saying this only because they did this with the P72. They turned the P72 from a fighter into a racer, so they could make the links as a racing vehicle.
So now you're getting into another territory I want to talk about. Is I think this thing is definitely going to have variants. I think a racer could be 100% an idea. The one I keep coming back to though is the space in the galaxy. I think we are 100% going to see some kind of ambulance links. I think it is. I just can't see them passing that up. And the fact that we know they're working on the Galaxy, do I see an Ursa variant? The Ursa works very well as a medical bed. I can see that. But knowing that they're working on the links, rather than redoing the Ursa, which they will have to do at some point. So that could be the other thing. They're waiting for the Ursa to make a medical variant. So I could be completely off the ball there. But somewhere in there, between the Ursa and the Lynx, there has to be a medical variant because of the Galaxy. It's so strong, pointing towards a medium-sized medical ship. And if it's not by RSI themselves, I'd be really surprised.
RSI cry out for a medical ship, for a medical transport vehicle.
Well, look at it. They've got the Apollo and they've got the Galaxy. That really tells you they are heavily into medical. They are 2 of the 4 ships that can do medical. Or 5 now if you count the Pisces. But the other thing that I'll kind of point out there is we in medical now have a full chain. We have a tiny, a small, a medium, a large, and a capital in the entire. It actually overtook mining. It is now the entire medical chain is done. Could we see more? Absolutely down the line. Yeah. But in ship terms, we now have 1 in every size category.
Yeah. The only thing we don't have is a vehicle.
Yeah. And technically speaking, capital is a size as well. But you do have a Polaris with a med bed. The Kraken's getting one. The Idris is getting one, and the Idris has got one. So take your pick. You know.
Well, you got the MISC Endeavor with the.
Well, that's technically now it's classed as large, but so is the Galaxy. So I'd assume it's also the capital. Yes, you're correct. Yeah.
So, what is your opinion on the Yellow Yell song? I don't know, and we're not going to watch it or listen to it because we don't.
Yeah, not what happened last time. Sorry about that, Halfsack. But yeah, we played a song in here and it demonetized the whole video, so it was just rather annoying, especially when we're trying to promote someone. And as Algared said, it wasn't his fault. It's just I just don't want to go into that again. So we again avoided another video today. So we will talk about videos, but I don't think we're no longer going to watch them because every one we've watched has just demonetized the channel. It's really annoying. And
yes, Robert Vaughn's the Endeavour does have a hospital. I just mentioned that.
The Hope.
Sorry if you missed it. The Hope. Ace Hambone. Wouldn't the Kraken and BMM, this is probably going back to our discussion we had
Yeah.
way earlier.
Yep.
Is it what a 7 o'clock question?
Yep. About 2 hours ago. Yep.
Yeah. Wouldn't a Kraken and BMM together at that price be below the privateer make more sense? So a Kraken and BMM below the privateer's price make more
No,
sense.
that's not correct. It's $350 between the Kraken and privateer, and a banner merchantman now costs $650. So if you can
Yep.
get the banner merchantman at the cheaper price, absolutely. Because you could also earn the Kraken stuff in game. But now I sit here at $350. 10 shops sounds like good value to me, considering the banner merchantman's only got 3. So that's where I did my flip. I was like, wow, you know, I thought it was 5. For some reason, I had 5 in my head, and I just feel like an idiot. I must have complete oversight by me.
The reason the Banner Merchantman is listed as having 3 is because when they brought out the Kraken in their Q&A, they actually said the Banner Merchantman uses the same style as shops, and it will have about a third. Actually, it wasn't in the Q&A. It was when they did the video on the live stream. And they made the comment that the Banner Merchantman has a third of the shops that the Kraken has.
Got a first-time chatter on Twitch, Algared, that said his name is Jinxdu. He says, "Is that Mr. Hurston himself?"
It is Mr. Hurston. Yeah, that's right. It is old man Hurston. Nice to have you here joining us on Twitch. Thank you, old man.
All right, next question from Stevonzietti says, would Fury actually be a smaller Miss starter? I would. So this is where I've landed on starters, and I think Algared will agree with me. There are 2 types of starters and advanced starters, and the Reliant is much like the Avenger, which is by Aegis, is an advanced starter. So therefore, they have a starter. And I would throw this back to Algared in a way where we've talked before that the only 2 real missing starters, and we also argue about the MPUV being a starter, but let's not get into that right now. But Crusader and Argo are probably the only last 2 left, so it's either just Crusader or Crusader and Argo. I would expect that ship or ships to be either an advanced starter or a starter. Would you not? So an advanced starter or a starter by Crusader and potentially Argo as well, depending on what you consider.
And they do that for any company. They do that. But my initial thought when you read the question was, yeah, it could be because small fighter, starter ship. But I had forgotten about the Reliant, which is an advanced starter, and it's a multi-crew ship, and it has a fighter variant as well. And so my gut therefore says the Fury probably isn't.
I would say Arrow is what I think. You know, I if it's a Fury, I think like it sounds like a light fighter to me, like light and quick. But again, now today talking with you and some of the things from chat, EMP missiles sounds like a thing. An EMP sounds like a thing. So I'm expecting somewhere between a light fighter all the way up until like the Antares, like literally in that ballpark. And I think after today I'm leaning a lot more towards somewhere between combat and EMP type style thing, or electronic warfare, or missiles. But it's definitely more combat related for me.
Even if you look at the way your discussion went in terms of the size of a starter ship for would it be, seems to say that you're going more to a larger ship, which says it's not a starter ship, and the larger ships tend so
Algared, someone's just Waffles Insanity has chucked the Argo starter back at us, and he says you don't consider the Raft the Argo starter. No, I don't. It's a Hull B direct competitor, just like the Hull A is another ship by MISC, but the Reliant is under the MISC. So starters generally are generalists. That's the other part to look at it. And the Raft is not a generalist. It is Argo. It is already started to go into a niche. So that is the one above. Again, we might not see one from Argo because Argo is tailored at that. Look, they're very industrial cargo transportation focused. I would have expected something like the Nomad to be something that the Argo could have done. You
look at the cargo capacity that the Argo Raft does, and it's 96 CU. That is a Connie.
Yeah.
Tiny's not a. So when you put it into that category, that size, it's no longer a car. It's no longer a starter ship. The starter ships usually do 8, 16. I think the most is 16 cargo in one of the variants of a starter ships.
So
that's usually it.
Let me throw this back at you, Algared. And do you remember way back when we looked at the last time we did the ship scrutiny for the MPUV, and there was that salvage / repair variant of the MPUV. Imagine they had that, and that becomes, so you know how like what the medical Pisces is to this. So you had a small or tiny salvage repair ship, and then you made it so because it's losing that back pod, and you put on a quantum drive. You see where I'm going very quickly. Yeah. There's your starter for Argo. It goes into a niche that we just didn't see before, right? So again, like the medical Pisces, that I could see that 100%. Something like that coming back. So it is just a version of the MPUV, but it is a starter ship. Yep.
And as Northern Trooper says in chat, the Arrow has a starter pack. And that's the other way of looking at starter packs. You know, the starter packs are the ships generally that are the first ships you buy.
Yep.
That's a solo player ship, you know, and it's got a starter pack. Yep. And so yes, the Arrow is a starter pack.
But you would also agree that the Pisces is a thing. So the Anvil starter is the Pisces. You know, it's generally the cheap, not always, but it's a generalist and the cheapest ship they sell, and they're usually in that $45 to $60 window, and they will label them as starters. They literally say starter or advanced starter on their thing.
Yeah. Whereas the Arrow
is a light fighter. It's a light fighter. It's listed as a light fighter.
I can't remember the Arrow is listed in that game pack as being a starter pack. But
if he wants to throw packages, Algared, if he wants to throw packages around, explain then why there's a redeemer with a package. It's not a package thing. Package is completely separate for what type of ship it is. And at the end of the day, they've done packages on random things all across the board. It's classification. And at the end of the day, an Arrow is a light fighter. It has never been classed as a starter ship. As is in a Nomad is, like we talked about before, the Nomad is an advanced starter. Just like, you know, it's got to be generalized, and that's the thing. Anyway. All right. So, yeah, as I said, Argo and Crusader. I don't know where they're going to land, but Argo could do what I said. Crusader is probably the really big one left that I have questions about. And if you look at Crusader, it tends to be in a similar vein to Argo, where they are really focused on transportation. So my brain goes to something niche again. Could it be a really small, kind of like the MPUV? You know, it's got it puts the Javelin pod on the back, and it becomes a troop transporter. Could we see a very small troop transporter from Crusader? I don't know. But yeah.
I'm going to go back to the starter pack thing, because every ship up to the end constellation, so you've got starter packs you've got an Arrow starter pack, you've got a Nomad starter pack, you've got a Freelancer starter pack, a Hornet starter pack, and a Constellation Andromeda starter pack. So they are starter ships. But when we are specifically talking to starter ships, we're talking about those $49, $50 starter packs. So the Aurora.
So those older ships that you mentioned that are in packs, that was back from when the in the early days, right?
I'm looking at the store right now.
Yep, you can look at the store right now, and they are packages, but they're not listed as starter packages. So
they are listed as starter packs. No, execute. I'm looking at the store. They are listed as starter packs. Okay, but I would say the Arrow, even though it's listed as a starter pack, is an advanced starter. And so it's not taking away from what you're saying. When we're talking starter packs, we're talking...
You're muddying the water, and you know how much that annoys the shit out of me.
We're talking the Arrow, we're talking the Mustang, we're talking the Pisces, we're talking the Cutter, we're talking the 100i, we're talking the Titan. After you go beyond that, we're starting to go into what we call the advanced starter packs, and that's the difference. So yes, they are listed as starter packs, but we're talking those really cheap ones, and then
I'm talking the ships, not the packages. At the end of the day, and when you go in game, they have listed them. They list them as certain things, and they don't say starter pack next to a Constellation, but they do say starter next to, say, a Mustang Amiga or a Mustang Alpha. So at the end of the day, it's the ship classification, not the packages. And again, if you're going to the website that's full of the Matrix of Lies and shit like that, they just don't update that shit. And at the end of the day, if you go back and look at the classifications of ships, so if you go up against a Connie, it now says the Andromeda. It now says, it used to say generalist or something, but now it says, I think it says cargo gunship at the moment. I have to go double check it. So they are starting to prioritize and classify each ship. And so what I'm getting to is the in-game stuff, because let's be honest, they've worked a lot more in-game than they have on that damn website, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I did just go check. You are right. It does say advanced starter, but it's not a starter. It's a starting package. There's a difference.
Yep.
So yeah.
And that's what that's what I think North End Tripper was picking up. They are starter packs.
Yep.
But I was trying to clarify what you're saying. When we're talking starters, we're talking the ship. We're talking the capabilities of that ship. We're talking the Aurora. We're talking the Mustang. We're talking the C8X. We're talking the Cutter. We're talking the 100i. We're talking the Titan. And the Titan's usually the end of what we say is a starter.
Yeah.
That's kind of and that's pushing into that advanced starter. And after that, we go into the next level.
Yeah,
and the Arrow is that next level of starter ship.
10 years of shit. Just leave it at that. It's just... Yeah, like we're talking about us muddying the water, but yeah, they're the ones that muddied the water. Anyway, all right, next question, Algared.
Okay, Matthew, do you think we'll ever see a capital Tavaran ship?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not in the near future, but I want to see it. I want to see capital ships.
I think you'll see a lot of the alien stuff with their expansions, right? And I don't know. I thought about this a bit hard, Algared, because technically to Tavaran, they fall under the human label now a bit, right? But what I was wondering is, what if they have some kind of expansion that goes into, that solar system that has been blocked off by the closing of the warp gate or whatever? Excuse me. What if they have one open randomly, and there's a whole flourishing civilization of Tavarans in there, and there's your Tavaran expansion pack? And it turns out they actually have multiple systems. That was the only connection between here and us, and so they have their whole own little pocket.
But we've also got systems that we can reach Branna. That is a Tavaran enclave. There are other enclaves that are independent and away from the UEE. To me, I can see Tavaran being the first player race they make, because you don't need to humans in the Tavaran in the UEE, that you don't need to relearn a brand new history.
And what's to stop them designing new Tavaran ships?
Yeah,
there's nothing.
That's right.
Yeah, so
there's nothing.
And down the line they find older plans. And here's the other one: like, there are Esperia reproductions at the moment that are built for humans, essentially, much like the Banu and stuff like that. There could be ones actually built by Tavarans for Tavarans,
Yeah, and I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
I'd love to see those. So,
because we haven't really gone down the rabbit hole in that either. Like, there's a whole episode in that, right? What's the difference between Tavaran components, Banu components, Zion components, and human components? Because like right now, like, you look at certain ships, like, for example, there are no components in the Banu Defender right now. Like, they're all in that thing at the back and the middle. But do I pull them out and they're like just a big green glue jelly? Is that how their ships work? Because they're organic? Like, we've never seen alien components. Like, are they just the same? Are they completely different? Is a Banu... Oh, here after today. Is a Banu engineer more of a biologist than an engineer? I've got to regrow the components.
Didn't we see the Banu shield components as being they're made by the Banu company? So the shield components we can buy in game are a Banu company.
Yep.
And they do it's basically, but are they actually Banu tech, or is it Tavaran tech which a Banu have stolen and now use? And
that's just it. Know. Yeah, and is there some cross pollination? So for example, it might just be one component that's biological, but the other one, because the Banu they use Zion engines and stuff like that, so they take in the best of whatever there is. So the engine components could be normal, but then you know, some other like how their medical beds are essentially pools. Banu seem to be doing everything a little differently, and I'd have to assume it's the same for every single alien race, that there's just little spins on things, just because they can, because it, again, player choice, variety, all that type of thing. But I don't know, it just makes my mind go to different places. Like today I'm playing as a human engineer, but if I log onto my other account, I become a biologist. And so, you know, almost like a heart surgeon, where you take, I've just taken it out of this pig and now I'm going to put it into my defender. So you could, you know, you become, again, treading on each other, bridges the gameplay between science and engineering. Oh, I'm a scientist that grows organs to build components for Banu. You get where I'm going with this really quickly. Yeah,
I can see them eventually doing an expansion for Tavaran, Zion, Banu.
Yeah.
Can't see them doing Vandal unless Vandal are forced to become good guys.
Well, we'll see where that goes, because you and I both think that's the running theory. Let's just put it this way, without going into any spoilers: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We'll leave it at that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Keep my enemies close, and my But I could see the Tavaran being the first ones just because they're in the UEE, and so you wouldn't have to learn as much, and they've lost a lot of their history because of the purge. So having a Tavaran who doesn't know Tavaran history as a player wouldn't be beyond the pale.
I'll give you this, Algared. I think it's the first AI non-human characters we'll see in game, because they interact with us the most.
And they're supposed to be on every naval ship, so there should be at least one or two on the Idrises or when we're in squadrons. So
I'll be honest, that's something I really want to see now. I want to see Tavarans walking around Orizon and Hurston, and
I want to see I want to see the aliens walking around the planets that we've got. Yeah, they're not supposed to be numerous, but they're supposed to be there.
And a merchantman coming in, deploying the thing, and they're like all walking out all like the Caminos. Yeah. And the little Zions like scurrying around. I could see all that. That just sounds really cool. Gives that real multicultural feel. Oh yeah, I'm liking that thought in my head. It's really good.
I want to see that type of stuff. I want to see that multi-universal or multicultural aspect. Lost in Walmart, because I think we've probably done that one to death. Should the backseat of the Antares be able to play Hyper Vanguard Force?
I think you'll be able to do that on any ship eventually, on almost any MFD. Yeah.
But I think they're picking up the point that they've got nothing to do.
Yes, 100%.
So at the moment, yes, they should.
But yeah, I think, look, like as I said, I'll just go back to really quickly. Like we said, given between now and release, there'll definitely be a lot more for that guy to do in the back. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Dan Little 2010 says we have 2 starter ships from the multiple manufacturers, or 2 starter ships from multiple manufacturers. Do you think we'll see another starter ship from manufacturers that only have 1 starter?
So if he's talking variants, I think that is the long-term plan. Sorry, I'm doing sunglasses now. And
it's getting late.
That's what changed my thought on the cutter, because my little conspiracy theory on the cutter, because I was like, that thing is 100% designed for the reclaimer. So they brought out the generalist one, and it's much like what they did with the medical Pisces. That's what sold me on it, because it's like the other variant of the medical Pisces Algared, or the Pisces, is the scanner one that you and I talked about right in the very beginning. Like, that thing has to be a scanning suite. They showed in the the ISC just before it came out. Oh, we had a scanning suite, but we cut it for a full cargo version. I'm like, what? You know, I was just like, what have you done? But I guarantee you, we're going to get a scanning variant of that Pisces. Like, that's exactly where my brain goes. Yeah.
Whether it's an attachment we plug in, or whether it's a total variant. Yeah.
Because someone at marketing was like, we can just now slowly trickle out the releases, and year after year. Look at the Scorpius Stantares. There's a 2-year difference between that when it came out, or when it was concepted, and when it came out. But they've instantly planned that from the beginning. You can tell just by the way it's made. And it'll be the same thing with the like the only one that we have now that doesn't have multiple variants is the cutter. And if they, like, again, from the leaked images, we knew that they had at least one other variant. If they don't have another variant come out, I will be very surprised. Especially the amount of detail they put into that thing, and how it's got all the different rooms and stuff like that. You can very quickly extrapolate out. So I keep coming back to I know I call it a conspiracy theory because people think I'm a whack job, but if they don't have a cutter for that reclaimer at some point, I will be very surprised. But yeah. and I see the same thing with the Pisces and whatever. If they bring out a Crusader one, I'll put that back to you, Algared. You could have a cargo variant. You could have a transport variant for people. I could see that as the shuttle that goes out to the Genesis Starliner from a planet. So, on a planet where it can't land. And then transport, you know what I mean? And transports the people across. Almost like, the shuttle that flies around Horizon? Like that, but it could also be a touring variant. So you could get a touring, a transporter, and a cargo variant of the same ship from Crusader.
Yep. Yeah, well, even their little shuttle is kind of, I get the picture that's the shuttle that takes you on the touring runs because of the open top, but it picks up that idea that you had. Dan Little 2010 says, I'm talking about the Consolidated Outland has a Mustang and the Nomad, and Drake have a Cutter and a Cutlass, and Misk only has a Freelancer. And thank you for $5 super chat.
Yeah, so I don't see the Cutlass as an advanced starter. I think that is higher again, but I will give you the Nomad and the Mustang. I will 100% give you that. But that's the only one I can think of.
But I think even there we go. The Mustang is the starter. The Cutter is the starter. The Nomad isn't a.
I do have one.
Isn't a starter. It's the next one up, and then the Cutlass is the next one up. So
Hull A and the Reliant. So there is technically another one.
That is
So yeah, but there's exceptions to every rule, and there will always be. You want that kind of. You don't want everything to be straight lines. You want a bit of variety and player choice and variety. So. 100% they could do that. They could go back and add more advanced starters, or But by the same token, if you think about it, just to put it in clarification terms, why I don't think the Drake Cutter is an advanced starter is because the Freelancer and the C1 are in the same vein as that. It's the next one up, and they're all medium, right? So to me, an advanced starter or starter has to be on a small pad. So yeah.
Whereas I would say Misk don't have a starter ship at the present. They've got the Freelancer.
Sorry, say that again?
Oh, Misk do, because they've got the Reliant, don't
Hull
they?
A and the Reliant, yeah.
I was just looking at what Dan said. He was saying that they only have a Freelancer, and I said, well, that's not a starter ship.
No, Dan said...
I wouldn't have considered the free...
Dan said...
He said, in the super chat, I'm talking about the Consolidated Mustang and the Nomad and the Drake Cutter and the Cutlass. Misk only has Freelancer. And
okay.
The Freelancer's not a starter ship. I'd never even consider it a starter ship. I put it in the same category as the Cutlass, which isn't a starter ship.
Sorry, Dan missed a bit.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Let's be honest. There are so many ships in this game now. I wouldn't blame anyone for missing one. We've missed like 5 today ourselves, so don't worry about it.
And getting the names mixed up because so many others.
We have got to the point now where if we're wrong, we just admit we're wrong, and we ask you guys. And we don't get it right because it's
we can't remember. What do you guys? Can you guys look it up for us?
Yeah, there's just no point sitting here and arguing about it. It makes us all look like arrogant pricks. So we'll just literally go, "Yep, you correct us, go nuts." And because at the end of the day, we all want the right information. And if we get it wrong, we'd like you guys to call us on it, and you do. So thank you.
Voodoo has a question. He says, "Was the hype train for the Antares too early? When it's ready, 318 drops." Would be 3 weeks ago. No, 318 is dropping today.
Yeah.
And the Antares is that was a 7:30. The Antares is flyable. We actually did take it out at the beginning of the episode in the PTU. So it is actually flyable in PTU.
Yeah. Just to reply to people in Twitch, Lemming, the Cyan are essentially turtle-like Chinese people. Oriental turtles is I guess how I'd call them, but they're not full turtles. They've kind of rolled it back a little bit. So they're a little different now. But the original concept was turtles, just like and very reptilian. So think like a reptilian turtle cross is where I'd kind of go. And the Banu originally were
more Bedouin traders,
and they were Middle Eastern, West Indies type of spice trading type of people, and that leads into the slavery stuff. So again, you go back to the whole game is based on the Roman Empire and different empires from around that time period. So you got China, the Middle East, and stuff like that. The Tavaran, ooh, where do I really load those into? They almost seem like the Vikings or something. I don't know. I don't know where they land really.
The Tavaran are the equivalent of the
Was the ones that were wiped out. I'm trying to think of what their name.
Down on tip of Africa.
Yep.
Had empire.
Yep.
And I've forgotten the name of the.
Yeah, it slipped my tongue as well.
Between the Romans and that, and they were also kind of a cross of the Celts. So they
that's
kind of pick up.
That's who I was trying to remember. The Celts. Yeah, that's it.
But they also do the Punic from the Punic Wars, and I'm trying to remember.
The Gaul, was it the Gaul? The Gaul.
The Gaul.
Yeah,
the Gauls are the ones that Vercingetorix wiped out.
Asterix and Obelix. That's where I just my brain went to that all of a sudden. Yeah. So kind of a bit like
I've
that.
got to look it up. Punic Wars.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, but you get the idea anyway. Sorry. They've just started having this conversation. I'm like, they're roughly in the right ballpark, but yeah.
So they're Carthage and the Gauls. So Carthage is the civilization that the city of Carthage was raised by the Romans and wiped out because they were a rival power.
Right, Algared, I'm going to cut the bot off, okay?
Yep.
So bot's gone. No more questions for today because we've just got a whole shitload more. I thought we were near the end, and then we've just got a whole heap more.
So this is and butter. Will EMPs be more annoying due to causing permanent damage to parts? Possibly.
Potentially.
Especially if they have a major impact on engineering.
Straight out of the way, shows you how weak a ship with no internals is to internals all of a sudden. So a banner defender really goes up quite a bit in, we've said for a long time, a saber is a single person without beds. But all of a sudden you could see the advantage of a defender because you can have a second person drop out and do repairs, and it's got all the internals. So you can do things on the fly. You cannot do things on the fly in a saber because it's just you and you alone.
And it turns the Vanguard, the Vanguard up, because all of a sudden you've got internal parts which your gunner can actually go and repair and fix. So
again, comparing it back to ships like the Scorpius and the Hurricane versus even the Defender, it's the same thing. Anything that the internal, having an internal structure that you can work around in is going to be a huge advantage. Absolutely mammoth. And again, it devalues all the fighters, like we've been saying for years. Sell your fighters. And even within that match, though, Algared, you can see from what you and I have just said there are certain fighters that are just going to be above others.
Yep, and those long range fighters will do it. Here's another one. Even the Nomad becomes a better ship because its internals are inside.
Yep.
And it's a solo ship. So any solo ship with internals where you can actually access the components from the inside is going to be better than one where you've got to go EVA to
better example is
get out and fix it.
Better example is the Mustang. Mustang beta versus the other Mustangs, because you can go back into it and you can do things. Now, I don't think you can access the components on that, but you get my point. If you soft depth in a Mustang, you're kind of stuffed. But if you're in a Mustang beta, then you could probably turn around and you might have some things in your storage that you can actually do.
I might be able to live in my living quarters for a little bit and wait for survive.
Yeah. So
use my Mustang as a life pod. I'm waiting. But
So massive advantages with the internals versus externals. But in a fighting scenario, also that there's you might not need those internals. Again, it's how hardcore you want to go. And I think a lot of those single seat fighters are super hardcore. They are very niche into the combat. But then as soon as you go outside that, comparing like a defender to a saber again, you can see that there is more versatility in a defender than there'll ever be in a saber. So
the second you want to go with those really niche short range fighters. The second
exactly.
Second, you need to go long distance. You need to bring another ship with you, which means now you're changing you're adding complexity and and.
I keep coming back to the Defender a lot because it's one of those few fighters that has internals, and it's and this is going to sound crazy when I say this, but it's one of the cheaper, not the cheapest, but one of the look, it sits in the mid range. It falls into the light fighter class, so it's probably the most expensive light fighter in the game. But because it's also got internals and you've got 2 crew, now someone will correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm pretty sure I am wrong when I'm about to say this, but is there another light fighter that actually has 2 crew?
The only one I can think of is the Reliant.
Yeah, that's where my brain went. But technically, I know it's a fighter, but it's not a light fighter, because the Tanner flies weird. The original Scout would have been one though.
But that's the only other ship I can think of that's a light.
Yeah.
That's in that light fightery type.
Man, I want that original Scout back.
Starter aspect.
That pissed me off when they got rid of that.
Andre choose
Mhm.
Banyan or Banan or Bayan. What is the first thing you'll be doing in 318?
Probably salvage. What about you?
Don't know. I'll probably I'll end up flying a few rounds of the Ahomani track, because that's where Crux Cup's going to end up being this year. So I'm going to need to get my hand in on that when I get time.
Right, Kayla Lau asks, will this mean that solo players can never play big ships? No, I think we kind of answered that before. I just think you're shorting yourself. Let's be honest. I think some people don't like to socialize other people. That's their jam. But this is fundamentally, it's a MMORPG, massive multiplayer. It's in the title. That's what it's for. You can do the solo stuff if you want, but you're just not gonna, you're not gonna get the real big numbers of money, and that's how it should kind of be, I think, honestly.
And then you go back to even the QA on the Crucible, where they said the rotating cockpit for the repair was made with the idea of solo gameplay in mind.
I think when they say that though, they wanted you to be able to repair on your own, so there were other people off doing other tasks. I don't think that means the entire ship is solo.
No, I don't think I don't think you ever want to have just one person on a big ship like that. You either want NPCs, AI, NPCs and AI, other people.
What's that old saying? 2 heads are better than one. I think that kind of covers it, doesn't it? The more brains you have on a problem, the more likely. Even today, we've seen that as well. Like I run through a whole bunch of things this week, talked to Algared, totally changed my thing on the Ares in like 5 minutes, bang. Because the more people, the more experience. It's just, this thing writes itself. You guys know this. I feel like broken records at this point, Algared, but yeah.
Yep. One punch down says, what would be necessary to have engineering background for single seat fighters?
Well, you've got to get out. So you've got to get out, and you're floating an EVA. So basically, if you think it's animations, essentially, at the end of the day.
Yep.
That's the big difference, because if you are standing or crouching, they are very fixed positions. Where if you are EVAing, I reckon they'll. How when you go to get into a ship, Algared, and it just like makes you pop, and then you animate in. I think they'll do fixed animations, so it'll just pop you into the right position and then play the animation.
Whether you'll have a hook that clipped on, and then you're held in position, or holding on while you're doing it with one hand or something like that.
But I do think the thing that's missing from the game is transition animation. So eventually, right now, how you kind of like just pop and go in the right position and go down, I think there'll be an animation that blends you into place, so you'll kind of eventually.
And you do see that in some place where you can see them actually, the blending happening, but it's not really here.
It's early days, and it's not a priority, because it's literally an art thing, so it comes right at the end. So
at the moment, the classic was the animation of you getting into the Antares.
Yep.
You literally just jump.
So sketch therapy, we were there heaps earlier today talking about how NPCs would work, so I suggest, rather than us go all the way back over it just for you, go back to what we're talking about. But long story short, using the rating system, they can fake the time it takes for someone to do something. So where a human has to play the minigame, if I'm a level 3 engineer, they can take all the level 3 engineers and go, right, every level 3 engineering existence is somewhere for 3 to 5 minutes to do this task X. And so therefore they roll a dice and go, so it'll now take 3 minutes and 35 seconds for this NPC just to stand there. And once the timer runs out, it goes, oh, he's finished. So they're faking it.
Yeah, and I can see them doing that. Like, I know for others who've said no, they won't. But it just makes to me it makes logical sense. But
you don't need to see them. You can play a little video of them doing something, but why? You don't need programming an IA to play a mini game, and every single mini game is daft as hell. Why would you do that?
Yeah. But the key thing is you'd still need to have someone telling those AI to do stuff. So if you're alone on your ship and you've got 50 AI and you're telling them to do stuff, you're basically standing just at the bridge to saying, you do this, you do this, you do.
This is what I was trying to avoid. We're going back over it. That's what I was trying to say.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Because, Anyway, Waffle's Insanity. More of a statement. MISC doesn't make combat ships, but combat variants. They were more industry-based. I think the ship will be Bounty Hunter, a la the Furies, Iliad, and the Odyssey. Yeah.
Well, I'll give him. I'll give him bounty hunting. I could see that. I could see that.
And given it is tied in the Furies with the Iliad and the Odyssey,
I've been saying to Algared for a while, we need a bigger bounty hunting ship. We need, you know, like right now, I think the biggest one is obviously, as I said earlier, the Polaris, but the Redeemer is definitely in there. But I think like a Connie sized one is definitely on the cards. I could. Damn you, Waffles, making me question myself. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I still go towards combat more. But yep, I could again.
Yep.
Good thinking. Yep.
If I didn't say that, that was Waffles Insanity who wrote that.
Yep,
so,
he did.
Ash Brackman says, could you see CIG making the Cuddy Blue require the use of a Rio seat to use a dampener?
You could slave it to the turret gunner. Yep. You could make it so the co-pilot's got it. Absolutely. It's got the 3 seats there. I can't see why they're not. I think they put it in the Antares like that because they were expecting a bit of blowback because it just trod too much on the Mantis. Personally, given time, I think you will be able to do it with the front person because they've also said that you'll be able to do anything from any seat with the MFTs. Console. You can customize it to your liking, and at the moment we just don't have that. So do I think eventually you could just piss off the second guy in the back? Absolutely. In the Antares.
But yeah. Hound of Chaos. Do you know if they are going to go back with the turret layout on the Reclaimer, where you could control all 3 turrets at the same time?
I think that's the plan. That's the plan at the end game. But the reason they did it was people were. Guess who it was again? Our streamer friends complaining because their light fighters were getting destroyed. It always comes back to, I'm a streamer. I don't want to be upset. Make them look happy so more people buy the game.
I thought they said that it was a bug. That it was actually doing that. Overall,
well, we'll see.
I'd like to see.
We'll see.
I would like to see. Go on.
I was just going to say, either way, it'll go to what they intended eventually anyway. So,
yeah. I would like to, if we're talking what I'd like to see, I'd like to see turrets that aren't being used be able to be slaved to a turret so they all work like remote turrets because they had that type of ability in World War II bombers. So I'd like to see that as something we have. Will they do that? I don't know.
So if it was a mistake, how come it works on other ships like the Origin series? They have slave ones, so it's bullshit. Right?
Yep.
And one of the things you and I have talked about, Algared, is the Retaliator. That's something we're expecting to see on that. Like the crew requirements on the thing is way too bloody high. You know...
Look, as I said, I'd like to see it. I would like to see it, but I had heard it was a bug and it had been removed. Was it bug? I don't know. I can only
no, it's not. It's not what I heard. I heard it was nerfed because people were complaining that it was too powerful. Because the thing is bloody powerful. If you get because you get such a low crew requirement, I said to Morph for ages. I said to him, you need to take the Reclaimer out with a crew and actually test out that thing because it's actually stronger than a Hammerhead. And I did do that. I took it out with a full crew and a full crew in the Hammerhead, and guess who won? The Reclaimer. It kicked its ass.
And I know, I know. 2 or 3 years ago. If you go back and have a look at some of our when we used to do IAE where we walked around.
Yep.
That long ago.
Yeah.
You used to sing the praises of the Reclaimer because it was tough. You know, you used to say it is tougher than because it's got cap this, and all the rest of it. So.
But you would expect a capital ship to be a large ship, and that's why it should do that. And the thing that actually made it win was the size 5 turret. If you could just keep... there was 2 ways you could play. Go up really, really close and use the tankiness of the shields to your advantage, or you could sit back and keep it at range and pick it off. So every time the hammerhead tried to kind of come in and take its advantage, you just slaughter it with all your guns, and it would go, oh shit.
5 guns would.
Yeah, and you'd melt.
Gun it.
No, well, you got size 3s as well, but you've got a lot of them. You know, it's like 6 per turret, so that 2 sets of 6s because of the way the remote turrets work. So that was just a lot of guns, and you would out-shield them because they had less shields than you. So then they'd run off, and as they run off, you'd just be shooting them with these massive size 5s at range. Yep. And as they come in, yeah. So basically, if they go back to where it was, and by the way, I think that shows the in-game price, 15 million versus 12 million. I think that is a part of it. And quite honestly, I again, you got to remember that there's only 5 crew on that thing, right? You can't, you know, like you're essentially dropping. You got your pilot, so you've only got 4 other people that can get on turrets. And if you do the math, 2 of them are up the front, and there's 1 on the top. So someone at the back or at the remote, you know, the drone bay has to get into the turret. That's why that turret is there. I bet you it's one of the drone operators that have to go into there. And then the 2 turret gunners or the claw operator is who drops back to that second room. It all makes logical sense to me. And then the 5th guy, guess what he's doing, Algared? That's at the back. That's exactly right. It all works out. That's why they're remote turrets like that. But anyway, good to see we're on the same page.
Well, I'm not disputing it. You know,
no. I'm just, when you and I are in agreement, it's usually pretty damn close to perfect. Yeah.
You know, so, but I would like to see more the remote turrets if they're not being used, or the ability to slave the turrets, and hopefully that will come. And I do find it frustrating that the light fighters, if they can't kill the capital ships, they get their knickers in a knot. And it frustrates me that the big capital ships die to little puny ships that couldn't, I don't think, be able to damage them.
Want to throw something at you real quick, Algared. Down the line, the ability for the hammerhead to change its turrets from quad turrets to dual turrets,
and go up the size,
or 2.
Yeah,
size 5s or size 6s.
Go to a single size 6 gun on the turret. Whoo, that becomes nasty.
That changes the hammerhead drastically. A hammerhead variant, they would do it as a variant for money purposes, right? So there's your now, but when it finally gets in game, you just change the turrets to whatever you want. And we know that changing turrets is a thing because we've seen it in other variants, you know, where they have a quad gun or a dual gun. We haven't seen many single gun turrets, but I think that would make the hammerhead come way back in my eyes. Because look at this, Algared. I'll chuck this out to you. The top turret and the bottom turret on the hammerhead with a single size 6, and then all the others with size 4s.
Yep.
Strong as hell. That thing would kill.
It would kill. And the thing with the hammer, the only thing that I come back to when I think that all those turrets are size 4 is the fact that the size, when you look at the way they talk size guns, so size 1, 2, 3, 4 are your anti-fighter, anti-missile turrets. So if you're looking at what the hammerhead is supposed to be, it is supposed to be a ship that kills, if it's fully crewed, it kills light fighters or fighters, and it takes care of missiles and torpedoes. That's its job. Its job is not to take out capital ships or
and we come back to player choice though. Doesn't that just add so much choice to that? Where if you can, if you can, you know, again, tailoring your ship to what you want it to do, like we said about the Kraken earlier, about having half the shops or whatever like that. If you can change 2 of the guns to be size 6s and you lose a bit of gunfire, just like I love the complexity of where this could go.
Or even if it said the size 6s are too big, and they said, okay, you can upgrade it to 2 size 5.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
A couple of types of size 5s. You're changing the gameplay that ship can do. It can now go into. It can now deal with those larger ships.
It instantly means it can go toe-to-toe with the Reclaimer. In fact, it will just kill the Reclaimer outright because it's got more size 5s. And then again, all of a sudden, it fixes the problem with the Redeemer. Because the Redeemer can sit at the back and pick them off too. So again, even if it doesn't, but if you make that go to size 6, it goes the other way where it's too powerful. So you probably are right. They probably will probably do that, make it so it can only go to size 5. But again, they will choose what they want to do with each ship, and they will choose where they want it to sit. If they want,
and they'll work out.
Yeah, if they want that to be the anti-fighter, and that's all it's ever going to be, and let's be honest, that is the hammerhead strength. It is the anti-fighter. It's the ship that punches down, and he punches down hard. that's what they'll do, and that's all it'll ever be. And that again, player choice plus what they want things to do from gameplay perspective. So take it where they want to go.
As you're saying, at the moment, it is an anti-fighter ship. It is also it's probably the best anti-torpedo ship. If you've got torpedoes going, you can
absolutely
wipe out those torpedoes if you target them and shoot them.
But, and we haven't even gone into other ammunition types yet. So what if they have flak? 100%. Like you could have one of the guns that is specifically tailored to take out certain things and stuff like that. We haven't even got into weapon groupings yet. So you could have you could have 2 ballistics and two lasers and we haven't even got into any of that stuff because the complexity is just not there yet to do that stuff, and you might actually have one guy in your turret's got to get out of his turret and run out the back to grab an ammo box. They talked about reloading guns back in the day, but I don't even know if that's going to be a thing anymore. I really don't. With the way things have gone, it almost looks like you loaded at port and then you're done. But I love that idea of being able to run around and resupply people, almost like I think someone mentioned this in the Matrix, where they reload the turret, the Titan suits, where they had the ammo. That sounds really cool to me, like physically reloading and resupply. Like that's your basic level of a resupply ship, is it not? Having the drone flight, that they mentioned that as well, having the drones fly over and land and resupply and rearm ships. So it's got to be a thing at some point, because if you're rearming fighters with ammo, you've got to be able to do it to a turret, surely. So yeah.
All right, I think we've done that to death, so let's move on to the next question. That's okay. No, I'm not saying, that's not a complaint. It's just there's nothing else to add.
Thoroughly answered.
Jungle Boa, or the Jungle Boa, is it worth upgrading the Cutlass Black to the Vulture? What would you do? Well,
so how?
I would just get both, but what would execute them?
So from my perspective, it really comes down to what you want to do. Does salvage really speak to you? You're going from a generalized role, and let's be honest, the Cutlass Black is probably the best general ship in the entire game at the moment. It does everything, and you are limited
apart from salvage.
yeah. And so you are really locking yourself into salvage. I would try and loan one. I would try and loan one when 318 drops, and have a goal of it, and
then see what you like.
And now think about that what you're losing, but what you're gaining. So as Algared said, the best case scenario is to get both. The other way you could look at it is, why not keep the generalistic one and use the Cutlass to earn a Vulture in game eventually? I know you got to wait 6 months before they put it in game, but if you've only got the one ship, that's something you really need to think about. What is the gameplay that you want? And once you lock yourself into the Vulture, you're kind of stuck there. I think the other part of it, Algared I would say too, is if you like salvage, get a Reclaimer. I know it's cost a lot more. That's where the budget thing comes in. But as Algared worked out, 16 Vultures to 1 Reclaimer. And yet it's only 2
cargo space.
Yeah, but it's only it's only 2.5 times the price. Yeah, but then when you bring in things like 5 people working on it, the amount of money you earn and all that, it very quickly becomes the Reclaimer is superior in every single way, just based on a price basis. So,
and when it was first doing that, the guys had said they took out the Reclaimer 5 crew, and I think they made, after an evening they'd filled up the Reclaimer and they made 300,000 each or 400,000 each or something like that.
Okay, so in an hour with Daily Noob and the others, we made just over I think it was like 912k, and that was for 120 boxes. This thing holds 330 boxes, right? So you get 3 times that. And the other thing is, you've got to remember, this is tier 1, so it's just scraping. We haven't brought munching in yet. So once you do scraping and munching and the speed that you work at, it's going to totally floor the Vulture in almost every single way. The other thing is, when you do just paint stripping, the Vulture's almost full from one panel. You get to like 6 or 7 or 8 boxes off one panel. Now, if you go then to munch that panel, you that's more than you can eat. You know what I mean? It's gonna you can't eat a single panel on a vulture. You're gonna be after like tiny little like the tiny little panels. But I'm talking about one of the big panels. There seems to be 3 size panels, like a small, a medium, and a large. If you take the large and just scrape it, you can all like 3/4 of your cargo is full. So you're not gonna be able to scrape and munch a large one, but you might be able to scrape and eat a medium one. You know what I mean? So the vulture just can't compete, and you're going to be going back so much more frequently on your own. That when you have 5 people, because you're just consuming so much more, you will make so much more money working together. It's so clear to you and I, Algared, isn't it? Like it is wanting you to work with other people, and it's a stepping stone. So you start the game and you start a ship, you go into something in the profession you like a vulture. Then you go, shit, now I want to work with other people. You'll go into whatever the next ship up is, and then you'll work up again and go to the reclaimer. That's what they're trying to get you to do. They want you to go up these, skipping
Up
stones.
these progression chains.
Yeah, progression chains.
You are the person, and the ships are just your tool. And so
That's
as you develop in your profession, you change your tool.
You want to read that super chat, because I can't quite read it with these glasses on.
That's okay. I was going to do that. Waffles Insanity, thanks for that $10 super chat. And it's regards to the Misk Fury from the Iliad Odyssey, another Misk. The Erinyes, and I probably said it wrong, or the Furies, were the 3 ancient Greek goddesses of vengeance and retribution who punished men for their crimes, i.e. a bounty ship. And it makes perfect sense.
So the Odyssey is
from,
well, that makes sense. The Odyssey is from the Misk. So he's saying that there might be a ship called the Iliad, is what I took out of that.
No, he's saying the Fury is a ship from the Iliad and the Odyssey. So the Odyssey is a so he's actually saying the Furies were the Greek goddesses of vengeance and retribution who punished men for their wrongful deeds, hence a bounty ship. So hence why he's saying, hey, that's supporting his argument for the Fury
but also
bounty ship.
But also a combat ship can be punishing as well. So,
but it also or vengeful. So so
I'm not ruling it out though, Waffles. I did say at the time it's a good thought process, and I'll give you that. I really, really will.
But it does tie in that if Misk are taking on that kind of Greek mythology in terms of the naming Odyssey, and that then maybe
I did also say
maybe we'll say an Iliad or something else.
I did also state that I thought the Misk Fury would be combat adjacent, and what I mean by that is that's why I said the EMP and stuff like that. Right? Yeah. So it's not full combat. I think it's combat like the Antares essentially. Yep.
Yeah.
Next one.
Stefan the Yeti. What are your thoughts on the links being official for 3.19? Great.
There is a lot of ships up in the air at the moment.
If it is, look, my view is always if it comes, it comes.
I think the only one I'm prepared to call is the Santokyo at Invictus. That's about the only one I'm prepared to call, because that screams Alien Week to me, especially after last year, how we got nothing for Alien Week. And I think they're like, shit, we actually need to make it, like, pull their thumb out and actually make something for Alien Week.
Really keen. And marketing are really keen to have new ships for each of their sales. And Alien Week is a sale, and Invictus is a sale, and AIE is a sale.
But we're getting down to the point where I don't think the next Alien ship would have to be the I'm having a brain fart, the Raelian. That's the only one left, if I'm not mistaken, that they haven't.
And then
made.
after that, Tavaran capital ship. Yeah.
Well, you got the Banner Merchantman, obviously, but I think that's a bit on the back. I think when they delayed it, that thing's been at least delayed by a year, and I think if probably not more. Because like, when do you need shops? And again, I see the privateer coming around. I actually fully see them announcing the 2 smaller shop ships. And my brain always comes back to Drake and Origin for that, believe it or not. You know, the Junker style ship and the high-end fashion. And you know, knowing through the context we are that they're working on female fashion, I just 100% see an Origin ship. Just it's scream like I've been crying out for more gameplay for Origin for years, and I just think it screams Origin. And I'll be really surprised if we don't get one. All right.
Can't argue with that. Stefan Zierdi has another question. Could you have a rock on the back of a Nomad and mine with a rock? If so, 2 people quick mining? I would say no.
How?
Because of what
Oh yeah, no,
miners too smaller,
you can scoop
too
up the
small
rocks.
and mining lasers. You could scoop them up, but I
Man,
think
you'd be
it's too small.
so low to the ground though. Like
I think he's
any,
talking space.
you're talking in space, but there's
I
no
think he's talking space.
there's no nodes in space like that. So
No.
anything's possible, but I just don't see it.
Yep.
Stop
Yeah.
trying to give things to the Nomad to make it seem better. Our problem, as we said, is not with the ship; it's the price. Well, I'll just go back to that, Algared. I think you'd agree with me. Yeah, it's not the ship; it's the price.
When we talk the aesthetics of a ship, that's different. That's us saying what we like and dislike.
Yeah.
We're Australian. We should like utes, and it's a space ute.
All right. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah. The space. Actually, the Sinu Ute was writes itself.
Yeah.
Someone there was
yeah.
a first time chatter on Twitch that just said no. Oh wait, will it be worth it to get the Antares CCU? Again, you can always get a CCU and sit on it, so I think that's what he's saying no for.
Yep.
And Shempasta, our kind of conclusion on that is, if you have a Scorpius and a Hurricane, then it might be worth upgrading the Scorpius to Antares if you want a difference in gameplay. And if you want to upgrade just the Scorpius itself, I think the takeaway from that was, do you lean more towards utility over combat? If you are a full combat person, then the Scorpius is for you. But if you're wanting a little bit of utility and a bit of difference, if you're in a bit of piracy and bounty hunting, again, it just comes back to what you want. And we can't perfectly answer that for you. But yeah, if you are unsure, pick up a CCU and just sit on it.
And sit on it.
You've got a long time between now and release.
Borrow it from people, see what it's like, see which one you prefer, and then if you say, yeah, I really prefer this over the Scorpius, and get that. And
its strength. Its strength is it's a mantis that can fight back. I think that's the takeaway for me.
And it's, as you said, it steps all over the mantis at the moment.
And the Cutlass
has going for it. Yeah, and the only thing the Mantis has still going for it is the fact that it's the only thing that can suck you out of quantum.
Yeah, and it does step on the Cutlass Blue as well. But again, the Cutlass Blue's got, like, again, there's room for them all in there because they've all got something the other doesn't have. So much like what you said about the Mantis, the Cutlass Blue has the bounty hunting stuff. You don't get that in the other two. You can't contain people. And quite honestly, Algared would agree with me. I see these guys working together. In a mini fleet, everyone's got a different one, and they've all got their own little niche role working together, 100%. So,
and the fact that you can, Mantis pulled them out. The Antares shuts them down with literally EMP, and then, 100% see.
You're lucky there, Shampastor. I pulled that out of chat. You missed the bot cutoff, but you're lucky. You're lucky I like you. That's all right. All right, next question.
Yep. Waffles Insanity. Why do you think we will see? Why do you think we see so many ships of the same brands, yet Kruger, CO, Argo never get any love? Is it just because of textures and design language? Possibly.
I think
I can certainly answer Kruger. I can certainly answer for Kruger, and that's because Kruger are not just a weapons company. They're not a ship company. They are a parts company. So they manufacture and design all the components that go into bits. So they'll do. In law, when they built their Tiger ship, they said, we build every component for weapons, we just don't build a weapon. Let's build a weapon.
Yeah.
And then they went, we build every part for ships, let's build a ship. When they built their weapon, they tried selling it individually, it didn't work. They ended up partnering with Anvil and saying, hey, put our weapon on your ship and we'll do you a deal. They didn't, it took off. After that, they just went to RSI, who they had a deal with supplying parts, and said, hey, we've got this ship, we'll build your snub ship for your ship. And they went, awesome. And so that's how their partnership went. So I can understand why they don't have many more. I'd love them to have more.
Yeah, so that's from the law perspective. From my perspective, I think certain manufacturers have filled out more than others. So, for example, they've only made the Merlin and the Archimedes from Kruger. So they've got a lot. Look, the other way to look at it is like Consolidate Outland. They don't have enough. We've got no mid-range ships, and if you look at what they've kind of done traditionally is they build the ones in the middle and then go the other way, kind of like what they do with the Hull C. Then they've done the Hull A. I expect them to do the E and then come back and do the D and then come back and do the B type of thing. And it's the
Whereas,
same.
whereas Consolidated Outlander, complete opposite. They've got the
Yeah,
Mustang, the Nomad, and then the Pioneer.
yeah. So that you almost think they're going to do one in the middle and then go that
Yeah.
way. But we've seen that with multiple ships now.
Yeah.
They
And
just don't.
Argo
They
is,
just don't have the tech stuff, do they? And Argo,
yeah,
yeah, you have seen
yeah, we've got a few,
a
and
bit more under
Argo's
it.
law is by their logistics. That's
Yep.
if you're going to stick to law and keep them true to what they do,
hmm
Argo's logistics. So the raft is a perfect choice for Argo.
Yep. You can also
Um,
see Algared, like they did the mole, what was in the middle.
yeah,
They have done the raft, but you can also see that they have now got the MPUV and they've got the
yeah,
SRV, so that they've got all these
and
ships in different spots now that fill out, and that library has built out, so you
yeah,
can see it all.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Argo do get love,
hmm
and I would even go as far as saying the Argo mole shouldn't be Argo. It should be Grey Cat, because Grey
Mm.
Cat's the mining company.
Yep.
Argo's the logistic company.
Yep.
So I'd have rather have seen that happen. Do
It's
I
just
do
like
I
the
love the mole?
It's just like the real
Yeah,
world, though, Algrid. You get breakout things where they're like,
yep,
well, we've got an opportunity to break into somewhere we
yeah,
haven't done. And that's what happens. Companies do break the mold, you know?
yep. But if you're looking at companies in the game that have got certain things and got a
Mm.
real deep lore on it, and then they're big companies, and then they've got nothing going for them, you want to
Mm.
say you put something in
Yep.
there and but yeah.
Here's something for you, Algrid. Next
Anyway,
time you talk to Dave Haddock, I want to see one of the companies bought out by another company. So wouldn't it be interesting if RSI just all of a sudden snaffled up
well,
Kruger or something like that, And so they become a subsidiary of one of the bigger companies. Because that's happens in the real world too. Like Apple buy out
well,
different things and
we
Google
we
buy out different
we have
companies.
we have seen that in law. So Case
Okay.
Engineering was bought out by
hmm
ended up buying
But then they swallowed all their shit
Anvil.
and changed the name. I'm talking
Yep.
about so they own Kruger,
Um,
but let Kruger run independently, as an example.
Bremen Mills was bought out by Terra Mills.
Okay.
So they actually bought them out and took them over and changed the name. So Bremen Mills used to be the breadbasket of the UEE.
Mm.
They had a financial collapse. Terra Mills came in and bought everything and then changed the name and took over. And that's why Terra Mills have pretty much everything.
Mm.
Most of the things we eat and drink are owned by Terra Mills, and there's another company that's kind of their rival, and I can't remember who that is. But
Yeah.
so we do see that in game. But yeah, it would be nice to see some other types of acquisitions.
Yeah.
And that go on. So yeah, and we do see that with Tumbril as well. Tumbril is another old company that has been bought out, and then they're all plans are being pulled out and sold again. So. But there's not enough. I agree. North End Trooper. Will the Spirits have a Starship, an SC package? Starship package? No, SC.
Not always.
I'm not sure.
So
I'm not sure what he means by SC.
So he's talking about a starter package, like what you were saying on the website. So when the
Yeah.
freelancers were sold, the cutlasses were sold, they came with packages back in the day. As I said, I think as time has moved on,
Yeah.
you tend to only see packages on starter ships, right? As I said,
Yeah.
there are random outliers like
Yeah.
the Redeemer. As I said, there was the Connie back in the day and all that stuff. That like packages on bigger ships tends to be from back when they were trying to get funding off the ground. And now the reason why they say they do them with a smaller starter ship is again for you to spend more money. So you buy a starter ship with your package, and because it doesn't have LTI or something like that, it forces you to buy something else. That seems to be why I think they've done it that way. But yeah, they could sell it with a package absolutely at AIE. I could totally see that as a thing, kind of like what they do with the Cutter and the Spartan. Oh no, did they have one for the Spartan? No. What was the ship that year? It was a ship that had a package. Was it Pot? No.
Yeah. Can't remember.
There was a ship. There was a ship. I just can't remember what it was off the top of my head. But they generally have a ship that's with. It might have been the Nomad, but anyway, whatever. They tend to have a ship that's with a package at AIE. So yeah, it could be the Spirit series. And knowing how popular that ship is going to be when it hits the game, I absolutely could be. But you're asking me to ask how long a piece of string is, mate. At the end of the day, could they? Yeah. Will they? Don't know.
Yep. I just If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Yep.
I know it sounds weird, but yeah.
Cross your fingers and
Ash Rackman-
toes. Maybe you'll get what you want.
Yep. That's right. Ash Rackman says, it goes back to what you said earlier. If they want it to do that, they will.
Yep.
If they don't want it to do that, they won't.
Well, here's the
And
other thing,
obviously they
Algared.
won't.
What if another ship, like we were just saying today, that this year is a lot of unannounced ship on the roadmap. It could be a whole nother ship that comes out that's the starter package ship. And again, the Spirit series is technically bigger than the Freelance and bigger than the Cutlass, but in the same size category. We haven't seen a package on a ship that big for a fair while. Like, to give an example, the Raft came out and he didn't come with one.
Yep.
You know, and it's in the same class. So yeah.
Yep.
Anyway,
Ash Rackman's question is the Hurricane still getting a price increase?
yes.
So,
And I think you and I agreed around about 220, didn't we? Last time we talked about this.
yeah, that's what we hope.
Yep.
Dig Doug has a question, and the answer is no. Doesn't the Aquila come with the links as well? No, it comes with the Ursa.
The Lynx is exclusive to the Phoenix.
Yep.
I will chuck this back at you, Algared. Do you think that they might add that into the 600i?
An individual ship, yeah.
No, wait, isn't there an Origin
No,
one?
600i gets a G12.
That's right. My bad. I knew there was one. I just had a brain fart.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you very much for correcting me. Next
So
one.
the Lynx is only the Phoenix. Do I expect them to sell the Lynx individually? Yes.
And will we see Lynx variants? I think so as well. Or an Ursa variant, especially with that medical stuff, as we talked before.
Yep.
And I even don't mind your idea about the what's the other one you said? The other variant, racing variant.
Yep.
Yep. 100%.
Dig Doug has another question. Couldn't the Fury be a racer? Yes.
It could be
anything.
anything. But as I said, if you try to put restrictions on it, it focuses it like a lens, and you get details pop out. But again,
when we look at the names of ships or things that we hear, we then try to look at, okay, what have they done in the past for their naming for this company? What have they done for the naming conventions? Okay, is there any pattern? So, you know, an RSI ship comes out with a constellation name. Does that give us any clues? And then you go down that line. So, the discussion that on, you know, Fury being a bounty ship.
Like what Waffle said with the Liliad or whatever, he said like pulling it back to the Odyssey really threw me. The Odyssey and the Fury, I was like, whoa, hang on a second. What's this Liliad shit he's talking about? Yeah.
So, you know, the fact that the Odyssey is Greek mythology and goes in, and Misk have got a ship called the Odyssey, looking at the Fury, and he says, okay, that's what it's for, that's what the Furies were, okay. Yeah, they're you know, it's a bounty ship. So that's his rationale. So you go down that line and go, yep, makes sense.
It could,
but at the end of the day,
it could be all of those things. It could come out and have, you know, the default variant, and then they get 2 variants down the line. You just don't know, mate. Like again, try and focus it with a lens. And what do we get today? Potentially a combat ship, potentially bounty hunting, and potentially it's extremely unlikely, I think, though, it could actually go into a gathering profession as well. And I put that right at the back burner, but it is possible because of the gathering storm stuff that I saw. But you know, EMP, you look at what they've got already. They've got the gunboat. I could see a gun boat that's smaller. I don't know if you say that, Algared, but with EMP missiles and there's so many cool little combinations in there. But again, we've only got speculation. But isn't it fun to speculate? I have fun doing it. I know Algared does, and some people bloody hate it. Right? At the end of the day, don't shit on other people's fun.
I think a lot of people enjoy the speculation. At least everyone who's watching our streams seems to enjoy speculation because they enjoy watching us do it. So,
and we enjoy speculating with you guys too. Again, like I said earlier, it changes our minds on things, and you got to be open to change if you want to kind of learn things.
So Mr. Stunner or Mitt Stunner says, where does the information about the Sentinel come from about the current EMP being a placeholder and getting EMP missiles? Or
my head, My head, Mr. Stun, that's where it comes from. But yeah, they put an EMP on it because it has a lot of e-warfare stuff, and there's just no e-warfare stuff in the game currently. Like, for example, one of the missiles they've talked about is a missile that would literally attach the outer hull of your ship and allow you to hack the other ship. And that is directly something the Sentinel can do, right? It also talked about a whole virtual HUD suite that thing has that the other variants of the Sentinel doesn't have. Oh, so the other Vanguards.
Just trying to think of where, because you said you've been trying to find the information yourself. Thanks. I would go to the original sale document. I'd go to the Q&A. There'd be the areas I'd go, but my memory is that it was originally supposed to have, its missile turret was supposed to have EMP missiles. And it was, and that was the job.
You've mixed that up with the.
It's certainly supposed to have EMP missiles and scanners and all the other stuff.
The
missiles weren't there. So
it's what you. It's actually what you said back at the beginning. You said its stock loadout is EMP missiles. That's what it was.
Yep.
So there, and the turret you're thinking of is the Harbinger turret. The Harbinger turret fires.
The second you said that, I went, oh, yeah, you're right. So and stock loadout with EMP missiles.
And they were dumbfire, weren't they? They were dumbfire on that turret, weren't they? They were like the Delta
in the Harbinger turret, yeah.
Yeah, they're like the Mustang Delta turret, yeah. I got you. Yep.
But as you were saying, the EMP missiles aren't. They're just not working. They're not there. They haven't got them in, and because of that, they gave it a temporary EMP to make up for that fact that the missiles aren't working. So. But the Sentinel's key role is the EMP warfare type aspect.
And I think having talked about that earlier, I think the missiles are going to be stronger than the EMP personally. But
I would agree with that, because if you avoid the missiles or shoot them up, then they don't do anything. But the second they hit you, they're gonna do more.
And you don't take yourself out.
Yeah,
like at the moment, you can take yourself out with your own EMP, but down the road, I kind of expect that you'll turn off your stuff just before you hit the MP or whatever. So you'll have a quicker startup than the other guy does, or however it works. But with the missile, it's his problem. It's over there. I just, as long as I'm not in the blast radius, I'm fine. So missiles to me are way stronger. But then you get that risk versus reward. Like, is it actually going to hit him? If it doesn't, then I miss completely. So yeah. All right, last question.
Go for it.
No, you go for it. I can't read properly with these things on, so you go nuts.
All right. Malix Paris says, if you would have to guess, what upper modules would seriously be planned for the Galaxy? Anything?
Manufacturing. And I come back to the...
Well, they've already said they've already said there's going to be manufacturing.
Potentially manufacturing, I think, is the words they use to that effect. But
okay, so
me and you always I know me, but I think you and I are generally in agreement on this. Is it seems to have borrowed things from the Caterpillar, and
any of it,
I'm the way I'd put it back to you, Malik, is go look at the Caterpillar stuff. We did a ship scrutiny on the Caterpillar. That's a video I'd recommend, and I would take that and extrapolate out to the Galaxy now. I would say
I would like to see if the Galaxy has a module, then the Caterpillar gets the kind of a smaller version of that.
That's
module.
it.
So
yeah. So the strengths and weaknesses there, isn't it? You get one big module, or do you get multiple smaller ones? And so the way I look at it is if we take the medical, what's the difference between, say, an Apollo and a medical Pisces? So you could have multiple little medical Pisces. So you could have, more small things or one big thing. And I think that kind of covers where you could go there. So in medical, it's really obvious.
That's where I'm thinking in terms of that, the difference between the Caterpillar and the Galaxy. The Galaxy had that big module, which has all of it or a variation, whereas the Cat, you're stuck with, module small. So you could have 5 small ones.
Yeah.
That's great. You can do 5 at the same time, but you can't do the next level up, and it'd be that type of thing.
Yeah.
So,
but it also steals entire ships. So because it's one big module, I don't think we'll see another large medical ship. I think that is the large medical ship now. But
I think you're right.
And so honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want it to have more modules because then that's another ship we don't get. You know, like if they chucked I'm trying to think of something. So say they chucked a salvage module in it, we might not get one of the middle salvage ships. You know, as opposed to the Caterpillar, because the Caterpillar is multi.
A fuel gauge ship.
The Caterpillar is a Swiss Army knife. You know what I mean? So
if a Caterpillar does not have a salvage modules, I'll be gutted.
Yeah,
because that fits with the company. It fits with the company law.
Yep.
It fits with the ship's design and feel. It, to me, yeah, it's a ship. But if any ship's getting its salvage modules, that's it.
Do you know what I actually am expecting for it, believe it or not, Algared? And I have thought about this a little bit, is I'm not exactly... Do you remember how they called it a chop shop back in the day?
Yep.
I actually think... Well, this is where my brain goes, right? And you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, right? Is it queues up with several vultures and it processes their shit. Because there's no real processor on it, you see. So if you made the Caterpillar a processor, it can process and storage because it's got cargo and you're going really quickly with that.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
I could see that. It sorts the material out into the different type. It may, it refines it maybe to a certain degree.
Yeah, and that was the original thing of that the Caterpillar, wasn't it? Was like meant to be a mini base that they come back to. Kind of got crushed on a little bit by the Kraken, but again, I could still, a medical facility, something goes wrong, they've got a medical facility there to heal someone, even if it's only a tier 3 bed. That's really cool. Saves them having to have a whole Cutlass Red there just for that. But they talked about armories and stuff like that, so that's not a hop and a jump, because to me, an armory / troop transporter is just, it's a double up, like it's a different form of cargo. So I see that as well. For me, as you said though, the salvage one or something salvage adjacent is almost essential.
And to go back to the point you made, like the chop shop. To me, a chop shop is not only just ripping it apart, but it's also selling off a component. So I'd love to see it have a single shop.
Yep.
Shop module. To have a single shop, a shop module, so you can actually sell off your salvage that you're doing. But that's me in a dream world.
That's not.
Will CIG do that?
That's actually not a terrible idea, Algared, because it again makes it a little bit like a smaller banner merchantman. You know how I was talking about a smaller shop ship, and I said it was Drake. Well, there you go. A module on it, it would work. It would work. I could see that.
And you could even have a repair module. Does simple repairs. So you do.
Yep.
Man, you could combine. You could do
especially for components.
We've always said, yeah. Well, we've always said,
so you drive your fighter up alongside, pull out your components. It uses Tears with the salvage as well. You know how we've always talked about the Reclaimer and Crucible working together. Same thing, but it's in one ship.
I know. I was literally going to say that. We've always said, Crucible, Reclaimer, Endeavor, and Banner Merchantman work really well as a nice tier because you salvage, you repair, you enhance, you sell.
Actually, I just had another thought. Something that works with the Herald, data running. Data running is another bit of cargo.
So data banks, computer systems, so you could actually decode or crack the sims, similar to what you've got in Endeavor. So I could see Endeavor style components, those little
there's an interesting
on the Endeavor being modules that you put on a Caterpillar.
That I'll chuck back to the Galaxy. A big module that helps you do some of the super collider stuff. No, I was going to go super collider. The creation of some kind of super collider science module might be better in the in the Galaxy, and it goes with the name too. If you be honest with you, the exploration science thing. Interesting.
So if you're looking at the Galaxy and going to be Endeavor's modules, the Endeavor has those modules for.
And he's frozen, and he'll come back in a flurry. You ready? It's because we've hit 10:30 Australian time. All right, go, Algared, go again.
Frozen. So just like the Endeavor's got. I'm back.
You're back. Go.
All right. So just like the Endeavor's got the those modules that enable you to crack code to process information and science stuff, that could be put into a Galaxy module and do stuff. But I could see having a module like that on a caterpillar, increase the computing power of a caterpillar, so it can decrypt or encrypt data that the herald's got. I could see. Yeah, so as we're talking Galaxy, we're also, any of the module ships could benefit from that type of stuff. But the question is which ones you give which thing.
I always am like keying smaller modules to work with smaller ships. So I always look at the Caterpillar working with smaller ships. That's how I've always seen it. So, it's your medical Pisces, it's your whatever is smaller, right? So again, like it'll work with a Vulture, it'll work potentially. I don't think you'll get a refinery module because it's now on the Galaxy, but I see it basically working with smaller ships, and especially if they're in the Drake lineup, because Drake ships working together is a huge thing. So something that you can repair your Buccaneers, something that you can fix your Vulture, you can process your Vulture's ores, you can store your data off your Herald, all that stuff. So that's where I come back to. And as Algared said, repair, salvage, and data. That actually really lines up for me quite nicely, and obviously cargo. And then we also know that they like their guns, so an armory. So they're the 5 modules I look at. And I know they've talked about search and rescue variants because we've also got the Cuddy Red. So I come back to the piracy thing as well. What a piracy is going to get out there. Oh, Algared. An EMP dampener for the Caterpillar. The first ship that, wow, that writes itself. Right there. Wow, okay. I didn't even think of that until just that second. But yeah, there you go. That's, yeah.
All right, and, I'm just doing a check here, so hang on.
They're saying 318 is here apparently, but
and I'm doing a check. Well, one person keeps saying 318 is here. 318 is not here. There's no update at the moment.
Yep.
So please, Andre,
if he does that again, give him a timeout.
Please stop streaming, saying it's out. It's not out. I literally just loaded up the starter to see there is no patch. Please stop saying that. I'm getting sick and tired of seeing it in the chat scroll as well. So is everyone else.
Yep. Next time you do it, we'll give you a timeout. All right. So that's kind of it for today, I think. I've had a very interesting ISC, really good discussion, really good speculation.
Oh, that was I'm going to say that ISC was probably one of the best we've seen for a while. Yeah. Not necessarily because of the ISC, just because the information was so
definitely in the top.
I think exciting.
Definitely in the top 2 for this year. That and the one on the building of cities and stuff was really cool.
The cities one was good, but this one I think the cities one was nice.
Yep.
And builds out well. This is awesome because it is gameplay.
I love it how Lemming is thanking Twitch chat for behaving, yet he's really annoyed at YouTube. That's anyway. Yes. So I've got to find someone for us to raid on Twitch real quickly.
Before you do that, don't forget, like, subscribe, hit the bell. That's YouTube. But hey, do whatever you do on
Twitch as well. And there's no reason you can't come over from Twitch though and hang out with us on YouTube either. Yep, goes both ways.
Don't forget, you can also join us on Discord and join the discussions there. If you really like what we do and you'd like to support us in any way other than just turning up to our channel and doing those things, don't forget that we do have Patreon, and any support we get, while it is awesomely accepted and we're really humbled by it and everything else, it's never expected, but it does help us do the things that we do.
Who do you feel like raiding? Crunchy's on there. Let's raid. We don't get to raid Crunchy very often, so we'll raid that. But I was going to say we're more than
Annie is streaming. Annie is waiting for 318. So yeah.
So we're more than likely going to do an episode this weekend that you can't make, by the way, because you told me about some stuff.
I'm flatjack. I'm behind. I'm overcommitted in things I've already got, and I've got marking I've got to get done. So
so we'll probably more than likely do. I'm going to probably see if I can pull in badges, and we'll do a bit more in depth on the Antares.
The Antares.
Yep. And probably do a bit more speculation based on how that could go. But and that'll make it a bit more short form and not having to sift through this long live stream for people. So yeah. All right. With
Sand,
that, then.
before you send them, Sandgroper,
Mm-hmm.
you've already taken them off. I know
No,
you
no,
tuned.
no, they're still there. We're about. You got 5 seconds. Quick.
Sandgroper was saying that Twitch is a better level of people, but he's just brought them down by saying that. So
Yeah. All right. Goodbye,
No,
Twitch.
take care, guys.
Have a good week. We'll see you next week. And there goes Twitch. All right, YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We'll say goodbye to you as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat. I'm not going to repeat the blurb we did before. You guys heard it. You know what to do. Take care. God bless. Be well. All that stuff.
He's been Algared.
He's been executed.
We'll catch you next one.
Take care.